Good morning and welcome to the County Ground, Northampton.
Good morning. Welcome back to the County Grounds in Northampton for day 2 of this Vitality County Championship Division 2 fixture between Northamptonshire and Derbyshire. Scores on the doors from yesterday. Having won the toss and elected to bat first, Northants were bowled out for 219. Derbyshire in response, 65 for 1. Reece not out 39 overnight with Brooke Guest on 20. We saw a lot of spin yesterday, and I dare say we're going to see a bit more of it today. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. How are you, sir?
Yeah, really good, to be honest, Dan. Had a nice rest last night and also was watching a bit of NFL. Not sure if you like the NFL.
I do, yeah. You were up late then.
Yeah, very late. It was the San Francisco 49ers and the New York Jets. 49ers wiped the floor with them, to be honest. But, yeah, excellent performance from Brock Purdy and Jordan Mason, who's a rookie running back. But we'll get back on track to the cricket, shall we, Dan?
Let's. Why not?
I imagine we could both talk about the NFL all day long, to be honest, but we have got a game of cricket here at Wantage Road. So, as you mentioned, the scores from day one, Northants 219 all outs, and Derbyshire in response 65 for 1. Reece and Brooke Guest, the not out batters. Reece on 39, Guest on 20. And to kickstart us today, well, it is the main man, isn't it? No surprises there. Ben Sanderson getting ready to bowl from the David Capel end.
Yeah, it's a change of ends, change of direction for the wind as well today. It was a northerly one yesterday, and it's coming back from the traditional southwest over the heavy sweep. So Sando electing to go for the David Capel end this morning. Bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 6 up top yesterday. Rob Keogh's getting loose as well. We saw him bowl in the evening session. 5 overs, no maidens, none for 11. Yuzvendra Chahal, a long spell, 9 overs. Only went at 3s. I think we'll be pretty disappointed by his work in that first innings. But here goes Ben Sanderson, 3 slips. And Brooke Guest defends that one up to the skipper, Luke Proctor. Northants have got similar conditions to what Derbyshire had first thing yesterday morning. It was overcast. As I say that, sun just beams down through on Northampton. So maybe it isn't, but it was a little bit cloudy yesterday morning, and it did seem to offer a little bit more assistance with the Kookaburra than what Northants got with their first use of the new ball.
It certainly did, and of course this ball isn't new at this stage. We're almost 30 overs into the use as Ben Sanderson striding in with purpose here. And he hits him on the pad. Will this be given? No, it won't. Impact there, potentially outside the line of off stump. Brooke Guest just gestures there that there might have been a bit of nip and movement off the surface. We'll see a replay on this one. Good start, though, from Ben Sanderson. Already getting that ball talking. It did shake back an awful lot.
Did it do too much? Sanderson stopped his appeal pretty quickly there, didn't he?
Well, let's have a look at the impact. The impact was in lines.
I think that's doing too much.
But it's going down, actually, yeah. You're spot on. Doing far too much.
Inside half of the bat that time from Guest, but that'll be encouraging. That'll excite Northants and Northants supporters that Sanderson's getting that bit of movement from, as you say, this 30-over-old Kookaburra first thing this morning. And it was the seam yesterday that did the damage. You and I, we both got pretty giddy, didn't we, about the spin on offer, and we got excited because it was turning and it was gripping into the surface. But actually, 6 of those wickets, and the big 6 wickets as well, all fell to the seam of Derbyshire.
Yeah, they did, and Derbyshire got their lengths spot on very early. Here is Sanderson again into Brooke Guest. That will be the first run of the day for Derbyshire off the bats of Brooke Guest. In fact, it'll be 2. They scamper back for a second. Yeah, it was just that. Good to full length, wasn't it? And it's something which Northants didn't quite master yesterday. They dropped it a little bit too short, or on the flip side, they'd overpitch it. I thought Justin Broad bowled very nicely in terms of that opening spell from the David Capel end. Ben Sanderson, as you'd expect, Mr. Reliable, Mr. Consistent. He bowled incredibly nicely, but it was just the spin. The spin was the differential between the two sides. Northants didn't bowl as well as that ball is defended by Brooke Guest. That was the issue with Chahal, wasn't it, yesterday? He would have about 2 or 3 balls and over, which were bang on the money. They're in the right areas, and you'd get a nice bit of nip and bites and purchase off the surface. But it's all about consistency, isn't it? The fact is, it's all well and good having those deliveries, but you need 6 of them. Back to back to back to back. You need to put pressure. You need to turn the screw, as they say. And unfortunately, Northants just couldn't do that last evening.
No, but so they get use of some more favourable conditions this morning for Ben Sanderson, although I dare say with Lewis McManus running up the other end with the helmet, I think we're going to start with spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It is going to be Rob Keogh. So had 5 overs, no maidens, none for 11 for the off spinner yesterday evening. He gives the ball a good rip, does Rob Keogh, and did get a few to turn. It was a different tactic, I felt. I felt the 2 Derbyshire spinners, Morley in particular, really kind of drove that ball into the surface and got the purchase out of it. Rob was looking for a bit more flight and dip and drift, obviously then to get that turn out of it, but was slightly more kind of delicate, I think, with his off spin rather than Morley, that really was looking to fire it through and bite into the surface, which I think probably was the right thing to do. Certainly got more turn out of it.
Well, he did. I mean, he struggled early on, didn't he, in terms of finding his radar, bowled it a little bit too short, had a few drag downs, which were punished by the Northamptonshire batters. But as soon as he found that radar, as you said, he was turning it square at times with the left arm finger spin. And at the other end, Thompson, just metronomic, very controlled with his line and length. Here is Keogh into Lewis Reece. That one played smartly on the onside for no run. And that was the issue with, I suppose, these two yesterday, Chahal and Rob Keogh. Keogh was holding up one end quite nicely, but Chahal was almost doing the opposite. There were a few too many deliveries which were easily dealt with. There's a chance here. Oh, just in broad, the shy at the stumps of the non-striker. Just inches away.
That's been these two have batted brilliantly individually. Individually, they've been superb. Lewis Reece has not really put a foot wrong. I think there was a pretty loud LBW appeal last night off Yuzvendra Chahal on Lewis Reece, but he's batted for 91 balls. Hasn't put a foot wrong at all throughout this, but the running between the two of them, that must be at least the third, if not fourth, instance in this partnership that's worth, what's it worth? Just around
49 now.
Yeah,
it's 49 now.
There's been at least 3, if not 4 incidents when there's been a yes, no, maybe, a yes, no, or one's run and one hasn't. And there's been 3 shies at the stumps at least, I think.
Well, they have, and other than that, they have looked comfortable. It's just that communication between the wickets. And maybe it's because we've seen those extra Oasis tickets. It's a bit of definitely maybe in the middle, but no, it is something that these two need to work on, because other than that, it has been very good stuff from both Reece and Brooke Guest as Keogh comes into bowl here to the aforementioned Brooke Guest. That one leading edge back to the bowler. Thankfully, there wasn't too much on that one.
No, that's just done him on drift there, isn't it? It's too full really to get the turn out of the surface, and it was just the drift that caused the leading edge. There's a big appeal for LBW. That looks close. Aaron, I think, gave it in the commentary box. Umpire says no, and he's the most important man to make these decisions. But that will encourage Northampton, even in this innings of 30, getting on for 31 overs now. There has been a lot, and I think Brooke Guest has got himself outside the line of that one. He advances, gets the ball on the full, chips it down over Ben Sanderson's head for 4 to finish the over. So Guest moves up to 26, and the score 72 for 1, and that boundary brings up the 50 partnership between Lewis Reece and Brooke Guest.
Yeah, a little bit of a loosener there from Rob Keogh and dispatched with disdainfully by Brooke Guest. He's made quite a bright start to proceedings here, albeit we are just 2 overs into day 2. But you can just see with the footwork, he dances down the track on that one. Is a positive start to the day, because yesterday was a case of building the foundation, wasn't it? It was the platform for day 2, and this is a massive day for Derbyshire. They have struggled in terms of those first innings, big totals, just 19 batting points so far in these first 11 matches. They've got the groundwork done, though, as opposed to Northampton, who lost all of those early wickets. If these two can get them past 100, 120, really lay a platform for that strong middle order, which contains the likes of Wayne Madsen, David Lloyd, Anuj Donald, Martin Anderson, Alex Thompson, you've got Zach Chappell. Chappell averages 26 in the championship this season. We could have a big score here if Northampton aren't controlled with their line and lengths, as Sanderson comes on to bowl his second over of the day. Worked out to Prithvi Shaw, and that was a lovely way to start yesterday, wasn't it, Dan? That first ball of the day, driven delightfully through the covers, and then after that, yeah, wicket.
Yeah, Derbyshire fans will be thrilled to bits to see Prithvi Shaw walk away for 4. I think cricket fans will always be just a little bit shortchanged when you haven't had the pleasure of watching Prithvi Shaw bat for an hour. And he hasn't really done it yet for Northampton in this stint this summer, which is a shame. As an appeal again from behind the stumps. No interest from Sanderson. But the time that he has spent at the crease, he is beyond. The word stylish doesn't do Prithvi Shaw justice when he's got a cricket bat in his hand. So, yeah, for him to only score 4 yesterday, absolutely brilliant by Derbyshire. Fantastic by Zach Chappell in particular to remove him for just 4. From a cricket fan's perspective, he'd be worth an admission fee alone.
He would be. He's regal. I think that's the word I'd use to describe Prithvi Shaw. Just a proper batter to watch as a fan of this wonderful game, as that one is handsomely left by Lewis Reece. Again, talking of style, I do like watching Reece at the crease. That rhymes as well. Fantastic use of wordplay there from myself. But there's just an elegance about his approach. And also, in this game, he's looked so comfortable, hasn't he? We've mentioned that in terms of certain players on this surface, they've been a little bit haphazard in terms of what they think the ball's going to do off of this wicket. He just looks in control. Every single delivery. Here is Ben Sanderson to Reece. Again on that one. Meets the bounce very aptly. Just pulls it out towards Yuzvendra Chahal, who I imagine we'll see a bit more later on. Hasn't warmed up just yet though, which is interesting.
He'll have a big part to play. Absolutely, he'll have a big part to play, and hopefully as well, he will just provide a bit of consistency to his skipper, which he wasn't able to do yesterday. He wasn't expensive by any stretch. He just went at threes, conceded 27 runs from 9 overs. But there was an element of Derbyshire not looking to attack yesterday in that final session as well. But they knew they didn't really. They knew they had one, maybe two at best, good Yuzvendra Chahal balls and over to negotiate, to survive, to play. They then also knew that there's going to be one that's going to be over pitch, so we can defend that one comfortably. There's going to be a shorter one. We can play that one into the leg side nicely. But he's going to have a big part to play. This wicket has turned. Those that didn't tune in yesterday would have missed out the lavish turn, really, that was on offer, particularly for the two Derbyshire spinners. So there's plenty in there. That heavy roller would have gone on it in between innings. As Brooke Guest drops that one into the offside for a single. Safe save, tidies that one up at cover point. End of the over with a single. 74 for 1 after 32. So that probably would have taken a little bit of life out of it. Bit of spice gone with that heavy roller just over it for 10 minutes in that interval. But that'll come back to life, won't it? And it's possibly just starting to do so.
Well, it is, and it's been a good start, this, hasn't it, from Sanderson and Keogh? I know they've gone for, 8 runs so far off the first 3, but in terms of the lines and lengths, they've been absolutely bang on the money so far, aside from that one loosener to Brooke Guest. But as you said, Chahal, he will be the X factor today. He hasn't had the best of starts in the Championship this season, just the 1 wicket at 113, but he can be that big game player as this ball is almost pushed out towards James Sales at short leg. One of my favourite positions in cricket, Dan, seeing a short leg. I still think you've got to be a very hardy character to go out there and play there as Guest drives this one through the covers. Will they come back for 2? No, they won't. That's some sharp fielding by the Northants captain, Luke Proctor. Trims it down to just 1, but I just think you've got to be so courageous, haven't you? I know you've got your pads, I know you've got the helmet, but if you get hit full blow on the body, I mean, that must sting. Really must sting. So fair play to James Sales for going under the lid as this one played defensively by Reece out towards backward point for no run.
Brave or youngest, I think, are probably the 2 qualifying criteria, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Are you the youngest lad in the squad? Yeah, get your shin pads on. Get the helmet down there as well. You'll be fine. Just don't come up too early. But interesting, James Sales is in there because he's a seam bowling all-rounder, isn't he? He batted number 4 for Northants yesterday. Offers an option with the ball. And you'd suggest that a seam bowling all-rounder probably requires most of their fingers. And maybe short leg's not the safest place to put one. But anyway, James Sales is there. That's a nice lap sweep by Reece. Takes his tally up to 45. Faced 100 balls exactly. Let's run away down towards the Spencer Lounge, the members' pavilion here at Northampton. Keogh again, just persisting with that flight, that drift, isn't he? Rather than that quick spin into the surface that we saw from Derbyshire yesterday. Oh, it's a beautiful response. Did that carry to Prithvi Shaw? I think it did. The way he's ringing his fingers there, I think he might have just got a finger underneath that. As it is, it's a couple of runs for Reece. There's been some appeals. There's been a couple of edges. Northants possibly starting to think cricket's against them today. 81 for 1 after 33 overs. Reece moves to 47.
Well, we'll take the replay here. Let's have a look at this one. Was a genuine edge, or just underneath the fingers of the diving Prithvi Shaw. Great delivery, though, from Rob Keogh. That's the kind of pace, isn't it? So I know that David Ripley mentioned that on comms yesterday about finding the pace of the wicket. And Alex Thompson found that very early on in his spell. There's a few ominous grey clouds circle overhead here at Wantage Road as Ben Sanderson prepares to get us back underway and bowls him. What an absolute jaffer that is from Ben Sanderson. Brooke Guest has to depart, and Northants have their first wickets on day 2.
It's a bit of medicine that Northants wanted, wasn't it, this morning? Well deserved as well, Ben Sanderson. That's starting his 10th over. He's conceded just 10 runs from the 9 with 3 maidens, and he's removed Brooke Guest's off dolly, goes cartwheeling back. We'll get the replay now. Just a little bit of movement, wasn't it? And Guest has just played around it, and he's gone for 28 off 75. And to be fair to Brooke Guest, with the seam movement on offer, the turn as well, 28 based on the scorecard that we've seen so far. Yes, it's not going to be one that he's going to want to write home about, but in the context of the game, to get Derbyshire to 81 for 2 in response to 219, it's a good hand and a good performance with Reece last night.
It is, and that's the key, isn't it? He played his role very nicely on day 1. That evening session saw them through to stumps. Look at the conditions. It's overcast. The ball is moving. There's lateral nip off of the wicket as well. It's very difficult out there to survive against Ben Sanderson in this kind of form and groove. And I think that was a decent innings. I'm a little bit sad because I wanted him to reach 50. But as a result of those 28, he has now reached 600 runs for the season. So, yeah, fair play to Brooke Guest. He did his role. He was the foil for Reece, and now entering the Coliseum is Wayne Madsen, Derbyshire's leading run scorer this season, 753 runs at 44.29, 2 centuries, 5 50-plus scores. If there was to be the wickets for Northants to get, it would be this man, one of the finest players to ever grace the modern county circuit.
Absolute run machine. Wayne Madsen, Sanderson, a wicket machine, goes to head. Oh, there's a big appeal, but I think it's too high and going down the leg side. You could see off stump as that ball hit the pad of Madsen. But that'll put the smile on Ben Sanderson's face. Wicket in the column, and then also a new man to bowl at. Yes, it's Wayne Madsen, but Ben Sanderson's got a few wickets to go with Wayne Madsen's runs. He won't mind.
Well, he won't. And this is one of the best battles in the 2nd division, isn't it? You've got the 3rd leading wicket taker in Ben Sanderson. He has now surpassed Toby Rowland-Jones, so no longer joint 3rd. That's a genuine edge. Oh, has that carried to Gus Miller? No, it hasn't. Just looking at the reaction. No, straight up, straight away. Good call there, Dan. Eagle-eyed as always. Yeah, you can just tell from the body language. But yeah, 3rd leading wicket taker versus Derbyshire's leading run scorer. And these are the kind of matchups that you live for as a cricket fan. 2 of the finest operators in county cricket right now. I would not take your eyes off of this one because Ben Sanderson is nipping the ball about all over the place. He induced the edge. Madsen drives him. And that will get the experienced South African off the mark in fine fashion with a neatly ran 2.
I think is that Ben Sanderson's 398th first-class wicket? I think that one of Brooke Guest.
Yes, he's inching ever closer, isn't he, to 400. What a career he's had for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. We had that chat, didn't we, with Rips yesterday about Rob Keogh being a fine servant. So too has Sando. Really has been an outstanding example, both on and off the field. He is one of the most skillful operators in Division 2. Here he is again to Madsen, really testing stuff this. It's been a fine opening spell from Ben Sanderson. It's exactly what Luke Proctor, his captain, would have wanted from his experienced seam bowler. I'm still not over that delivery. I'm really not. So to get that in what the 4th over of the day, 5th over of the day, absolutely astonishing stuff.
Yeah, got Prithvi Shaw just dropping out on the leg side to give Wayne Madsen potentially that single if Sanderson bowls this into the hip of Madsen. He doesn't. He hides outside off stump. It's going to be a dot ball to finish the 34th and a successful over, the first successful over of the morning for the home side. 83 for 2. wicket to four was of Derbyshire's wicket-keeper Brooke Guest, bowled by Ben Sanderson for 28, having faced 75 balls. And there is that edge from Madsen off his second delivery. It's funny, actually. I was walking back round from the other side, having filled my water bottle up this morning, and Wayne Madsen was having a hit with Derbyshire's batting coach, Ben Smith. And from a distance, there was a bit of deja vu there, in that there was an edge that went down towards the cordon, and Ben was said to Wayne, actually, I think you kind of played that the best way you possibly could there, and that's happened early doors for Madsen. Keogh continues. Lewis Reece on strike. He's on 47. So far, the linchpin of this innings. There's a short leg in place. There's a first slip as well. Keogh really persisting with that full length, that drift into the body of Lewis Reece. He picks up the single, moves himself to 48. Wayne Madsen's first look at spin and Rob Keogh. Keogh did pick up 5 wickets against Derbyshire at Derby in the reverse fixture, which saw that kind of final over, final day, final session thriller. Derbyshire hung on to a draw, 9 down.
What a game of cricket that was, by the way. One of the best contests in the second division so far this summer. We do just have a little bit of administration and organisation there from Northants. Getting good areas this from Rob Keogh. Exactly the kind of line and length that you want as an off-spinner, keeping these Derbyshire batters true, making them play the ball on its merits. Let's see what he's got in store for Madsen here. Well, Madsen's such a strong player of the sweep. We mentioned it yesterday, didn't we, about his background, played international hockey for South Africa. Imagine that he had quite a mean wrist shot during his playing days, and in terms of the sweep, is one of the most proficient and most capable players of that shot in the county circuit. Keogh again then to Lewis Reece. So resolute and solid in his defences, Lewis Reece. Again, it's that comfort that I touched upon earlier. Just looks like he's got so much time at the crease.
Yeah, he's just feels like he's read the script really well here, hasn't he? Just doesn't need to take a risk. Obviously, Derbyshire have got the big positive in the fact that they bowled Northamptonshire out inside 2 sessions yesterday, so there was so much time left in the game. And yes, the weather forecast on the last 3 days, it says there's sunshine and there's clouds and there's showers and there might be some snow and some hail, and I mean, who knows what we're going to get, but you can't ever take that into consideration when you're going about playing this game. It's yes, okay, the forecast says one thing, but you can't go, oh well, we better get on with this because we might lose an hour here or there. And Lewis Reece has played his hands perfectly. You wouldn't really have asked him to do anything different, I don't think. 48 off 105 balls, absorbed a lot of pressure last night against some high quality spin bowling against Ben Sanderson as well. Sanderson's got Madsen in his sights though as he continues from the David Capel end. That ball just swinging from the hand into the body of Madsen.
And interestingly there, he advanced down the wicket slightly. It's not too much. It wasn't a big dash per se, but just trying to close down that angle, make sure that Sanderson can't extract that late swing here. This really is a gripping opening spell. This is why we love the county championship. Top quality bowlers versus very capable batting options, as again Madsen using those feet. Almost leans into that one in some ways.
You see it a fair bit against Ben Sanderson just to try and negate the movement that he can extract. Sometimes I see Lewis McManus decide to go up to the stumps to Ben Sanderson just to try and trap that batter into the crease. Whether he will today or not, I don't know, with the movement that is on offer. A little bit of bounce as well that was there yesterday. Might be a little bit too tricky to do so. It's nicely played by Madsen off the back foot, just working it up to Rob Keogh at mid-on. Collects the ball, starts working on that Kookaburra straight away. Looking after it. That's the positive, actually. This ball that Northants have used. Derbyshire, yes, been watchful, been diligent, been patient. They've gone at 2.2, 2.3. This ball hasn't been hit anywhere really. So if that ball's been looked after well and nicely by Northants, which I'm sure it would have done, yes, it's 35 overs old, but it's going to be a good-looking 35-over-old ball. As we see Sanderson just run that back into Wayne Madsen again, who plays that off the back foot. Defends it back into the offside. Luke Proctor this time putting the work on the Kookaburra. But it's not like it's been carted around all over the place. Yes, it's been bowled with Keogh and with Chahal and might have gripped into the surface a little bit, but it's not crashed into the boundary boards. It's not been middled too many times. The shine's not been taken off of it. So Ben Sanderson, having been thrown that 30-over-old ball this morning, I'm sure wouldn't have been too upset that he would have been given it. The change of the field, third slip has gone into a catching mid-wicket. And leaves that one alone through to McManus. So we've got two catching mid-wickets for Wayne Madsen in Yuzvendra Chahal. He is the straighter of the two, and then Justin Broad's the squarer of the two. Prithvi Shaw is down on the boundary at deep square leg. We've got Gus Miller and James Sales at first and second slip, respectively. Sabe just behind point on the offside. Luke Proctor at a very wide mid-off, and then Rob Keogh at mid-on. That's a big inside edge. Well fielded by Justin Broad. Lewis Reece interested in that single. Justin Broad is a fantastic fielder. Dives on that, stops it one-handed. Make sure those two Derbyshire batters don't cross. A maiden for Sanderson. 1 for 12 off 11 overs for Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, outstanding stuff. It's exactly what the Northamptonshire doctor would have ordered this morning. It's been a fine spell, this, from Ben Sanderson, as you'd expect. And for these two, they're experienced batters at the crease. Lewis Reece is the set batsman of the two, 48 from 105. Madsen, though, so much experience, really has had a glittering career for Derbyshire over the season. So there won't be any panic. There shouldn't be any hesitancy between these two. They've been here, they've done it before. But it's certainly been a bright start to the day for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, as this one is worked down towards that vacant fine leg region. Lewis Reece will come back for two, and that is a very fine way to bring up a brilliant half-century for Lewis Reece. Given the conditions, given the tough nature of this pitch, this really has been an excellent innings from Lewis Reece, his third 50 of the season. He also is nearing that 600 run tally for the County Championship in 2024. Well batted, Lewis Reece. Really has been a good effort, this, from the Derbyshire opener as he drives this one firmly back to Rob Keogh. Born in Taunton, of course, grew up in the northwest, used to play for Blackpool Cricket Club, did Lewis Reece, Dan. And as I am reliably informed, every time I see my girlfriend, her dad, John Corns, coached him at Blackpool. That's a great delivery from Rob Keogh. Makes Lewis Reece play that one. No bat on ball on that occasion. And that is pocketed sharply by Lewis McManus. He's a very nice man off the field, is Lewis Reece. So again, this one, nice areas from Rob Keogh, slightly wider on that one. Makes Lewis Reece just watch it go behind as opposed to flashing the blade at it. Keogh again then. This one played on the back foot by Lewis Reece. Nice little battle actually emerging between these two as well. I know we've spoken about the matchup between Madsen and Sanderson, but again, the right arm finger spin versus the left-handed bat of Lewis Reece really is some gripping stuff, as that brings an end to a decent over for Northants, just the 2 runs coming from it. Keogh with the figures of none for 27 from his 9 overs, and at the end of the 37th, Derbyshire move on to a score of 87 for 2.
Yeah, it was a bit of a freebie by Keogh, wasn't it? First ball of the over, just to allow Lewis Reece to run that down to final leg to bring up his 50. A deserved 50, as you said, Aaron. But then the 5 after that just settled in really nicely to that length. That line in particular didn't allow Lewis Reece to just milk Rob Keogh of any further runs. It's going to be Ben Sanderson to continue from the David Capel end. Still the 2 slips in place for Wayne Madsen and the 2 catchers round the corner in at mid-wickets. They think that's a real ploy to get rid of the experienced South African. Defends that one into the offside.
Yeah, still an aggressive field here for North. I love the use of the 2 mid-wickets. I really do. I saw that at Trent Bridge the other week, something which Rory Burns utilises for Surrey. And just as I say that, they take one of them out. Are we having a short leg in? Yes, James Sales coming back under the lid then. So it will still be 2 slips, Justin Broad operating in that second slip region. Here is Sanderson in to Madsen. That one driven firmly back past the bowler. No stopping those ones. That is a fine way for Wayne Madsen to bring up his first boundary here on day 2.
He's a quality cricketer, isn't he?
So good.
Change of field. Sanderson, you wouldn't really have said over pitch there either, to be honest. Maybe Madsen just had a little shuffle. He's batting outside of his crease, which Sanderson, I'm sure, is aware of, but just lent on it, didn't he? Just an on drive. One of the nicest shots in the book there, straight down the ground, all along the carpet. That one, Sanderson drags that length back a touch, doesn't want to be driven twice in 2 balls. Madsen just defends off his tiptoes. Chahal picks the ball up. 37.5 overs. This is Sanderson's 12th. Other seam bowling options for Luke Proctor and Northants would be Justin Broad. He bowled 4 overs, picked up the wicket for Harry Kane yesterday, 1 for 16. Luke Proctor himself, he just conceded 1 run from the 3 overs that he bowled yesterday afternoon, yesterday evening even. Dom Leech, who we haven't seen appear in the game yet. We did obviously bat for a while with safe save at the end. Gus Miller would be an option. And then James, the man under the lid at short leg, would be another seam bowling option. But I don't know. I dare say Sanderson, once this spell's done, do you think it's the seamer, or do you think Luke Proctor goes to Chahal? Does he goes to the big ticket?
I think they keep seam, personally. Just watching how Sanderson is getting some movement, some nip off of this surface, I do think it would be wise to go 1 spin, 1 seam. And I think you mentioned this yesterday, actually, didn't you, Dan, in terms of the 2 ends? Usually, I know we saw spin from both ends yesterday, but the Lynn Wilson centre end is the more predominant one here at Wantage Road for the use of finger spin or wrist spin. So, yeah, I imagine for the time being, just looking at what Ben Sanderson is crafting here, that Luke Proctor might just keep on a seam bowler from that David Capel end, as this one is defended back up towards mid-on. And that will be the end of over number 38, at the end of which Derbyshire 91 for 2. The deficit now 128, which, if these 2 can stay at the crease for a while, will be eaten into rather rapidly.
Yeah, you said yesterday you used the classic cliche, didn't you? And you said the first hour is key. We've had half of it. Derbyshire have lost 1 wicket. They've added, what have they added? What were they? 25 runs. Pretty even Stevens in that first half an hour.
It is, yeah. And it was a big wicket as well to get, because even though Guest wasn't scoring runs freely, he was set. He was getting more and more comfortable as that innings progressed. So it was a great delivery from Ben Sanderson as Rob Keogh again tests out the solid defence of Lewis Reece. But it is, I know it's so cliche, but this first hour was always going to be crucial. How would Northants come out after having a disappointing first day? And to be honest, Dan, they've come out actually firing. They look up for this. The body language is good in the field. Yes, they've allowed a couple of 2s, but every single ball is being hounded down. I mentioned that energy in the field, especially as a bowler, you can feed off of that. So crucial. Again, Keogh likes that delivery. Decent area, and watched behind by Reece for a dot ball. And that brings about a change in field, a silly point now in front of the grill of the Derbyshire opener. Here is Keogh into Reece again. Well, it's almost deja vu. It's the same area, and watched behind to the wicketkeeper by Reece. Really good battle emerging here, but Keogh just needs to keep that area because there is a lot of open space on that onside, especially down fine leg. Got deep backward squaring. He can't be going too straight on this one. Good delivery from Keogh once more. And I know we've spoken about the confidence of the batting options, Dan, but the confidence of the bowlers as well. They are two of the more experienced stalwarts of this Northants team. So Reece looks to work that out off the pads. Will be a dot ball, maiden over for Rob Keogh. So he now has none for 27 from his 10 overs. That score will remain 91 for 2. But these two have set the tone very nicely for the hosts. And now it's just a case of those change bowlers, whether it is Justin Broad with that natural movement, whether it is Yuzvendra Chahal as your overseas, or even Luke Proctor, the captain himself. You've also got James Sales and Gus Miller. There's options here, but they've got to back each other up. Because if there is a big partnership, this game very easily could slip away from Northamptonshire. And that was the problem yesterday with the batting. It was a lack of those partnerships. Aside from that 71-run stand between Justin Broad and Saif Saib, most of the partnerships were low 20s. I know a couple almost surpassed 30, but it's just a case of wickets in bunches. Here is Ben Sanderson then from the David Capel ends. Again, testing that area just outside off stump. Wayne Madsen nodding along after that. I think he appreciated just how good that delivery was. You just can't take your eyes off this so far. Really is some pulsating stuff. And a wonderful start to day 2. Be great if it carries on like this.
So close, isn't it, to that outside edge of Madsen. And as you say, noddingly acknowledges how good of a delivery that was from Ben Sanderson.
Well, it was. And here's Sanderson again. He's causing all sorts of problems here for Madsen. Beats him all ends up. The ball eventually squirms out to Saif Saib out there at backward point for 1 run. I know you mentioned Zach Chappell having his Weetabix yesterday morning. I think Ben Sanderson has had his on day 2. Really is getting all sorts off of this surface as he comes around the wickets into the left-handed Reece. We'll have a slight change of field.
Hasn't bowled a lot to Reece this morning, has he, Ben Sanderson? Ben Sanderson to left-handers is normally a pretty good matchup for Ben, so he won't be upset the fact that these two have changed ends. Got the 3 slips in place. Reece just does not appear to be prepared to crack here, does he?
No.
He is not going to get bored.
No, it's an impregnable defence put up by Reece so far, but that's what he has to do. These conditions are difficult. This wicket is tough. We mentioned that the fact that Northants got 219 might be a good score. It's one of those surfaces which you're not entirely sure which way it's going to go. So let's see what Reece can manufacture here. Another leave against Ben Sanderson, operating on that almost 5th stump line at the moment, trying to bring Reece across, and then, as we've seen on many an occasion in Sanderson's illustrious career, he'll just nip one back, potentially bring the LBW into play. But certainly has got some protection on this onside. He's got a long leg in. Yuzvendra Chahal also operating in a backward square leg position, slightly deep on that boundary. Here is Sanderson again to Reece, a bit of a bouncer. First time we've seen the short ball being employed today. We didn't see too many bouncers yesterday, come to think of it. There was that vicious one, wasn't there, from Zach Chappell, which bounced very, very high.
Yeah.
And it was actually called a no ball, actually, if memory serves me correctly. But other than that, not too many shorts. It has been either that good length or the full length, a couple of Yorkers as well.
Yeah, I think they've learned pretty quickly there's not much value in banging it in halfway down. She said that one from Chappell was a real kind of welcome to Justin Broad, wasn't it? And it was too short, and it went miles over Justin Broad's head. Sanderson's bowled a couple, I think one of which was probably just to get out the over, maybe try and get a change of ends, get somebody else to bowl at. But yeah, they've been few and far between. But when you've got that lateral movement, that little bit of seam movement, bit of swing from the hand as well for Sanderson, why would you?
Exactly. It's what you relish, isn't it? As a seam bowler, English conditions, a wicket which is conducive to seam at the moment. Really is a seam bowler's dream out there in the middle. But Derbyshire surviving for the time being, 92 for 2. It's been a cautious start to proceedings here on day 2. But then again, they have that luxury, which is time. And conditions will change. We have got a little bit of rain forecasted later, but we have also got some passages of glorious sunshine, which we're looking forward to a little bit later on. So they've just got to play this intelligently, have Derbyshire. And so far, to be honest, they have done that, because when you compare the two scores, Derbyshire 92 for 2, Northamptonshire 89 for 6, and in all sorts of trouble at this stage. So it's been a much better start here for the visitors as Madsen rocks onto the back foot. They call for a quick single. Good running there from Lewis Reece. Got the call in very early, and it was met by his partner, Wayne Madsen. So again, that short leg being implemented for the South African. And for Lewis Reece, he will have a silly point with Chahal coming in as a catching mid-wicket. And as soon as I say that, he's moved him to short leg. It's twice now that Luke Proctor has changed the field whilst I've been commentating on his field placement.
I was just about to say, you'll get one right in a minute. You keep sticking at it, and you'll get one. You'll definitely get one eventually.
It's unbelievable. He keeps on shifting them every over at this rate. Here we go then. Keogh into Lewis Reece. Oh, that's a really good ball, and it's been given. Rob Keogh gets the huge wickets of Lewis Reece. It was a fine 50, but his stay at the crease has come to an end. Great bit of bowling from Rob Keogh. Sustained periods of pressure. Dot balls building up, and the pressure tells on Derbyshire County Cricket Club. The visitors 93 for 3 in the 41st over here at Wantage Road.
Brilliant by Keogh as we get the replay up on screen. Just, yeah, he's bowled that ball 5 times in his last over to Lewis Reece. Lewis Reece has left a few of them. He's defended a few of them. Keogh's just landed that one in the absolute perfect spot, which Lewis Reece would have been muddled there, whether he was to leave it, whether he was to defend it. I don't think he could have done much more than that, to be honest with you. He's covered that up nicely. It's just turned, it's bit into this surface. It's turned away from Lewis Reece, as we've seen throughout the course of this first class fixture so far. And it turned just enough to take the outside edge of Lewis Reece. Good take by Lewis McManus behind the stumps as well. Keogh's got his first. Northampton now have 2 in the first hour. 93 for 3. Could this key first hour, one more maybe for Northants? Could it be Northants on top? Well, not on top, but could it be Northants that have won that first hour?
Well, it could be. You never know, because we did see the wicket yesterday. It was Proctor who fell, and from 25 for 1, Northants fell to 89 for 6. So all it takes is for a wicket or two. You look at these last 2 wickets. Derbyshire were 81 for 1. They're now 93 for 3. And it's all come as a result of consistent bowling, accurate bowling, some innovative fields and good placements from the captain, Luke Proctor. And his bowlers have backed it. Let's face it, both Keogh and Sanderson have done a great job here, as David Lloyd, the Derbyshire captain, comes to the middle. 441 runs for the Derbyshire skipper in the championship so far. No centuries as of yet, as that ball is shovelled away to Yuzvendra Chahal. Fields that one smartly. But no centuries as of yet. Has hit 350s though, which includes a high score of 60. So Lloyd is a more than capable batting option. And he'll be relishing this, to be honest. You know, we speak about captains and leading from the front. He was a natural leader at Glamorgan. Also that kind of character, I imagine, in that Derbyshire dressing room. He'll enjoy a game like this, as will Anuj Donald. Intrigued to see how he treats this one. Again, great areas this from Rob Keogh, causing all sorts of problems for the Derbyshire batters. And as you can see, or hear on the feed, nice warm round of applause there for Rob Keogh. Just the one run, the big wickets of Reece, the set Derbyshire opener. And at the end of the 41st, the visitors are 93 for 3.
Tough to start. Tough to start. Madsen has faced 22 deliveries now. I don't necessarily know. Reece did look very, very good for those 123 balls. But this morning, just don't know if this is a pitch that you're ever in on.
And if that's the case, how do you go about batting on it?
Oh, I'm not qualified to answer that question, Aaron, but it's just something that you kind of think, well, Reece has looked amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Keogh's landed one in the right place. It's nipped the outside edge and gone, thanks very much. On a pitch that maybe wasn't offering as much, and you do get in on, does that not turn quite as much, maybe? I don't know. Don't know. It was a good bit of bowling by Keogh and well-deserved reward. And we got a change of bowling as well from the David Capel end. We're going to get our first look at Dom Leech in this fixture. With one outside the off stump. So can Dom Leech, the loanee from Yorkshire, who is signed a permanent contract for the start of 2025, can he back up Ben Sanderson's work this morning? Finished with figures 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 17 for Ben Sanderson.
It's just incredible, isn't he?
They don't sound real, do they?
No.
You say that out loud.
It's just, we need to invent some more superlatives in the English language for Ben Sanderson. It's remarkable. And that's the word that I describe as Dom Leech then charging in with purpose here, strays it down the leg side. And we were bang on in terms of the analysis there then. So they will keep spin and seam. I think it's a decent combination. At the moment, it's one which has bore fruit in these early stages on day 2. Of course, it was the seam of Sanderson removing Brooke Guest with the score on 81. And then that most recent wicket, Rob Keogh, with a very sharp delivery into the left-handed Reece, which was pouched by Lewis McManus. Here is Leech again, then worked out towards square leg. There's a bit of a chase on for the fielder here. Will he reach it? No, he will not. Well, that was a smart shot off the pads of Wayne Madsen, a shot which he usually does very well. We've seen plenty of those in his fine career. Just look at the slight bit of flair as well afterwards. Really stylish operator is Wayne Madsen, making that look easy. So Derbyshire 97 for 3, approaching 3 figures. I still think they'll be the happier of the two sides in the bigger picture. The deficit just 122. But they just need a big partnership. And we saw that yesterday with Guest and Reece, but this morning, both of those guys are gone. Here is Leech again then, into Madsen, who tries to drill that through mid-wickets. That will be no run there for the South African, 13 from 26.
This line that Dom Leech has started on is, I don't know whether you noticed there, but James Sales has just gone out of short leg and gone into a more orthodox mid-wicket. So Leech is bowling very, very straight here into the pads of Madsen, which has meant that Proctor there has had to lose one of his attacking fielders. James Sales has gone out from under the helmet to just a position to save that boundary. That's a better delivery from Dom Leech, a better line to start with. Still shaping into Madsen, wasn't it? But those previous 4 before that they started too straight and they just drifted into the pads, which will work through mid-wicket. So hopefully Dom Leech can just settle into that line and Luke Proctor can then have that conversation about bringing James Sales back in under the helmet, keep that pressure on.
Most certainly. Well, he's going very attacking, isn't he, here, Dom Leech? Trying to angle it in towards the middle stump of Wayne Madsen. But how can Madsen respond here then? Well, he defends on that occasion. Good delivery that from Dom Leech. Well, aside from that third ball. It was actually a decent over. Yes, he sprayed the second delivery slightly down leg, but a decent start that's for the Northamptonshire seam bowler. At the end of the 42nd over, Derbyshire move on to a score of 97 for 3 as the sun makes another appearance here in the East Midlands. I feel like I might need to put my sunglasses on in a second.
Treat yourself, Aaron. It's going to be one of those days today. I think it's one of those days that you just stop looking at the weather forecast.
No, it's going to be quite random, isn't it?
We'll get what we get because the cloud's moving so quickly across the top of the ground here.
Here is Keogh then drilled back to the bowler by David Lloyd. Yet to get off the mark from his first 4 deliveries, but again, one of those cricketers who can just go bang, bang, bang. Very powerful and destructive hitter of the cricket ball is David Lloyd. Being kept on his toes here, though, by Rob Keogh, who's made a fine start to proceedings here on home soil. So it's Keogh again, this one pushed forward by David Lloyd. Lovely bit of background information about David Lloyd. When he captained Glamore, he was the first North Walian, which is the correct name for them. For those from North Wales, is the first North Walian to captain the club since Wilf Wooler in the 1940s. So I mentioned that leadership. I mentioned the fact that he's quite an attacking cricketer. Likes to go out there and give it a bish bash bosh at times. But he really does lead from the front, as he will get off the mark there with a clip off the hips. Out towards Gus Miller, a little bit of a misfield, but is thrown back. No further damage done, so score now moves on to 98 for 3.
Play that shot with that bit of risk, don't you? James Sales just lurking round the corner by...
Well, that was a smart reverse sweep, wasn't it, from Wayne Madsen? Goes out to the fielder, though, so that will just be 1 run. Yeah, I think that is the word, Dan, isn't it? Lurking. He's just patrolling, hovering around his James Sales. Any mistakes will be gobbled up with no second chances needed. Let's see how Keogh can round out this over then. He's bowling to David Lloyd. It goes for the sweep shot. Huge appeal and given. Wraps him on the pads. LBW. Rob Keogh has his 2nd wicket here of the morning session. A morning session which ball by ball is heading in favour of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Derbyshire were 66 for 1 at stumps. They're now 99 for 4. And this really has been an excellent opening spell from the right arm finger spin of Rob Keogh. It was plumb in front. Premeditated sweep shot from David Lloyd. He looked a little bit frustrated with that straight away. And to the surprise of absolutely nobody here in the grounds, umpire straight away gives that out. So a fine end to the over there for Rob Keogh. He now has 2 for 30 from his 12 overs. And from a real position of dominance, you could say, Derbyshire now just beginning to teeter ever so slightly. As one Welsh cricketer departs, another enters the fray. Anuj Donald from South Wales. He used to play his cricket for Gosainen in the South Wales Premier League. Was a stalwart at Glamorgan. Then played for Hampshire. Now finds himself in the East Midlands at Derbyshire County Cricket Club. And in terms of his season, 457 runs. He's averaging 28.56. No centuries for the time being, but he has surpassed 50 on 3 occasions. And for anybody who has seen Anuj Donald before, you know this guy hits a long ball. He can absolutely clobber that piece of leather out of Wantage Road, as we see the replay here from that last dismissal of David Lloyd. What did you make of that shot, Dan, given the situation?
It was successful, wasn't it? It was successful for Safe and Justin Broad yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad option as Wayne Madsen turns that around the corner. So that will be the 100 runs up for Derbyshire. Comes up in the 44 over. Moves Madsen on to 15.
certainly not a bad option. One that was successful yesterday against spin. You have to go out there to try and score runs. As you said, 1 down for 60 odd overnight, actually now 4 down and still trailing by 119 on a pitch that Rob Keogh is just settling into. We know we've got Chahal to come back. We know we've got save if that's an option. The seam seems to be effective. Seems to be, that's good English, isn't it? But that is working better today than what it was yesterday. You have to go out there and score runs. David Lloyd thought that was the right thing to do. Keogh, I think, probably just went a touch straighter, drifted away into the pads of David Lloyd. And yeah, not much hesitation from the umpire there. And I don't think David Lloyd was too upset by the decision either.
No, I don't think there was an argument to be made, to be honest. It looked plumb in front, crashing into middle and leg. Good bit of bowling, though, from Keogh, because he's dragged him out wide in previous deliveries. It's the classical setup, isn't it, for a finger spinner, and just fires one in a little bit straighter. I didn't mind the option taken from Lloyd. It was just the execution on that instance. As Tom Leech cuts it through, and Anuj Donald, will it be stopped? No, it won't. Races away for 4, beats the despairing dive of Prithvi Shaw there, wearing the number 100. And this really has been a fascinating start to the day, hasn't it? Felt like yesterday was a little bit more of a slow burner. This has been pedal to the metal straight away. Good delivery that from Tom Leech.
As you said, I think you highlighted it really well with you mentioned about the body language of Northants this morning, that they came out with their tails up and they wanted to take this fight back to Derbyshire, and they've done exactly that over the last 55 minutes.
It's been brilliant cricket.
And that cliche of, well, the first hour's key. If Derby hadn't lost a wicket here, that fight, those tails for Northants probably wouldn't be as elevated as what they were at 10:30 this morning. As it is, Northants still will caveat it with a lot of work to do. That first innings score of 219 doesn't normally set you up to guarantee you wins, does it, in first-class cricket? But they've certainly got their tails up, and they'll be up slightly more than where they were 55 minutes ago.
Certainly will, as this ball is clipped very, very nicely by Anuj Donald through mid-wickets. It's a shot that he plays with great composure, and that one is executed rather excellently by the Welshman. Great boundary there for Derbyshire, relieves a little bit of pressure here. 9 runs coming from the over so far. Donald has 8 of them. I did mention that beforehand. Such a dynamic and attacking cricketer. Runs at times it is to his detriment. He does get out to some rather soft dismissals, but when he's on it, Anuj Donald really is an excellent cricketer to watch. How can Leech respond? Well, that one works its way out to short mid-wickets, and that will bring us to an end to the 44th over. Derbyshire 108 for 4, Madsen on 15, Donald on 8. The deficit 111, and at this stage, Dan, it has to be said, even though it wasn't a big first innings score by any stretch of the imagination, that deficit, if another wicket falls with, I don't know, the margin around 100, suddenly it seems a lot bigger, doesn't it? Even though Derbyshire have plenty of batting in the forms of Martin Anderson, Alex Thompson, and Zach Chappell still remaining. Yeah,
I completely agree with you. I think the other thing here as well is how long can Luke Proctor get Dom Leech to settle into this spell?
Well, that is a brilliant shot. That will race away for 4. Great use of the feet, wasn't it, from Wayne Madsen. Placed spin so well. We mentioned about his strength on the sweep shot. This time, utilising the footwork. Noticed that Keogh was going a lot straighter. Just chips it out to that vacant mid-wicket region for 4 runs. Great shots from Madsen. And he's that kind of cricketer, a little bit like Joe Root as he plays this one off the back foot. You see him walk out to the crease. You might look at your phone. You might read a book. And then you look up 20, 30 minutes later, he's on 20 runs, or 50, usually in Wayne Madsen's case. Such a prolific run scorer. forced on the defensive back to Keogh in this instance, though. I don't know how he does it. The consistency really is astonishing. I know I mentioned that with Ben Sanderson with his wicket-taking abilities. But every single season, you look at that Derbyshire batting lineup, and he is the man, isn't he? Still at this stage of his career. And it's just staggering consistency. The kind of cricketer that you dream of playing alongside, and that is a dreamy shot from Wayne Madsen, slightly overpitched by Rob Keogh, met on the full, and Wayne Madsen is not hanging around here, just accelerating that scoring rate. Said it there, he loves facing spin. A full-blooded flash of the blade flows through the covers for 4. Good shots from the Derbyshire number 4.
Derbyshire just trailed by 103 now. When David Lloyd went, it was about 120. They've quickly chalked off 17 runs here into this, and that's going to be another one, isn't it? As Keogh just drops his length down. It's kind of half pulled off the shin of Madsen for a single down to safe save at deep square. Northants can't afford to lose control of this game, because if they lose control of this game and if another couple of overs of these go by and Derbyshire tick along at 8s, maybe 6s, you chalk off another 18, 20 runs, your 102 run deficit turns into an 82 run deficit, and that's an entirely different conversation, isn't it? Can Dom Leech here provide Luke Proctor even a fraction of the consistency that Ben Sanderson did earlier this morning? We're not going to expect the same from Dom Leech. Very, very young, very early in his career in comparison to Ben Sanderson. I mentioned Sanderson's 398 first-class wickets. Dom Leech, I don't know, Dom Leech, how many would he have? 11 first-class wickets to his name. Just needs to get that line right, doesn't he? Because he really is bowling into the body, into the pads of Madsen. It's proving to be fairly sociable for these two Derbyshire batters just to work this through the leg side. There's a catcher, Rob Keogh is in there, short mid-wicket, just on pitch that's covered up. I suspect that'll be the pitch that will be used next week in the championship fixture against Leicestershire. James Sales, say the man that's been at short leg for pretty much most of the morning, just finds himself an orthodox mid-wicket as well, providing that little bit of cover, that bit of security for Leech as he forges his way into his Northants career. Surprised that he went with Dom Leech? Justin Broad, 7 for Luke Proctor himself, maybe a little bit more experience, or do you feel like you have to get Dom Leech into the game?
I think you do at this stage. I think it's a good part of the contest to bring in as well. Although I do feel a bit of a Justin Broad, because he did look very dangerous, especially yesterday evening, was getting that natural movements. Got the wicket as well, didn't he, of Harry Kane? So yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it, for Luke Proctor? And I imagine that is a decision which he's taken a bit of time to mull over. But no, I quite like the fact that Dom Leech is bowling here. He's a bit more of a skiddy operator. And at this stage of the game, he could just get you a wicket. And that will be gold dust for Northants. Here is Leech then into Madsen, keeps him true. And there is that skiddy nature.
Yeah,
I was talking about that one, keeping slightly lower, whereas Broad with that natural height produces a bit more bounce. But he does get that ball to hoop around. So
importantly there, those last two much better lines from Dom Leech. Derbyshire can't just work that one off the pads into the leg side for an easy single. There is the movement still. It is still swinging into the body through the air, off the pitch as well. A little bit of movement for Leech, but just can't go too straight. So gone too wide this time. Width on offer, and Madsen is not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. A half volley outside off stump. There's a big gap through cover. Says thank you very much. And you mentioned that kind of Joe Root comparison. You look up and Wayne Madsen's on 28. 28 off 41. I think he was 8 off about 22 at a point as well. He's just really accelerated.
Just one of the finest cricketers to watch on the county circuit. Drives this one a little bit more aerially. Just look at the style, the flair, the elan, the majesty of Wayne Madsen. Just a real fan favourite, whether you're of a Derbyshire persuasion, even if you're watching him bat against your team. There's just an appreciation, there's a respect for Wayne Madsen, which I think is echoed across the entirety of the county circuit. He's been such a loyal servant to this club. It was brilliant when he came in as an overseas back in the early 2010s, and I don't know how he does it, because it's not just in county championship cricket. He'll do it in one-day cricket, he'll do it in T20 cricket as well. He's consistently one of their leading run scorers in the T20 Blast. And the shots that he possesses, so strong on the sweep, has a crunching cover drive, flicks off the hip very proficiently. He also has a scoop shot as well. I'm not sure we'll see that in this situation.
Not yet, not yet.
Not yet. Maybe if a lead is procured by Derbyshire, but really is one of the best to watch as that ball cannons into the toes of James Sales in its short leg.
Yeah, Keogh continues from, what are you pointing? Oh, you're pointing
Chahal
at
is warming up.
Chahal getting loose. It's either going to be an end of a spell for Rob Keogh, who has bowled brilliantly this morning. It's into his 14th over. He would have bowled 9 straight. At the finish of this one, picked up 2 wickets this morning as well. Oh, and Appeal, I think there's an inside edge on that one. Into pad. Well, 2 very exciting bits of bowling there. Inside edge onto the pad with half an appeal. The one that hit James Sales in the shin pads on the full for Anuj Donald, who advances down. It's a big inside edge, gets it past Sales, past Chahal, picks up the single. So Keogh will bowl at Madsen for the final 2 deliveries. I think Dom Leech will come back, I think. 3 overs, no maidens, none for 17. I think you have to look to pull him out of the attack there fairly early, whilst there is obviously such a small first innings total to play around with. And if Yuzvendra Chahal can provide you with that bit of consistency, just go at 3s. Worst case scenario, go at 3s for a couple of overs. Then that just tightens it all back up again. But I'm sure those last handful of overs from Northampton just allowed Derbyshire to relax a little bit more again. Trailed by just 97 now. Oh, it's not far away. A diving Prithvi Shaw. Madsen with a very, very late cut for 4 through what would have been a second slip. It was played deliberately. It wasn't an edge. And a diving Prithvi Shaw just couldn't catch up with it, but a chance. Questions being asked by the off spin of Rob Keogh. An outstretched Prithvi. Slightly longer arms. And we would have maybe seen one of the best catches of the year so far. And Dom Leech, as I expected, has been taken out of the attack by his captain, Luke Proctor. The experiment didn't work. There was a bit of movement, but as I say, I think the line was just too straight, wasn't it, from the new seamer? And it is going to be Yuzvendra Chahal from the David Capel and the leg spinner, the Indian leg spinner, international cricketer, a man that's been capped 150 times by the BCCI in ODI and T20 cricket. RCB's leading IPL wicket taker, which I learned yesterday. So thank you for sharing that gem of knowledge. Not played a great deal of first-class cricket, but 9 overs, no maidens, none for 27 yesterday. Are we going to get that magic spell from Chahal here for Northants?
I certainly hope so, Dan, as a fan of RCB. Here is Chahal then. First one is an attempted sweep from Donald. It was a sharply turning leg break. Turned past the outside edge of the right-handed bats. And that is pocketed by Lewis McManus for a dot ball. Nice bit of drift and turn there for Yuzvendra early on. Let's see what he can do. Second ball. Goodness me, that one has kept a little bit low. This is better from Chahal. Donald, as we know, is a counter-attacking batter. He'll go out there, he'll try and give it a biff. And this will bring Yuzvendra Chahal, the spin wizard, into the game here for Northamptonshire. Well, that's a big sweep. Big connection from Anuj Donald goes all the way for 6. And we said it before, Dan, this is what his game is about, trying to take the spinner out of the equation early on in this spell.
I don't think it'll upset Chahal, though. He went big slog sweep off the first ball, didn't connect. Second one kept a little bit low. Donald on the third attempt picked up the big slog sweep over mid-wickets, brought about a change in the field straight away. Chahal does not want to see that happen again. Fielders making their way out towards the T20 bar that's currently being deconstructed.
Suggests to me that he's going to bowl quite straight then. 2-9 Donalds. He does bowl that one very straight, in fact. Just angling in for that middle and off kind of channel.
Yep, cue ended that time by Anuj Donald as he goes for the sweep again. Seems to be the tactic of choice here for the Welshman. One shorter of length, which is defended off the back foot. James Sales back under the lid. In on the leg side. I wonder whether that man down on the boundary there does deter Anuj Donald for that slog sweep again. Well, certainly doesn't deter him from the sweep. And Q ends it once more. Chahal asking questions. Good over for both, I think. There 6 runs off it for Derbyshire. That big slog sweep down towards the groundsman's sheds and garages and huts. And a couple of Q enders, one that kept low, one that beat the sweep as well. So an interesting passage of play. You're going to get spin from both ends as Rob Keogh, as you'd expect, takes the jumper and the cap off and continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
You see, I love this. As a fan of spin bowling, Dan, I'm all for this. Really am. Finger spin from one end, wrist spin from the other. Testing conditions, a wicket which has provided some assistance for the spin bowlers and the seamers at times. Really has been a fantastic, hour and 10 minutes? It's absolutely flown by. It's been a great start here on day 2 as that one from Donald is carved away off the back foot. Chase on here for Luke Proctor through the covers.
It's been a real, I guess it's such a noticeable change of pace since Anuj Donald has walked out to the middle, isn't it?
Yeah, 15 from 15. Even Madsen, who is on strike, of course, 20 from 16. This partnership just building 35 at the moment for Derbyshire. This one, again, floated very full in the hitting arc of Wayne Madsen, who drives it straight towards Luke Proctor. Honestly, this has got all sorts going on at the moment. These two really looking to take the attack. That one deflected off the bats down towards that vacant third region. I think the fielder, Dom Leech, will get round to it. Yes, he will. No problem there whatsoever. So we'll just be another 2 runs for Wayne Madsen. 4 runs from the first 3 deliveries here. Not even 20 overs into the day. Absolutely stunning start this. Loving it in the commentary position.
Yeah, I think it would be fair to say that Northants did win that first hour, picking up those 3 wickets for about 30 runs. And these next 12 minutes, certainly Derbyshire are making all the running to win that second hour of the session. And I do wonder, you mentioned that Anuj Donald, this is the way that he plays, this is how he wants to go about his cricket, and completely respect it, particularly with the way that that England Test team are playing their cricket right now, that brand of cricket that's so contagious. Go out there, I think one of the favourite phrases from Phil Rowe is you choose your poison, really. Do you go out there and do you try and defend it up? Do you bat time like Reece? Goes for a reverse sweep this time, well fielded by Dom Leech at point. Can't stop the single, but does certainly stop 4. Or do you go out there and you try and score 50 off 30 balls? Is there any right way of doing it? There probably isn't. Which way is going to be more successful for you as an individual? I think only you can kind of answer that question. Reece saw it differently. He wanted to bat time, and he did successfully. Anuj Donald has got other plans. 16 off 17. Madsen 37 off 48. I think the partnership before that over was 35 off 31 balls, or shifting. They are shifting.
They are, and just to touch on that point, Dan, this is why I love the game of cricket. It's individuality. There's not one almost tried and tested way you can go out there and express yourself, and sometimes it'll be to your detriment. You'll get out cheaply. We have seen that a lot in Nye's career. But when it pays off immensely. And obviously, some of his knocks for Glamorgan, Hampshire, and Derbyshire over the years have just been impeccable. They're ones which, when his side have been in a little bit of danger, bit of trouble, he comes out, absolutely clobbers the leather off the cricket ball, and all of a sudden the game situation changes. And it is a case to touch upon that saying of picking your poison. How are you going to go out there and play on this track? If there's a ball with your name on it, what harm is there going out there and giving it a whack, especially when you've still got quite a few wickets in the shed?
Yeah.
A more than capable middle to lower order. You got Harry Moore in at 10. The guy was averaging 41 in the one-day cup. We mentioned about his batting. You know, he's no slouch in at number 10. He's not a tail ender per se, even though we haven't seen him in first-class cricket as of yet. I don't mind this from Anuj Donald, but the key wicket for Northants is the man at this end. It's Wayne Madsen.
Swept by Madsen, swept powerfully in front of square, but that protection is out there on the leg side. Make sure they don't just run away for boundary. I think it's Ben Sanderson down on the boundary edge, patrolling and protecting that side for Yuzvendra Chahal. James Sales has just been asked to vacate short leg whilst Anuj Donald is on strike. And then behind square on the leg side has just come a touch finer as well. Pretty sure it's still in there at first slip. Swept. Smart work by Lewis McManus. An appeal from Prithvi Shaw for the stumping. Lewis McManus not interested. Neither was the umpire. 17 off 19 now for Donald.
Just to touch upon the field, I do quite like this from Northants because there's two key positions which Warwickshire actually used to get Donald out in that crazy game in 2022, the Liam Norwell 9-for, as Donald plays that off the back foot. But in those two innings, in the first one, he was caught at square leg, which is where they've just put James Sales. And in the second one, the one where Liam Norwell went absolutely ballistic and took that 9-for, he was caught at a catching cover, which is also in position in the form of Justin Broad. So I quite like that, using the analysis. I think James maybe is your analyst, isn't he?
Certainly is.
Using that as this ball is trickling out towards the fence. Will it be cut off? Yes, it will. Safe save doing the fielding there in his sun hat. Might actually need it today.
You never know. I mean, as I said, who knows what we're going to get in half an hour's time? It's an ever-evolving picture outside the window at the moment. You see rays of sunshine beam down on the pitch for a couple of minutes, and then it goes overcast again. Won't affect the leg spin and the off spin of Chahal and Keogh too much, as Madsen again rotates the strike nicely with Donald. Picks up a single off the final ball of Chahal's 11th over. 0 for 39 from 11 for the Indian leggy. Keogh continues. There's a chance here that Rob Keogh bowls the entire session from the Lynn Wilson centre end. See, they've got the left arm spin option of safe save. Bowled one over yesterday evening, which Lewis Reece pretty much just padded off into the offside, didn't he? The final over before stumps, which we got our timing slightly wrong yesterday afternoon, didn't we? When you think about it logically, and when it gets said to you afterwards, you go 10:30 till 5:30 instead of 11 till 6. Just makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? But when you're there and you're in the heat of the commentary battle, you get a bit muddled.
Oh, you do. And also, it was the game situation, wasn't it? We were putting about 50 different scenarios as to how Derbyshire would go and play it and how Northants would bowl. And in the end, Derbyshire did play it very well, I must say. And also just looking at that deficit, the margin now 75 runs. I spoke before, if they could have been 5 down with the deficit around 100, this could have been rather tantalisingly poised. This partnership has just taken the sting out of the Northamptonshire tail in this sense. 45 runs this has been, and it's come at a decent run rate. The overall run rate was 2.26. That's a full toss. That'll be worked out towards long leg, just a single down towards Gus Miller. It was 2.26. You can see on your screen right now, it's 2.89. So that's already a significant jump. Of course, we're also looking at batting bonus points, something which actually doesn't separate these two sides. They've got 19 points apiece in that facet. Keogh into Donald here then. Of course, goes for the premeditated sweep straight out towards Gus Miller for another single. Derbyshire inching ever closer to reaching 150.
This type of partnership and this proactiveness between Madsen and Donald is pretty reminiscent of what we saw yesterday afternoon between Safe Save and Justin Broad. Yes, it was turning. Yes, it was challenging. However, you're prepared to be proactive against it, which these two have been and which Broad and Zabe were yesterday afternoon. You can score against it. And there were moments, I think you've only got to look, well, you've only got to look back at the scorecard. 4.83 runs per over for Jack Morley, 3.86 runs per over for Alex Thompson. So it was, you were able to take those runs to score when needs be. And it was the seamers that were the ones that were hard to get away early morning for Leicestershire. So I'm not hugely surprised that these two are just able to kind of rotate this, knock it around a bit.
Absolutely not. Madsen back on strike then. Facing off against Keogh. Works that again off the back foot, just shifting his momentum, works out towards Gus Miller, who's been very busy in this over. The reason I have a smile on my face, Dan, is we're having that chat earlier as the 150 comes up. Oh, sorry, the 50 partnership comes up between Madsen and McDonald. Madsen with 30 of those, Donald with 20. They inch ever closer to 150. Here is Keogh, and that will be the 150 for Derbyshire. Nice way to end out a pretty fruitful one for the visitors. They get 6 runs off of it, so the score now 150 for 4 at the end of the 51st. But the reason I smile is because we spoke about Wayne Madsen being, what, in the 20s? He's now on 44, and let's face it, he's not had to do anything absolutely out of this world, has he? He's just played some intelligent cricket. Donald at the other end has been the more aggressive one, going for those premeditated sweep shots, the slog sweeps and the big hits down the ground. But it's been a really good partnership, this 50 runs between them, and completely concur with that previous sentiment. Very, very similar to that stand between Justin Broad and Safe Zabe.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hugely surprising that the middle order batters are slightly more comfortable against spin than some of the top order batters. So it's not a massive surprise, I don't think. These two, yeah, just making hay at the moment, just finding it pretty easy. Spin did eventually work, and it's worked this time. Nye Donald has gone. You said about that plan, you're celebrating more than the fielders in the middle. You mentioned James Sales going in at square leg. You mentioned you saw that dismissal a couple of years ago for Nye Donald. It was a bit of a nothing ball from Chahal. Short of length. We've seen a few of those from Yuzvendra Chahal. And Nye Donald aggressively can't do anything other than hit that at James Sales with a smart catch. It was a diving catch. It wasn't straight at him, but a good catch, and he's gone. The partnership is broken. 150 for 5. That partnership that was worth 51 off 49 deliveries has come to an end.
It has, and it'll be a great confidence boost, won't it, for Yuzvendra Chahal? Hasn't had the greatest of starts in this innings, but who cares? He's got the wicket, which is the more important thing. Donald was looking dangerous there, clobbering the ball about a bit. And now that will bring Martin Anderson to the crease. And crucially, it's that partnership broken. It's difficult to get underway on this surface, as we've just been speaking about. And yeah, that will definitely put a smile on the face of Yuzvendra Chahal. He hasn't found it too easy out there on this surface as of yet. Yet to find his radar, but sometimes in cricket, Dan, it doesn't matter how a wicket comes, does it? As long as that wicket falls in the scorecard, it doesn't say exactly how it was manufactured. All it says is a wicket next to Yuzvendra Chahal's name, and it was a deliberate change in the field. I did mention that in terms of cover, extra cover, square leg. They are danger regions for Nye Donald to get out to. And that is great use of field placements and analysis. So fair play to Yuzvendra Chahal and to Luke Proctor. And of course, the James Sales was a good catch that in at square leg, as Martin Anderson then comes to the crease for his first batting efforts in the 2024 County Championship. Scored 1,096 runs in his first class career at 21.49. So he's certainly no slouch with the bats. Well, I think that one has been dropped. It did carry. Would have been a very sharp take in at short leg. But you could just see the reaction. Heading hands for a couple of the Northants fielders. Well, that could have been 2 in 2 for Yuzvendra Chahal, who's beginning to find his rhythm here at Wantage Road. Clips the outside edge of Anderson's bats. They think about coming back for 2. But some aggressive fielding again from Gus Miller, hounding after that one. Cuts it down to just 1. Much better over this, isn't it, from Chahal? You can see after that wicket, he can sense blood in the water here. Derbyshire 151 for 5 now.
Madsen back on strike for Chahal. That's a cutaway through the offside for just a single. Safe save. The man out on the offside boundary. James Sales did just drop down to a short fine leg, and he's come back into short leg with Anderson back on strike. Northants will be enthused. It's amazing how quickly emotions can change in first-class cricket, particularly when it's low-scoring first-class cricket as well, which it has been so far. One cut away nicely by Anderson. Too short by Chahal.
Well, I mentioned this point yesterday, Dan, but so far in this morning session, every single ball feels like an event, doesn't it? Feels like there'll either be a 4 or a quick single or a wicket. Chahal again in towards Wayne Madsen. Goes on to the back foot, firm in his defence. So a fruitful over for Northamptonshire. Saw the big wickets of Anuj Donald fall. And at the end of the 52nd, Derbyshire 153 for 5. With that deficit now just 66 runs. Big partnership broken. Just surpassed 50. Got Newman at the crease. Spin from both ends. Oh, this is liquid Vitality County Championship, isn't it, Dan? 153 for 5. Low scoring thriller. Potentially on our hands here. As long as Northamptonshire can bowl well.
I think we'll see field placements now as well to make sure that Northants for the next 35 minutes until lunch, if it takes that long anyway, to bowl as much to Martin Anderson as they possibly can. You mentioned he's got 1,096 first-class runs, or he had before he started this fixture, average of just over 21 and a half. Oh, it's down the leg side. It's turned down the leg side. Great take by Lewis McManus. But they'll feel that they've got, respectfully, they'll feel like they've got a bit of an end open here. Yes, those statistics for those Derbyshire batters, very, very impressive. 21, as I say, 21 and a half for Anderson. Did you mention 26 for Zach Chappell?
Yep.
He scored 94 not out here in the One-Day Cup to win that game for Derbyshire as well. So, again, no slouch. But they'll be excited that they can try and keep Wayne Madsen at the non-strikers end for as long as possible. They'll fancy their chances with Anderson, Chappell, etc. starting up against spin. And it's been some high-quality spin from Keogh. In particular, backed up well with a couple of great deliveries from Chahal to welcome Anderson to the crease, but has offered opportunity to score. Oh, and there's an appeal for LBW. What is that hit, if anything? I am quite flabbergasted. The way that Anderson's played that shot and reacted, I'm quite surprised that's not just cleaned him up there. We're going to get a replay now on screen. There's a big appeal for LBW from Keogh. Oh, it's done too much, hasn't it?
It's done a lot, hasn't it?
It's done too much. I just expected to see that hit the middle of middle stump. That's over pitched from Keogh, but Anderson just works it gently to Justin Broad at mid-wicket. So 1 ball left of the over. The field, in fact, doesn't change. They're quite happy to try and get Anderson out here rather than get him down the other end. And it's going to be a dot ball, well fielded by Keogh, one of the better fielders in the Northants dressing room. It's a big shift in there off his own bowling. Anderson bats out a maiden, 153 for 5, 53 overs done. Madsen, the danger man, he's on 45 or 56 deliveries, striking at 80 on a pitch that appears to be doing all sorts. Madsen's just there, just doing away in Madsen.
Is he human? at this point, Dan?
It's questionable.
It is questionable. He's an absolute alien of a competitor. He's extraordinary. And just to give some updates, actually, we haven't done any from
We
the
haven't
county
actually. Well, it's
championship.
been so enthralling out the window here.
Yeah, we actually haven't been able to take our eyes off. It's been a wonderful start. As I said, I'm hoping that the rest of the game is this electrifying. But we'll start down in Hove. So Glamorgan were bowled out for 186. And in their first innings, Sussex, currently 198 for 2.
Wow.
So the league leaders really hammering home the initiative as Yuzvendra Chahal here, good ball into Wayne Madsen.
Jeez.
Beaten, all ends up there, bit of bounce in there for the Indian leg spin bowler as well. Then down at Lords, Middlesex were bowled out for 377. Gloucestershire in response are 57 for 1. So the deficit 320. Here's Chahal again. Good use of the back foot shot there from Wayne Madsen. Results in a dot ball. In the game at Grace Road, where we speak about big leads, Leicestershire bowled out for 98. Yorkshire 344 for 8. So that lead now 246 in Leicester. Chahal again to Madsen, sweep shots. Northamptonshire do have protection out there, so that will just be 1 run for the South African. Ticks his score on to 46 from 59. In the Bears versus Pairs match at New Road, Worcestershire were bowled out for 307. And in response, Warwickshire are currently 40 for 1. We'll pick up those scores after this delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal. And again, it's a Jaffa.
It's really got, it's amazing, isn't it, what a wicket can do. Wasn't the best ball that Chahal will ever bowl in his life, and it did take a very good catch from James Sales to dismiss Anuj Donald. But since then, Chahal just seems to have really found his groove here. Bowling good deliveries to Madsen. That one in this over, you know it's a good delivery when Madsen gives you a nod of approval. He looks back down and goes, "Yeah, well bowled." You know you've served up a good one. Anderson so far survived these well. He's 2 off 11. Plenty of company around the bat now. 2 slips and a short leg for Anderson. So we get to the end of the 54th over. And I think there's a question here as to whether Justin Broad needs a helmet to be stood there at second slip. The umpires are okay with it, so we will continue. Defended into the offside. And Anderson wants 1, says no. Madsen responds. Anderson hesitates, and Miller doesn't pick it up clean and comes through for a single in the end. Not a bad result, I don't think, for Northants there for Anderson to keep the strike. Bit of a delay there, as I say. Justin Broad just checking whether he needed to have a helmet on whilst he was stood there at second slip. Obviously, a duty of care for the umpires to make sure that the fielders are safe, depending on how close they get. It's going to be Keogh to continue.
Most certainly will, as we pick up our chat about the scores from Division 1. So up at the Riverside, Lancashire were bowled out for 228. Yeah, they look quite threatened by relegation at the moment, unfortunately, do the Red Rose. And in response, Durham have just started 2 overs in, and they are 4 for no loss in response. Down in Chelmsford, Essex are 310 for 6. After a very rain-affected first day in East Anglia. Down in the southeast, Hampshire 313 for 8 at the Spitfire grounds against relegation-threatened Kent. And then in the big one, the big ticket clash, Somerset were bowled out for 317 in Taunton, and Surrey are 55 for 2 as Rob Keogh comes into bowl here. That one, another very good delivery from Rob Keogh. And interestingly, in that game, I spoke about this young player yesterday. Archie Vaughan has taken the wickets of Rory Burns and Dom Sibley. 2 for 6 from 7 overs for the talented off-spinner. Still just 18 years of age is Archie Vaughan. Talking of off-spin, here is Rob Keogh. Defended resolutely there by Martin Anderson. Back to the bowler for no run. Making a very impressive start to life in first-class cricket is Archie Vaughan. Keogh again worked off the pads this time by Martin Anderson.
It's a great time of year to be a finger spinner, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. I'm absolutely delighted for these guys because early in the season, you might even have a TFC, a thanks for coming. You might not even get a bowl. And now at this stage of the season, used wickets, conditions which are more favourable, a ball which doesn't have as pronounced of a lacquer or a seam on it. So captains are saying, go on, lads, you go out there and take some wickets with a spin. And honestly, we're seeing spinners up and down the country cashing in. Here is Rob Keogh again. Madsen thinks about going down at one knee for the sweep. Instead, decides to just shovel that one out towards safe save for a single. He now moves on to 47 from 60. I've lost track of the amount of times I've seen Wayne Madsen past 50, whether that's been in Derby or at Edgbaston. Has a good record here at Wantage Road as well. That's a nice shot from Martin Anderson through the covers. Will they scamper back through two? Yes, they will. Good from the two Derbyshire players as Rob Keogh boots the ball onto Wayne Madsen. Does off apology. Of course, Rob a former Luton Town Academy graduate, but a big Chelsea fan from what I've been told. Huge supporter of Frank Lampard. Not quite sure Lamps would have had as clean a connection on that cricket ball there, though. He did absolutely leather it into Wayne Madsen there, but all good. Both players absolutely fine as that ball is drilled back to the bowler. Keogh threatens to throw it back, but Anderson was in his crease, and that will bring us to an end to Rob Keogh's 18th over. He has figures of 2 for 60. And at the end of the 55th over, Derbyshire 159 for 5, still trailing by 60 runs in this first innings.
25 minutes to go till lunch, Aaron. She said you've just summed up the scores there. You've summed up the state of play. Where do you see this at lunchtime? Can you see it at lunchtime?
Well,
you will see it at lunchtime.
We will see it at lunchtime, of course, and we hope that for everyone out there, you can also join us after lunchtime and into the evening session as well. But it's so fascinatingly poised because another wicket here, and let's face it, it's the wicket of Madsen, isn't it? Because Madsen is so capable. He can easily double this up and score 90 odd or even a century. He's that kind of cricketer. He has the calibre, he has the class, he has the pedigree. At the same time, if these two can see Derbyshire out to lunch, and that deficit is what, even if it's 40 runs at this stage?
Yep.
You'd have to say, even though they've lost wickets, you'd rather be in Derbyshire's position, even if it'll just be a small lead. Yuzvendra Chahal has the big wickets of Wayne Madsen. Well, we spoke about it, didn't we, Dan? And Yuzvendra Chahal, after a difficult start, he's got his rhythm, he's got his confidence, he's got his mojo, and he has got the massive scalp of Derbyshire's most experienced player. It was a fine innings, 47 from 61. Let's take a look back at this one from Yuzvendra Chahal. Oh, it's an absolute ripper. Off stump, dismissed. So too is Wayne Madsen. And that is the 6th wicket to fall for the visitors. Watch that back. Glorious stuff from the leg spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. A fine innings from Wayne Madsen. I think we're both in agreement there. Was deserving of a 50, if we're being completely honest. But it has taken a very delectable delivery from the Indian leggy to bring his stay at the crease to an end. So the deficit's still 60. And if you're Northants now, you've got Anderson at the crease, hasn't looked too confident. You've got Zach Chappell, who is very capable. But this is a difficult wicket to start on. All of a sudden, of these two sides, you may be in the camp where Northants think they have the advantage.
I was just about to say, I'll ask the question quietly, but are Northants just in front right now?
Maybe. And what did we say? This is how fine the margins are in this sport. If Madsen would have seen them out to lunch, and he would have been in the 50s, he was motoring, he was shifting through the gears, you think Derbyshire could have a decent lead. Now that he's gone on a wicket which is turning, you've got your overseas leg spinner who didn't quite find his radar yesterday, has been bang on the money so far today, with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 deliveries. You can see in the body language, Northants are hounding Derbyshire at the moment. They're up for this. They can sense these opportunities. They will feel as though if they can get maybe 1 or 2 more wickets, there's still time in this session, and they could even have a lead. We'll have to wait and see. But this really has been a pulsating start. 2 proceedings on day 2. Another appeal here. Well, McManus, the keeper, actually wasn't too interested in that one. Chahal always is. Such an energetic and lively character. Loved watching him for RCB. No, he struck up quite the friendship with Virat Kohli. Those two fed off of each other over the years. As Chahal again into Zach Chappell. My word, Dan, I feel like I'm going to lose my voice today. I really do. That one keeping low. Chappell just about fences it away.
You get so many of these championship games where you get sessions where you just go, oh, that was a long 2 hours, wasn't it? This has been an intense 2 hours. As we've said, you've just had chance to fly through the scores from around the country. Other than that, it's been stare out the window, quickly look down at the TV screen in front of us to see how much it turned, how much it bounced, did it slide on? You just literally cannot miss a delivery here at the county ground in Northampton, and Chahal is on fire.
And he's got another wicket. It's the wicket of Zach Chappell. Chipped straight up to the fielder. And the home side now really are on fire. Yuzvendra Chahal has his 3rd wicket, his 2nd of the over. Potentially a double wicket maiden here for the Indian overseas. And that will be the end of Zach Chappell's very brief stay at the crease. It's a 4-ball duck for the Derbyshire all-rounder. He just threw his hands at it, didn't quite get the connection at all. And Luke Proctor has a very safe pair of hands. He was never going to drop that one. Well, well, well. We used the words X Factor for Yuzvendra Chahal. He didn't quite have the penetration yesterday, but he has here on day 2, 159 for 7. Derbyshire at one point were 93 for 2. Let's not forget that. We said wickets in bunches on this surface. And it's happened again.
It's been a mirror image, hasn't it? Northants lost those wickets in sets of 10s for the first 60, 70 runs yesterday. Derbyshire, 1 for 19, 2 for 81, and then you go into 3 for 93, 4 for 99. That big 51, well, I say big, in the context of the game, the big 51-run partnership between Anuj Donald and Wayne Madsen took it up to 550. We've since then gone 6 for 159, 7 for 159. And I'll say it a bit louder now, but I think Northants are in front with a first innings tally of 219.
They are. And what a session this has been. 6 wickets in the session for Northants so far, and there could even be time for a 7th. You can hear now the anticipation building here at the county ground from spectators and players alike. This is a big delivery here in towards Alex Thompson. Got plenty of company around the bat. 2 slips in. He's got a short leg as well. What can Yuzvendra Chahal do here? Well, he bowled it very full back to the bowler. And as you can hear from the rounds of applause ringing out here in Northampton, the crowd really appreciating an outstanding over from Yuzvendra Chahal. It's a double wicket maiden. The huge wickets of Wayne Madsen, followed by the departure of Zach Chappell. The visitors now 159 for 7. That deficit at 60. That's quite a mountain to climb at this stage, especially when you've got Chahal in some rhythm. You've got Rob Keogh keeping it disciplined and tight from the Lynn Wilson centre end. What a fantastic start to the day. Really is. Couldn't ask for any more as a fan of spin bowling. Reminds me of the game in 2019 between Surrey and Nottinghamshire, where Ashwin took 12 wickets, Amar Verdi took 14, and we're just seeing spin to win here in Northampton. Yes, there is a little bit for the seam as well. We've seen that from Ben Sanderson. We saw it with Zach Chappell yesterday. Harry Moore and Justin Broad have also been impressive for their respective sides. This really is heart-pounding cricket as Rob Keogh comes around the wicket this time into the right-handed Anderson. dugout for the time being.
A deficit of 60 on this pitch sounds like a lot, doesn't it? That sounds like a big first innings lead.
But it does. This one chipped up and taken. Rob Keogh gets his third wicket of the morning, and this is turning into an outstanding couple of hours for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Martin Anderson scoops the ball straight into the hands of the fielder, and the home side now definitely on their way to getting a lead. We're not quite sure how big it will be. Of course, there's still batting in the sheds in the form of Harry Moore and Jack Morley, but this really has been an unbelievable couple of hours for the Tudor Rose of Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Let's watch it again. Easy dismissal, great catch from a diving Justin Broad. And Rob Keogh and Yuzvendra Chahal, the Northant spin twins, doing the damage here on day 2.
Great catch by Broad. That's straight off the face of the bat, isn't it, from Anderson, as he turns it round the corner, looking for that easy one into the leg side. Justin Broad there, leg slip, lurking around the corner. Harry Moore, the next man for Derbyshire. You've talked up his batting prowess. And the reason why I said 60 is obviously that first inning score of 219, not a massive score. 159 for 6, cleared, or 8 now, sorry, clearly not a massive score. If Derbyshire can, I don't know, half that maybe, trail by 30, in a low-scoring affair, having watched Chahal, Keogh bowl how they have today, they're still not out of the game. It's not like being bowled out for 180 here is all of a sudden, well, that game's done. Derbyshire is still in it. And that's what, again, what makes this particular fixture on this particular pitch with the bowling lineups that both teams have got, just makes it so fascinating, because there's nothing beyond the realms of possibility that Derbyshire go out there with the ball in hand, potentially after lunch, just before lunch, depending on when that might happen. Open with spin, or Zach Chappell nips one away with the new ball, and you go, okay. So Derbyshire in the 4th innings now might need 200 to win, for example, and you go, well, this could be a really interesting chase.
Well, it could. What a fantastic morning session this has been, though, for Northamptonshire. You have to tip your hats to the home side, because they struggled yesterday. Let's face it, every single one of us said, right, this is Derbyshire's day. 219 all outs. They were effective with the ball in hands and then with the bats. Lewis Reece and Brooke Guest did a fine job. This morning, though, Northants, they've just found a completely separate gear, especially those two that you can see in that huddle, Rob Keogh and Yuzvendra Chahal. Well, actually, all 3 of them. Ben Sanderson, of course, getting that early wicket as well. Of Brooke Guest with an absolute doom seed. It really has been a cracking couple of hours for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club, as again we have plenty of men circling around the bats like sharks to chum. Well, a silly point in, a short leg slip, first slip. Keogh into Moore. Oh, very straight. In fact, 2 straight from Rob Keogh. Slides down leg side, no damage done. Could not have asked for any more. As a fan, as a spectator, as a commentator as well, Dan, we can feed off the energy of this game as this ball is dropped just in front of Silly Points. That's Gus Miller doing the fielding there, wearing the number 24 for Northants. We just hope that it stays dry. That's the only problem. It's very windy out there, as you can see. The players' shirts fluttering about. That one defended on its merits by Harry Moore for no run towards James Sales.
Yeah, that'll be what's just giving the end-to-end cameras a little bit of a wobble on your screen there. So apologies for that. That's just a bit too breezy out there for the minute, isn't it?
Yeah, it is very gusty. That is a cracking shot through the covers from Harry Moore. We spoke about his proficiency with the bat in hand. Just leans into that one, guides it through the vacant region. And that is a fine shot to end over number 57. Slightly too much width there from Rob Keogh, coming around the wickets to the right-hander. But still a fruitful one for the hosts, because they got the wicket.
Harry Moore, you talked up about his batting average in the One Day Cup. He came out to the middle and joined Zach Chappell, which took North Derbyshire to 8 down in that One Day Cup game. And at that point there on commentary, the game was still not in the balance, like Zach Chappell had done such a great job to get Derbyshire to where they were, but you suddenly thought, oh, okay, number 10's just walked out here. Number 11 next. Could Northants pick up a victory here? Harry Moore, for 17 years old,
17.
just walked out there. I think he finished about eight not out. Just went, yeah, thanks, no problem, no worries about it. He's just seems like such a mature cricketer, just talented beyond his years. And it was great watching him bowl yesterday. Hopefully, from a Northants perspective, we don't have to watch him bat for too long this morning, or this afternoon now, in fact. But I think these first inning scores, I think are going to be relatively close, I think, one way or another.
Well, they are. And in terms of these two, they're more than capable with the bats. Alex Thompson, as we mentioned, he averages 16 in the championship this season. Hasn't scored a 50, but does have a high score of 46 not out in 2024. And as for Harry Moore, 83 runs at 41.5 in the Metro Bank One Day Cup with a high score of 40 against Kent's. Also scored the winning runs down in Taunton. Scored 36 not out alongside Anuj Donald. That was great efforts from the youngster. And it's one of those intangibles. You can't read that on a scorecard or in a stat sheet, but it's attitude, it's fortitude, and it's mentality. And Harry Moore possesses all three in absolute bunches, goes for the sweep shot, doesn't quite connect, toe end, ricochets back into his pad. But he's just one of those cricketers, 17 years of age, and yet he plays like an experienced pro, just ice in the veins. That game down in Taunton especially, Derbyshire at one stage had no rights to win that game as this ball is pushed forward into the covers for no run. And yet, alongside Anuj, a youngster, a teenager, could look at that and go, right, okay, I'm going to have to play a bit within myself here. I don't want to get out. And he didn't. Just went out, played his shots nice and confident. They pulled off the Houdini. Pulled off the great escape in Taunton, one of the best matches of the season, a one-wicket victory at the county ground. This is a good start then from Chahal. Making more defend, gives that one a lot more flight. It's chipped up. Well, the fielder was advancing. I don't think there was any way he could have got that, to be honest. So how will Chahal end this over then? Alex Thompson, the man on strike. What can he do? Well, he defends yet again. Top stuff that from Eventful Chahal. It's a maiden over to follow up his double wicket maiden. And at the end of the 58th, Derbyshire are 163 for 8. So you're thinking his first 13 overs, no maidens for Chahal. As we said, it was those one or two deliveries which had let him down up until that point. Well, you can see in these past couple of overs, he's really found his mojo. Getting into a groove is the Indian leg spin bowler. Northants are feeding off of that energy, that passion, as a result, as Rob Keogh prepares to get us back underway with an incredibly aggressive field here from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Here's a hypothetical for you.
Go on.
Don't know whether there's an answer to it. There might not be time to answer the question. How does Harry Moore and Alex Thompson go about playing this? Do they try and bat time here and just chip off as many 1s and 2s as they possibly can? Or is it a case of we are number 9 and 10 respectively, better than a normal 9 and 10? I think we can caveat that. But you're going to get 1 with your name on it. Do you try and bat out there similar to what Anuj Donald did for 20 minutes, score 21, take that lead from 56 down to 36 or whatever, and say thanks very much? Do you take a risk at this stage? I don't know.
I think there'll be two different approaches. I think Thompson would be the more conservative in terms of his approach. If we are to see a more dynamic, enterprising, attacking style of play, I think it will be Harry. To be honest, I feel like he's the more fearless of the two, but he's resolute in his defence so far. Maybe they might just look at it and go, right, shall we sit out to lunch? And then we can reassess the situation, because I think it's safe to say not many people would have expected this to be the case. 65 for 1 has become 100 and 63 for 8. And Derbyshire do just need a passage of calm. Even if they are to trail, you're right, on this surface, deficit of even 50 might be significant, but it won't be the end of the world. So if they can eat into that, maybe get it to 25, 30 runs, it's pretty even Stevens at this stage as Rob Keogh bowls his 4th consecutive dot ball, and this is 20th over of the match so far. And it is definitely the latter of the approaches, I think. They'll try and just see off this pressure, although that is a lot easier said than done.
I mean, Rob Keogh's bowled all morning. That's the negative with that mindset with the spinners. And I know there's 6 minutes to go till lunch. And yes, get through, have a little regroup, and then come out with a clear plan for that afternoon session. But they don't tend to get tired, spinners, do they? Not in the same way that a nasty, fasty seam bowler is going to. That's, yeah, okay, well, I can see off 5 overs because he's going to have a break there. But actually, as Rob's proved here, could come out and just bowl the afternoon session as well.
He could.
If it took that time, which I dare say probably won't. But Derbyshire, in this stage, their best chance, and this is real low-hanging fruit what I'm about to pick here, Aaron, but bowl Northants out cheaply again. That's the way to do it, isn't it? And if that means you can quickly knock off a few of these runs here, I suppose the pitch isn't going to get better, would be the argument back to that. I wonder whether Safe Save might be bowling the last over before lunch, actually. He's just having a stretch down on the offside boundary in front of that cinch stand and the old signal box.
Well, I think that would be sensible, to be honest, Dan, given the fact that there are 2 right-handers out here in the middle as Alex Thompson gets off the mark with a sweep shot for 1. Yeah, we haven't really seen too much of Safe, have we?
Derbyshire fans would have seen too much of Safe Save.
Yeah,
yesterday.
with the bats, of course. Yeah, great innings that for 90. But yeah, with the ball, hasn't had to bowl too much. But then again, fair play to Rob Keogh. Really hasn't put a foot wrong, has he? A couple have been slightly too wide if you're being harsh, but a couple of balls in, what, a 20 over spell. Really is some excellent stuff. Again, that is a beautiful delivery from Yuzvendra Chahal. Just skids on past the bat of Harry Moore. McManus, in fairness, has also kept very well to both the leg spin and the finger spin. No mistakes from him as of yet. Also got the catch, didn't he, to dismiss Reece after he just passed 50. Here is Chahal again then into Moore. It's almost a carbon copy. Again, there's just enough bites and purchase and turn in this surface.
Those last 2 have been so close to just clipping off stump as well. Another set of stickers on those stumps, and I think the furniture might have just been rearranged slightly there for Harry Moore.
Let's see what Chahal can do here. Drops that one too short, so that's an easy one to defend for the Derbyshire youngster. Oh, I'm a bit sad though, Dan, that there's only 5 minutes of the session left. It's one of those where you don't want it to finish.
It honestly feels like you could just sit here and just watch it for just all day.
All day. Really has been fascinating stuff. This one given a lot more flights from Chahal, trying to tempt Harry Moore into a drive, but he resists temptation, works the ball out towards backward point for a dot ball. It's one of those. We'll probably need a lie down for the next 40 minutes. Been fascinating end-to-end stuff. This last ball is another dot. So just the 1 run off of Chahal's 16th. He has figures of 3 for 45, including the pair of maiden overs. And at the end of over number 60, Derbyshire find themselves 164 for 8, still trailing Northants by 55.
Yeah, it's not going to be Safe Save. It's going to be Rob Keogh. Continue as he has done all morning from the Lynn Wilson Centre. And we might even, if Northants are really quick about this, might sneak another one in.
Well, the clock is just about to tick over to 28. So I have a feeling this might be the last action we'll see on this magnificent morning session. I want more of the same in the afternoon, to be honest.
I think you're probably going to get it, Aaron.
Well, it's that kind of surface, isn't it? It's one of those, every single ball, it seems like it could have your name on it, but we have also seen some good batting. Let's
We
not
have,
forget that.
yep.
Wayne Madsen, especially, he has definitely been the pick, along with Reece. Anuj Donald also with the effective slog sweeps. It's not as though it's all been traffic for Northants, but they've just bowled so disciplined. Fair play to him. Here is Rob Keogh then, in towards Alex Thompson. Works it out on the onside with the whippy wrists. Gets a single, moves the score on to 165. We'll have another fielder under the helmet here. What's Yuzvendra Chahal going to come into? Well, he's coming in a catching position there at backward square. Here then in towards Harry Moore, defended in front of the eye line of the right-hander. Here the wind there as well. Attention, aeroplane overhead. Very gusty out there. You can see the Steelbacks flag fluttering about in this breeze. Here is Rob Keogh, hits him on the pads. Well, the problem there, he's coming around the wickets. So it's always going to have to be very straight in and around that middle stump to be given out, given the natural turn of the ball.
I think the impact was okay. I think it probably turned too much. Just having a quick glance down at the TV in front of us.
Well, that shot more expansive from Harry Moore, doesn't quite connect. So that will be another dot ball, 3 in this over so far. Joe, just looking at the time, 10 seconds to go until half past. I have a feeling this will be the last action of a pulsating morning session. Really can't say that enough. I think both of us have really enjoyed this as Keogh again in towards Harry Moore. Just deflects it round the corner for no run. What can Rob Keogh concoct here to see us out for this first 2 hours of cricket at the county ground, Northampton? It'll be Keogh to Harry Moore. Gives it some flight. The ball squirms away behind to Prithvi Shaw. We're just looking at the players. That will be that for the morning session. It's lunch here on day 2 in Northampton. Derbyshire 165 for 8 after 61 as a result of some magnificent bowling, it has to be said, from the Northamptonshire spin bowlers. Keogh and Chahal, 3 wickets apiece. Ben Sanderson also chipping in with that early wickets of Brooke Guest in the first hour. And although we've seen some excellent batting from the likes of Reece, he brought up his 3rd century of the 2024 season, and also a very handy 47 from Wayne Madsen. Has to be said, Dan, that the morning session here in Northampton belongs to the home team.
Yeah, Derbyshire, the visitors, still trailed by 54. That first innings score of 219, still a long way behind it in the context of this game. And as you just saw on screen there, as the Northampton fielders make their way off to go and get their lunch, the high fives, the pats on the back, the handshakes from that morning session work, they are very happy and very proud of themselves from that first 2 hours, as they should be. And we have got a game of cricket on our hands. It's not one-way traffic. I'm sure Derbyshire will chip off a few more of that in that deficit of 54. And we may even get to an even Stevens kind of score after that first innings for both sides. Maybe get a second innings shootout here at Wantage Road. You never know. Right, let's go and get some lunch. And we'll be back at 1:10 for the afternoon session. Welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. As I say, welcome back to Wantage Road in Northampton, the county grounds. Afternoon session, day 2, Division 2 fixture between Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. The two Derbyshire batters making their way out to the middle. They are Thompson and Harry Moore. The umpires are already there. Northants just gathering themselves at the bottom of the steps as they finished a well-deserved lunch break after quite a spectacular morning session. The state of the game is that Derbyshire trail Northants by 54 runs with 2 wickets remaining in their first innings, 165 for 8. Keogh bowled all day from the Lynn Wilson Centre, and Chahal picked up with a couple of banging wickets from the David Capel. And the stream's powered by Daffabet. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. More of the same, Aaron?
Absolutely. I think for both of us, it's been a fascinating morning session. We've barely been able to take our eyes off of it for a millisecond, let alone a second. It's just been end-to-end great spin bowling from Keogh and Chahal. And we have also seen some decent batting. I spoke about that before lunch, but Lewis, Reece, Wayne Madsen, bit of a dash by Anuj Donald as well. We're just very nicely poised, aren't we, in this game? Derbyshire still trailing by 54. It's a sizable deficit at this point, especially on a difficult surface, but you have to give full credits to Northants. We said about Derbyshire having the lion's share of day 1. Really has been the home side have had the better of day 2, but we're only a third of the way through. But let's hope that the remaining 2 sessions are as exciting and as enjoyable, because, yeah, that was an absolute pleasure to cover for the first 2 hours.
Yeah, we spoke before lunch. We spoke about what the conversation would be like in that Derbyshire dressing room for these two coming back out after lunch. Any further thoughts on that as Chahal continues from the David Capel end?
I think we'll see primarily defensive cricket. I think maybe for the first 20, even 30 minutes, if that can be attained. Then after that, maybe into the deficit by 15, 20 runs. Then they might try to expand, especially Harry Moore. But that is a lot easier said than done as Moore goes for the shot, and it's taken. Harry Moore for second ball after lunch. Yuzvendra Chahal has 4 wickets here at the county ground. It was an unnecessary shot. It wasn't really there to be played, to be honest, but that will be that. It's actually Alex Thompson, isn't it, who's the man on strike, not Harry Moore. After lunch, sweep shots, premeditated, loop straight up to the fielder. 4 wickets for Yuzi Chahal.
It's a shot that's been productive throughout the course of the 4 sessions so far, so I don't mind it. And it worked well for Alex Thompson. Those runs that he did get were from the sweep. It just bounced maybe a touch more than he thought, turned a little bit top-edged. And well, you wouldn't call it a screamer at first slip by Prithvishaw, would you? But it was taken by the first slip for Northants. Prithvishaw running across behind Lewis McManus, doing well to get past the helmet, taking a pretty simple catch in the end, just over the shoulder of the wicketkeeper. 165 for 9. 2 balls into the afternoon session. Northants have another wicket. And here comes the Derbyshire number 11, Jack Morley, fellow spinner, making his way out to join Harry Moore. Yuzvendra Chahal searching a fifer, bowled amazingly well down at Canterbury in the One Day Cup on his debut for Northants. We licking his lips at the opportunity here to get his first fifer for Northants in first-class cricket. And I think you'd be a little bit silly to bet against him here, wouldn't you?
Well, we said it, didn't we? What a difference a wicket makes for Yuzi Chahal. Really has been bang on the money all day long so far. Deserving of his 4 wickets, it has to be said. He really has found some rhythm. He's found his confidence as the day has progressed. He is well on track here for a fifer. Morley can bat a little bit. He scored 29 runs this season for Derbyshire, but the average just 5.8. So Thompson there trying to accelerate that scoring rate, not allowing Chahal to get into his rhythm, his flow after lunch. But as we said, the top edge finds the hands of Prithvi Shaw. And now Jack Morley will be under a lot of pressure here. Plenty of men around the bat. There's a short leg slip. Prithvi Shaw first. Can Chahal get his fifer? Yes, he can! Magnificent bowling from Yuzvendra Chahal. A thoroughly deserved 5-wicket haul, and he brings it up in spectacular style. Jack Morley, the Derbyshire number 11, dismissed for a golden duck, and Derbyshire are 165 all outs in large part due to some magical spin bowling, courtesy of Northampton's Indian leg spinner.
Luke Proctor carries off Yuzvendra Chahal in celebration. 5 for 45 from 16 and a half overs for Yuzvendra Chahal. It was an inauspicious start, wasn't it, yesterday evening? But my word, when he picked up that wicket of Knight Donald from a bit of a long hop, with all due respect, there were a great catch by James Sales. All of a sudden, Chahal's tail went up and went up quickly and then turned into the wizard that we all know that Yuzvendra Chahal has the capabilities of being. Okay, so that's 165 all out for Derbyshire, trail by 54 runs at the end of that first innings. Looks like the light roller has been chosen by Luke Proctor and Northants. I guess that's just to make sure they keep as much life in this pitch as possible with the lead of 54, because if they can get up to a lead of 200 here, 150 all out, obviously they'd want much more than that, but that's going to be a monumental number to chase down. Players make their way off. We've just kind of wrapped up the morning session fairly well. We've just come back from lunch. Should we just take a 5 minutes here and get ready to go again for when Derbyshire make their way back out and Northants join them with the bat in hand?
Well, we can do. I mean, I'm staggered, to be honest. I was expecting to have at least 30 minutes. We're just speaking there about the approach from Derbyshire, but Yuzvendra Chahal, this is what he does. The X factor, the difference maker, the potential match winner on this surface. 5 wickets from his 16.3 overs, just the 2 maidens, but day 2, completely different day for Northamptonshire's overseas star. So, yeah, we'll return then for Northamptonshire's second innings, but a 54-run lead is not just handy, could be crucial as we head into this innings.
Well, we're back. We lasted just 3 deliveries after lunch. That was all that Yuzvendra Chahal needed to wrap up the tale of Derbyshire. The umpires making their way out to the middle. You can just see on screen there the heavy roller, sorry, the light roller, in fact, making its way off the square. Northants not electing to use the heavy roller. I suspect that's just an attempt to keep as much life in this pitch as possible, knowing that Derbyshire will have to bat last here in Northampton. So the state of the game, Northants lead by 54 runs as Prithvi Shaw and Gus Miller make their way out to the middle to open the batting for the home team. Derbyshire have been warming up. They're in the huddle. The stream here at Northants is powered by Daffabet. As I said, my name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. And, well, I said it quietly, about half an hour to go to lunch, and our Northants on top, and you can definitely start seeing it from the rooftops now. Northants are on top in this game.
Well, they are. It feels like deja vu, doesn't it? Just 10 minutes ago, we were introducing everyone to the afternoon session, and all of a sudden, bang, bang, Yuzvendra Chahal and Northants are coming out for their second innings. So who would have guessed that at Stumps on day one? Northants 219 all out, Derbyshire 65 for 1. The visitors definitely having the better of the proceedings, and this is how quickly the game of cricket can change, isn't it, Dan? It's a case of 4-day cricket offering the ebbs and the flows. It's why we love this sport. It's why we love the county championship. You've got to be on it for all 4 days in order to win a game of first-class cricket, and Northants have been on it today.
Certainly, that morning session, they've been phenomenally good. Phenomenally good. A real fight back from yesterday, which they certainly finished second to a very good Derbyshire side. They struggled, didn't they? The top order against the seam bowling of Zach Chappell and Harry Moore. So I suspect we'll have trial by pace early on in this innings. Prithvi Shaw, the man to face first for Northants. He made 4. It was an elegant 4, but was dismissed second ball of the morning by Zach Chappell. Harry Moore undoubtedly from the David Capel end, and then for probably a shorter period of time, I suspect, Zach Chappell makes his way into bowl. And Prithvi Shaw, in a bit of deja vu, slightly less stylish than the ball the morning of day one, cuts that one through the offside, well fielded by the man on the boundary, and opens his account with a couple of runs. It's just one of those, how long does it take for David Lloyd to pull the pin and throw the ball to the two spinners that he's got?
Well, that is the question, isn't it? We saw with Northamptonshire, it was around about, what, the 8 to 10 over mark? Even earlier for Rob Keogh.
Yeah,
But
Sanderson bowled 7 straight, I think.
7 straight, yeah.
Dom Leech then had 3, which I think with the benefit of hindsight probably wouldn't have done.
But then that was that, wasn't it? As that ball cuts through. Prithvi Shaw, good response there from Zach Chappell. Not sure that was the correct shot to be played by Prithvi.
I think Prithvi's just one of those cricketers that in his mind is always in. I don't think Prithvi Shaw takes time to get in. Just goes out there and plays. Doesn't have a huge amount of foot movement involved. That one there just indicating, or the body language indicated that just kept maybe a little bit lower than what he thought it was going to. But this is going to be tough for Northants. They've been out there for the last couple of hours. They've watched how much it's turned. They've watched the bounce. They've watched the swing, the seam that Sanderson got. They've only had the light roller on there. They've not taken life out of the pitch by having the big heavy one rolling up and down it for 5 minutes. This is going to be hard work for them here. Yes, they've got a lead of 56 runs now. But they are going to have to bat well to make sure that they put themselves in a position that they give themselves a target to bowl at for Derbyshire.
They will, because if Chappell and Co can get through them, this is a big appeal. We can hear through the FX mic the big shouts of how's that? What were your thoughts on that one, Dan? I can see the expression.
Close, I think would be the polite way to describe that. The second appeal from the slip cordon as well. Oof. Looks good, doesn't it? From maybe a bit of an inside edge. If I'm being generous, we'll get a look on from behind the stumps. Maybe umpire's call on leg stump on the angle. But yeah, that looked like a good shout from Zach Chappell. Into the pads again. Pretty sure we'll pick up a leg by this time as Gus Miller calls him through. Another single added to the tally. What do you think the minimum is that Northampton can get here? 200 lead?
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Absolute minimum.
150 with the bats, get them over 200. Because this is a difficult surface. And both sides have got good spin bowlers. Let's not forget that Morley and Thompson were excellent yesterday. Certainly is not game over as far as the visitors are concerned. Final ball then, defended by Gus Miller. And that will bring us to a conclusion for the first of Northamptonshire's second innings overs. The hosts, 3 for none. 2 runs off the first delivery from Prithvi Shaw, followed by a leg by, and not a bad start for Zach Chappell, but the million-dollar question, as you mentioned, Dan, when does David Lloyd bring out the spin bowlers? He won't be bringing them out just yet. Harry Moore is coming on to bowl from the David Capel end. I think that was quite a good shout.
I think it was a very good shout, Aaron. I think it was a very, very good shout.
It wasn't too high. I don't think height is the problem. It's maybe just the angle. It did tail back an awful lot, but I think that's going into leg stump.
Youngster Harry Moore then from the David Capel end. Brilliant in the first innings. 2 5-over spells. Certainly wasn't over-bowled by his skipper. Very aware of the fact that he's just 17 years old, learning his craft. 10 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 16 for Harry Moore in that first innings. It's into bowl, and it's quick. It's down the leg side. Pretty sure just trying to run it, glance it down to fine leg for the boundary. Good take, good sharp footwork by Brooke Guest there to take it down the leg side. And you can already see out the window, Jack Morley, the number 18, just bowling a few looseners in there at mid-wicket, just making sure that he's ready to go when the skipper calls upon him. It certainly won't be long, I don't think. Harry Moore again. Pretty sure on the top of the bounce, defends into the leg side to that man, Jack Morley. It's a tough one, isn't it? Because yes, it's turning. Yes, it's bouncing. Yes, it's challenging for the spin. But the outfield's green. The overheads are helpful for seam bowling. there's a real kind of battle here because actually seam bowling could hold the key against this top order for Northampton and for Derbyshire. It might not be, the right answer might not be to chuck it to the finger spinners in this particular moment. There's another appeal for LBW, and it's given this time. Prithvi Shaw goes. That one there. Harry Moore gets his second first-class wicket of his young career. This time, it's the Indian overseas. Prithvi Shaw goes for just two off 8 deliveries, and it's 3 for 1. Again, looked like a very, very good call. Good appeal from Harry Moore. Just pushed that ball up there, got the length up, bit of nibble back into the body of Prithvi Shaw, wrapped him on the pads. And the Northants opener is heading back to the pavilion. He's a short man, isn't he, Prithvi Shaw? And it's got him just above the knee roll on the front pad. But unfortunately for you and I, unfortunately for the spectators that have made their way into the ground today that are supporting Northamptonshire, they won't get the pleasure of enjoying Prithvi Shaw in this fixture. On for 6 runs combined over the course of the 2 innings. 3 for 1. And the captain, Luke Proctor, makes his way out to the middle. He made 12 in the first innings before he was trapped LBW by Lewis Reece. Joins Gus Miller in the middle. Experience and youth combination. But Derbyshire is, well, you'd expect. And Harry Moore, pretty happy to be bowling again.
Certainly will be. Was impressive yesterday, wasn't he? Young Harry Moore, and what a start that is. 3rd ball, getting Prithvi Shaw. To be honest, could have been out the previous over against Zach Chappell. That was an excellent shout. Not given by the umpire, but yeah, that one, yet again, striking him just above the knee roll. Looks pretty good from our position here in the commentary box, and was given out. And that will bring Luke Proctor to the crease. So Moore 1 wicket in this opening over. And first blood is drawn by the 17-year-old. Let's see how he can follow it up with this delivery to Luke Proctor. Well, that's what strays it down the leg side. Ball just manoeuvred out towards Alex Thompson, so that'll be no run.
Not been a good week if you've got Prithvi Shaw in your fantasy county championship team, is it?
Are you saying that from experience, Dan?
Yep. Absolutely right. Am I saying that from experience? I needed it, Prithvi. I needed the runs this week. I needed the points. Oh, well. Proctor. He's got 3 slips and a gully in the cordon. Defends that. Just takes all the pace out of that. Just drops it dead at his toes as it trickles back to Harry Moore. Impressive. Harry Moore bowling at 80, 85 mile an hour. Proctor there just taking all of that venom out of the ball. Breeze still blowing strongly across the ground. That will help any lateral movement, bit of drift for when we do see the spin. Derbyshire, yeah, first breakthrough, lead of 57 for Northants, 9 second innings wickets in hand. Proctor just pulls out of that one, just wants to do a bit of gardening. Something just blown across the pitch there in his eye line.
Possibly a leaf.
Quite possibly, all sorts, I would imagine, gets kicked up. You got a nice face full of dust, didn't you, as you walked around to get your lunch at lunchtime?
We certainly did. Yeah, it is very blustery out there at the moment, as this is the end of an excellent over from Harry Moore. It's a wicket maiden to kickstart his spell in this second innings. And at the end of 2, Northamptonshire 3 for 1. Prithvi Shaw, the man to be dismissed. So good start this for the visitors.
Yeah, perfect, really. And certainly will offer a lot of encouragement to David Lloyd to keep the ball in the hand of the seamers for maybe longer than what he first thought. There is lateral movement there. It's still seaming about. There's a bit of swing and with this new kookaburra as well. And there's just swung in on the hat with the arm. Maybe a little bit of shape off the surface as well into the body of Prithvi Shaw. Zach Chappell continues from the Lynn Wilson centre end. That's off the inside half of the bat of Gus Miller. Fielded by Alex Thompson in there on the leg side. kind of felt like, and he's gone now, so it doesn't matter, but an enterprising innings from a batter here, similar to what we saw from Wayne Madsen, safe save the day before. It just feels like if someone's brave enough to take a risk out here, could make a huge difference when it comes to the actual tally involved with the runs that are required for Derbyshire to chase down. Whether that's a Gus Miller, unlikely to be a Luke Proctor with his temperament and his pace that he bats at. Could somebody go out there and get a runnable 50, for example? I mean, that could be massive in the context of this low-scoring game.
Well, if there was to be one man, it would be safe save, wouldn't it? 90 in that first innings, and he's that kind of cricketer. He's safe. Chappell then into Gus Miller. That one left well alone. Yeah, just in terms of the rest, maybe McManus down the order. I know he's not been in the greatest of forms, but is aggressive on the sweep shot, likes to take the attack to the spin bowlers. Justin Broad can give it a whack as well. Of course, if you're Northants, though, you should just want a platform, don't you? I know we're speaking there about the middle to even potentially lower order, but top order has a job to do here. Let's see if Chappell can get the breakthrough here of Gus Miller. Well, that one is flashed very wide by Gus Miller. Not the kind of shot you want to be playing at this point in the game, not even 3 overs in, and you've already lost your opening partner. Zach Chappell won't mind, though. Of course, the eyes will light up as Wayne Madsen loses his cap in the wind here. I think he was playing a shot, or at least pretending to play a shot whilst doing so, and then the cap rather comically just flew off.
Didn't keep his head down, did he?
No. Chappell again then into Miller, defended.
Big opportunity for Gus Miller. Spoke with Dave Ripley yesterday, didn't we? Said that Gus had been opening the batting for Northampton's second 11 this summer, and he's done really well for the twos. Scored a lot of runs. First opportunity in the absence of Ricardo Vasconcelos, the injury to him, and obviously Emilio Gay's move further up the country to Durham in 2025, as Gus Miller a chance at the top of the order here, and couldn't really have asked for tougher conditions, could he? It's a nice shot. Can't get it past the man at backward point. He does well to save that one in the end. Didn't go clean into the hands, did it? But ended up with a chesting it down and making sure that Gus Miller stayed on 0. So it was a maiden for Zach Chappell. 3 for 1 after 3 overs. Harry Moore makes his way to the end of his mark. He'll have Luke Proctor to bowl at. He'll be the wicket here that I think Derbyshire will be desperate to get rid of. He's somebody on a tough pitch, in tough conditions against good bowling, can hang around 100, 150 balls, 200 balls. He's never in a rush. Luke Proctor, happy to bat time.
Here is Moore into Proctor. Tries to flick that away off the pads. Well, I imagine Luke might be looking to almost fulfill the role that Reece did. I know that he's not opening the batting, but still top order. He is essentially opening the batting, given how early Prithvi was dismissed. He can just bat for time. Just try and see the shine off this ball, but this surface is one. You've got to be on the money for every single delivery as that batter. And here is Harry Moore then into Proctor. Defended back to the 17-year-old. Just needs a bit of resilience and grit. Does this innings for Northants, of course. If they are to be steamrolled for, I hate to say it, about 100, 120, that door is left ajar for Derbyshire. They can't afford that. They need to be clinical here. It's a big opportunity to get that first win of the season on the board, send these fans away happy. And Luke Proctor could play a major role in that. Moore, of course, will be looking to see the back of him. Good take. Well, good stop there. Wasn't actually taken in the end from Guest. He spilled it, but no byes given. And of course, not going to be a wide because this is red ball cricket as opposed to white ball. He just needs to get that line a little bit more outside off. It's just looking at the field, not too many men populating the onside here.
Solid defence again by the skipper. Harry Moore does the fielding off his own bowling. 3 slips, a gully. You say not much protection out there on the leg side. A few hardy souls in and around the ground, wrapped up warm, aren't they? They've got the raincoats on and the woolly hats are out. Jumpers, trousers. It feels like summer, doesn't it, in the UK? Oh, there's a big appeal for LBW again, but too high. Just outside leg as well, probably. It's going to be difficult, isn't it, on the angle for Harry Moore to get that swinging back into the pads of Luke Proctor. That bit of extra bounce, that bit of extra spice or spit out of the wicket, just trying to seam it away from him, feed that cordon. Yeah, as you said, 150 here would be the absolute minimum, because even then, 200 to win, that door will be ajar. Like, that's not a big score, is it? Like, Derbyshire will fancy chasing that down. 250 similarly. But I think you can just continually add more context to those numbers. And when you see or when you watch back through those wickets from those first 2 innings, you realise how tough that could be to try and chase down 200, 250. 300 sounds like one of the biggest scores in world cricket out there, doesn't it? So important to bat well here. Northampton skipper leading from the front. Zach Chappell will start his 3rd over of the afternoon from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 2 overs, 1 made, none for 2. 2 runs came off the bat of Prithvishaw. The only 2 runs of the afternoon have come off the bat of Prithvishaw. The other one coming off the thigh pad. 3 for 1 after 4. Still the 3 slips in place. Gus Miller, the man on strike. That's nicely played down the grounds, on drive, on push, up to Lewis Reece, who finds himself at mid-on. That's the fielding. Keeps Gus Miller on 0. How long can, Derbyshire keep this pressure up? How long can they keep these dot balls? How long is Gus Miller and Luke Proctor prepared to bat on 0 for before a risk is taken trying to find that shot, trying to find the run to get off the mark?
I think of the 2, Proctor will be the happier, won't he? Someone who is a little bit more patient with his approach as Chappell gets ready to bowl this delivery to Gus Miller. That one is defended in front of the eye line of the right-hander for no run. I mean, with Gus, we saw that earlier flash of the blade as well. He is someone who likes to get off the mark somewhat early. Won't want to hang about for 20, 30 deliveries. He'll want to get at least 1 or 2 runs on the board by that point, whereas Proctor could be a bit more methodical, a bit more calculated. As I said, time is his greatest commodity out there on the cricket field. And let's not forget, this is just day 2. There is still time. As Chappell again bounds in here to Miller. Flirts with that one down the leg side. Doesn't get any connection. Good diving stop by Brooke Guest. And that is the question for Northants. Because for Derbyshire, it's pretty easy, isn't it? In terms of their approach. Go out there, be aggressive, take the 10 wickets. Try and give yourself as few runs as possible. Maybe try and limit them to less than 200. If that's achievable. As Chappell again comes into Gus Miller. That's a wonderful drive from Gus Miller. Straight back down the grounds. Emphatic way for the youngster to get his innings off the mark. How about that for a shot, Dan?
Beautiful. The on drive is one of my favourites to watch. He's just shaped up for that, hasn't he? Just couldn't get it past Lewis Reece a couple of balls before, and that one timed much better and a touch straighter as well. Beat the experienced Reece at mid-on the inside. And there we go. He's had to wait about 20 minutes to get himself off the mark, and he's done it in some serious style.
Well, of course, if you're going to take that much time to get off the mark, make sure you get off of it with a little bit of elegance, and that is what Gus Miller did right there, and again drives that one hard into the ground. finds the hands of the fielder, though. There's Martin Anderson, the loanee from Middlesex. We say loanee for the time being. He will be joining the club permanently in 2025, so not long to go until Martin Anderson is a full-time permanent pro at Derbyshire County Cricket Club. That's a good bit of fielding there. Chappell then to round out his third over of the innings, left well alone, and just the 4 runs will come off of it then. So at the end of 5 overs, 5 eventful overs, it has to be said, as has been the story of the day, the tale of the tape. Northamptonshire are 7 for 1. Proctor yet to get off the mark. Gus Miller on 4, and Zach Chappell bowling very nicely indeed, as is this man getting ready to line up from the David Capel end. Harry Moore has been one of the most impressive players from a Derbyshire perspective in this match. They have just added the protection there at a deep fine leg. It's Zach Chappell. So Moore into Proctor. You can hear the oohs and the ahs of the Derbyshire slip cordon. There was no willow on that one, though. Aggressive field, isn't it, in terms of that cordon, Dan? Really aggressive.
It's really similar to the hand that Luke Proctor and Northants were dealt themselves. You kind of have to stay aggressive because you just don't have the luxury of runs to play with. Equally, if you had a lead of 500, you stay as aggressive as long as you want. But best way for Derbyshire to be successful here today is to bowl Northants out cheaply. And you're not going to do that if you've got fielders patrolling boundaries and trying to limit the scoring rate. Got to take those opportunities when they turn up, and David, Lloyd and Derbyshire are giving themselves great opportunities to be able to do so with the 3 slips and a gully. A couple of catches in on the square as well. Luke Proctor gets himself off the mark. 11th time of asking. 9 for 1 score.
Still plenty of time today, though. As you can see, minimum overs remaining, 55.4. It was a staggering morning session for Northamptonshire. 7 wickets falling within the space of 2 hours. More into Proctor. Worked out towards Thompson. That'll be a dot ball. And then 2 wickets in 3 balls after lunch. Would have been the exact scenario and game plan that the home side would have wanted, and they executed it superbly well. But now it's a case of hammering down that advantage. They've got the lead, and albeit at one point unlikely lead, I don't think many people would have expected them to have got a 50-run lead after being bowled out for 219. But they did deserve it off the back of that bowling. More another dot ball left well alone by Luke Proctor. This game really has sprung into life. Yesterday was a great day for Derbyshire. Day 2 has been a delightful day for Northamptonshire. And now you look at this. I know it's very cliche, but this is the innings, and it's probably the day, isn't it?
The first hour of this innings is key.
It is.
Aaron.
It is, though.
I don't know what makes the second hour less key, or the hour after that any less key than that. But yeah, it's key again. We've had a key first hour at 10:30 this morning. We've got another one at 1:10 this afternoon.
And he's gone. Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, the latest to depart. Harry Moore has his seconds. And let's face it, he has earned it. Aggressive, counter-attacking, proactive field placements. Results in the nick behind to the slips. And Harry Moore and Derbyshire will be absolutely delighted with that. We said how crucial, how pivotal of a wicket Luke Proctor would be. Well, his stay at the crease has been a rather short one. He departs for 2 from 14 balls. We'll see the replay here of the catch to Wayne Madsen at second slip. Pair of bucket hands. Is Wayne Madsen never ever going to drop that? And all of a sudden, after being squared up, Luke Proctor's gone. And the home side are 2 wickets down. Practically 63 for 2 if we're looking ahead to the run chase, which isn't terrible, of course. It's still very much in Northamptonshire's courts. But you've got two of your big guns gone already. Shaw, who could be that guy to score a quick fire, enterprising 50. Proctor on the other side of the equation can be a bit more dogged, resilient, gritty out in the middle. But he will play no further parts with the bats in hand as James Sales enters the middle, batting at number 4 for Northamptonshire.
Oh, here comes David Lloyd. Good news. Not quite sure what happened there. He's done his high fives for Harry Moore and Wade Madsen. He's bolted as fast as he possibly could off past the covers and round the Jackson Grundy stand. There are some, maybe he just needed a bathroom break, and maybe they were quicker than heading all the way over to the heavy suite there where the players' rooms are located at Northampton. But he's back. Don't panic. I was wondering, I just saw him at the corner. What on earth is over in that corner of the ground, David, that you might possibly need? So,
well, he's back on now. That's the important thing. And just look at that slip cord, and that is a thing of beauty for a seam bowler.
You have to say here, Harry Moore could have been 2 for 2 yesterday.
Could have been
3 overs.
Easily.
And didn't get the rewards until, obviously, that wicket that he did pick up. It was of Lewis McManus, wasn't it, on the pull. Caught down at fine leg until he got his first-class wicket. But he bowled as well as this yesterday morning. Didn't get the reward. And today, so far, in this afternoon session, is getting exactly everything he deserves.
He really is. James Sales then defends his first delivery. That will bring an end to Harry Moore's third. 2 runs and the massive wickets of Luke Proctor. So Northamptonshire 9 for 2 after 6 overs. And we will just have a replay of that on your screens now. Again, slightly shorter than the previous deliveries. Had pitched it a bit fuller than that in previous balls.
Yeah, just running it across him, isn't he, into that slip cordon. After lunch, I'll just give you a quick rundown of Div 2, Aaron.
Go for it.
Leicester trail Yorkshire by 247 with 8 wickets remaining. Yorkshire all out for 379. Gloucestershire trail Middlesex by 280 with 6 first innings wickets left in the shed. And then Sussex lead Glamorgan by 73 runs. And they're 5 down at the moment.
Here is Chappell then to continue his spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end in towards Gus Miller.
Division 1. The one of interest down at Taunton. Surrey are 133 for 3. Trail Somerset by 184 runs, having been bowled out for 317. Lancashire Durham. Durham 76 for 2. They trail Lancashire by 152, having bowled Lancashire out for 228.
Here is Chappell again, left well alone by Gus Miller.
Essex are piling on against Notts, 388 for 6, 104 overs. Michael Pepper, 78 not out. Simon Harmer, 40 not out. Hampshire Kent, 382 for 9 for Hampshire. Brad Wheel on 49. Tom Prest, 102.
Chappell again then into Gus Miller. That one again driven very hard back to the bowler. What about the Bears versus Pairs match, Dan? Go on.
You're on 10 hooks, aren't you?
Yep.
98 for 3, Warwickshire. Trail Worcester's first innings score by 209.
Okay, so that one's pretty much in the balance at the moment. Then it's New Rose. How about that for a knock from Tom Prest as well? 102 from 107. Because Hampshire were in all sorts of bother yesterday. They were 213 for 7 at stumps. Here is Chappell. That's worked away delightfully off the pads. Through mid-wickets. Will it have the legs? No, it won't. Lewis Reece will gather that one. Throws the ball back. And they come back for a third. Good running there, actually, between Gus Miller and James Sales. It was quite a clean clip off the pads there through mid-wicket by Gus.
That was a great shot, wasn't it? Zach Chappell stood at the end of his run or his follow-through there with his hands on his head for quite a long time because he knows, obviously, if Gus Miller misses that, the umpires are going to have to come up with a really good reason as to why that's not out. So well timed by Gus Miller. It's a long pocket, isn't it, down there? And we said about how lush this outfield is. Even though it's in September now, it's still very green.
Chappell into Sales then. Nice bit of shape. Almost cannons back into the off stump of the right-hander. Good leave there, though, from James Sales, just in terms of that channel.
There's two types, isn't there?
There certainly are.
Definitely a good one. The interesting thing with this Derbyshire slip cordon, James Sales probably, I don't know exactly, but probably was in a similar-ish kind of time yesterday. But they went 1-2-4, didn't they, with their slip cordon? And I think he was eventually caught at third slip. He had at least 8 of those runs. 7 of those runs came through third slip, one of which was definitely catchable. They've strengthened that. They've just filled in the gap, haven't they, this time for James Sales? And there goes the gazebo. There goes the gazebo, the home of the Steelbacks. The community, no, Steelbacks in the community gazebo has been picked up by... How on earth? What am I meant to say about this? Apart from Lewis Reece coming to remove the Steelbacks in the community gazebo from the outfield.
Sam Connor's also absolutely loving that from just in front of our of the box up here in the commentary position.
Brilliant news.
Just went flying. One of the most unique stoppages of play in the county championship. In the past, in the 1900s, we saw sheep stop in play, fog stop in play. And now here in Northampton, we've seen a gazebo stopping play as well.
Hopefully the legs are okay. Hopefully we don't have to get the big tarpaulins out and potentially the Steelbacks in the community gazebo might need to go off for pastures new, but the legs still look pretty straight. I reckon that's salvageable, you know. Good quality gazebo. Good way to test a gazebo, that.
It is, yeah. Very, very good way. Although it came out of nowhere, didn't it? Massive gust of winds. And then hilariously in front of our position, we just saw this gazebo fly in front of us. But there we go. Thankfully, no damage done to the surface or to the players. And here we go then. Harry Moore will get ready to continue his spell from the David Capel ends. Beauty of live streaming as well, Dan, is the fact that we get to watch that back a bit later on as well. Harry Moore then into James Sales. Works that behind out towards that long leg region. Zach Chappell will do the fielding, so they'll come back for 2 runs. I can't say I've ever seen that on a cricket field before.
Well, it might be the first and last time that you ever see that as well. I like the idea of it going down in the scorebook there, gazebo stop play though.
I quite like that. You can add it into unique stoppages in county cricket history. Also had snow before, of course, haven't we?
Oh yeah, but a gazebo.
Oh, I think
Snow's got nothing on a gazebo.
Snow can happen at any time. You can't always see gazebo flying across the outfield, but there we go. Another dot ball for Harry Moore. Excellent start this from the 17-year-old. We said about the control, the discipline, the accuracy of Chappell and Moore yesterday. Very much more of the same here from this new ball duo as a pigeon now flies across us here in the
That's not what I was
box.
pointing at. I'm pointing at Jack Morley
Warming up.
in at mid-wicket. Well, now he's practicing
He's
his golf
practicing
swing, but
some golf. Not sure golf would be too enjoyable in windy conditions like these. Here is Harry Moore then. That one fenced away by James Sales. Out into the covers for no run. Score now 15 for 2. Sales on 3, Miller on 7. Really is just one of those days. It's blustery. That Steelbacks flag over there on our left has been fluttering away all afternoon long. It's Moore again opting for those 3 slips. Lloyd in at first, Madsen at second. Anuj Donald patrolling in at 3rd slip.
you can see there with Anuj Donald at 3rd slip, it spins not far away because he's come out to field with the shin pads on, hasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
It won't be long, and it certainly looks like a pretty rigorous warm-up for Jack Morley over there at mid-wicket as he's loosening up his back. Miller was trapped LBW by Anderson in the first innings. Sales caught by Donald. Not off the bowling of Zach Chappell.
More it is then. Into Sales, bangs that one in a bit shorter, just about worked out into the offside for no runs. So just the one delivery remaining in more. 2 runs coming from the first delivery and none since that fateful ball. But again, it's just the start that Derbyshire would have wanted, putting the home side under immediate pressure here. That lead still only 69 runs. They'll be looking to skittle out the hosts for underneath 200. Here we go then, more. Well, I don't think Sales was tempted by that one for even a split second. Probably wouldn't have hit a second set of stumps just looking at that line there. So that'll be the end of Moore's 4th over. And at the end of it, Derbyshire have restricted Northants to 15 for 2.
Scene continues. Zach Chappell passes his jumper over to his skipper, who runs that up to the umpire for him. So he will bowl one more from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Jack Morley has just gone for a bit of shadow bowling at the David Capel end. So whether Harry Moore is going to have a, what's that, a 3 over spell, 4 over spell, and that'll be him done for a while. But 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. Just to keep it going, surely, unless Jack was just desperate for the ball in hand.
Which he might be. If you're a spin bowler, let's face it, you'll be absolutely champing at the bit on this wicket, as that one rears up slightly up towards the gloves of Gus Miller.
But these deliveries, the ones from Harry Moore, that one there from Zach Chappell, just proves the fact that there is still plenty of life in it. If you're going to bowl good quality seam on this pitch, it's still a really good option in order to take these wickets. It isn't just a case of chuck it to your off spinner and let them do the work. There is wickets to be taken here for these seamers.
There are. And the key there is for good and disciplined bowling, because we've seen in terms of the line, it's mostly that 4th stump channel, isn't it? That's where we've seen that late movement take effect and come back into the pads of the right-handers, and has also generated and induced some edges. But if you go too straight, which is what we saw with Dom Leech a little bit earlier on, you can get punished. So it's all about weighing up your options and just trying to hit that length on a penny piece as much as possible, as Zach Chappell at the top of his mark comes into Gus Miller. And that again is just worked through mid-wickets, really stylishly by the Northamptonshire opener. Chase on here for Lewis Reece. They think about a third. The call of no from James Sales was a strong and a confident one, and that will just be 2 to add to the board for Gus Miller, who moves on to 9 from 20 deliveries.
He's played that shot nicely, hasn't he, in this short 20-ball innings so far. And it does feel like the pitch. The people that have been successful out here are the ones that have gone out there and they've played cricket shots. Steve Sabe, 90 off 144. Justin Broad, 45 off 64. James Sales, to a lesser extent, but 23 off 39 in that first innings. 50 off 123. Lewis Reece is the anomaly to that. Brooke Guest, 28 off 75. Was quite happy to play cricket shots. Wayne Madsen, happy to play cricket shots. Anuj Donald, 21 off 24. Happy to play cricket shots. Cricketers that have gone in there and tried to really hang around and grit it out. As I say, with the exception of Lewis Reece, so it's not to say it's impossible. They're the ones that have kind of perished out here on this 22 yards in Northampton this week. Actually, be proactive, be busy, look to score, I think is the way you got to go.
It is, as that one plays rather deftly by Gus Miller. It's racing out towards that deep third region, just about corralled back in by the Derbyshire fielders, and they will come back for another 2. Handy start this for Gus Miller. Didn't quite have the opportunity to score too many runs in the first innings, but he's made a bright start to the second, scoring a lot of runs through that mid-wicket region. Had that delectable on drive. That really was one of the standout moments here on day 2, to go with the bowling of Keogh and Jahal. And just guides that off the bat face for another 2 runs. Chappell then into Miller, who goes straight as an arrow on this one. Chase on for the fielder. Lewis Reece will not get there. And that is a fine end to the over for Gus Miller. 15 from 23 deliveries. A fruitful over for Northants. 8 runs from it. And at the end of the 9th over, the home side find themselves on 23 for 2 with a handy lead of 77 runs.
Just building nicely, isn't it? We saw a couple of those overs in Derbyshire's first innings that just seemed to take a bit of momentum away from Northants. They did then wrestle that back, obviously, bowling them out for 165. Those 3 overs from Leech that went as 6s felt like they just had quite a big impact on the game over a short period of time. But it is going to be the end of seam from the Lynn Wilson centre end. There's a bit of a players' meeting going on, isn't there, with Jack Morley right now? Not many Derbyshire fielders outside of the camera shot. The wicketkeeper, Reece, making his way down. The bowler, the captain. Short legs getting ready. James Sales will be the man to face up against the first look of spin in the second innings. I don't think he would have faced anybody in the... Did they bring on... No, from memory, Jack Morley didn't bowl, did he? 2 overs before lunch he bowled on the first day, and it was exclusively seen with Chappell, Moore, Reece and Anderson. Again, though, it's so hard to know, isn't it? Because with the benefit of hindsight, and as I say, there is no benefit to hindsight. It's a terrible thing. It's a woeful thing to say as well, because there is no benefit to it. But instead of going 17 overs of Reece and Anderson, could they have gone to Morley earlier had they known the pitch was going to turn as early as what it did?
Maybe.
It's hindsight. And
It
you
is
can't
hindsight.
You can't answer the question, but that's why I say there's no benefit to it.
Here is Morley then from the David Capel ends immediately. Induces the edge of James Sales' bat. Won't have enough legs to go for 4, but they will sneak back for a second. Harry Moore doing the fielding there immediately. Causing some problems here is the Derbyshire finger spinner. I think it's a valid point, Dan, isn't it? But again, it is the magic of hindsight, because Anderson bowled really nicely. Let's not forget that. And Reece, I know he took the 1 wicket, but was shaping that ball about all over the shop. Fires that one in. Does Jack Morley. Definite difference in terms of his approach by comparison to Rob Keogh, Yuzvendra Chahal, and of course his partner in crime, Alex Thompson. He's looking to give this ball plenty of reps. Bowls it shorter, getting a good degree of turn and bite off this wicket. But just hasn't found his radar as of yet. And that is the problem with Jack at times. Gets a lot of energy on the ball. It's just a case of landing it in those good areas. Just needs one to turn sharply here, that one. Keeps a bit low. Sharp take again from Brooke Guest.
You can see the difference there, can't you? The experience of Madsen, the way that he played Keogh, in comparison to Sales. Here, Madsen was quite happy just to leave the ball if it was on off stump, turning away from him. Sales, as yet outside off stump, has played at pretty much all of them. Those shorter balls, they're kind of slow enough that he can get that bat in the hands well out the way of it. But it is turning so much that actually they're not just gimmies, are they? The long up here from Morley isn't exactly a gimme for Sales.
It isn't, and again, plenty of energy and revs on that ball. Just popped out towards forward square leg for 1 run. And that will signal the end of Jack Morley's first over. So Northamptonshire now 26 for 2 after 10. Miller on 15, Sales on 6. And a little bit of a partnership just developing in the early stages here for these two. Just the 17 runs between them, but it's better. They've withstood the pressure from the Derbyshire seam bowlers. And now we will have a trial by spin as Alex Thompson removes his cap. Will be ready to bowl some right arm off spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. And this will be a good challenge, won't it, for both of these two? They didn't really get to face much, if any, spin in that first innings. Sales didn't have the greatest of starts in that over, but still got time. And Thompson here will be licking his lips on this surface, because he got some real turn on that first go. So we just see a couple of the Derbyshire fielders putting on the shin pads. Of course, Anuj Donald wearing that number 12. He already had them on. He was eager. He was keen to get under the lid and get himself into the action.
Is this the skipper, the other one?
Yes, it is David Lloyd wearing the 46 for the visitors. So yeah, you can already see fielders swarming the bats here already. So Donald will go in at short leg. Madsen just adjusting the shin pads of David Lloyd. Not quite comfortable with them just yet. Then there's going to be a catching mid-wicket. We've got a point fielder, mid-on, mid-off, and someone out in the covers as well as Harry Moore at long leg. So nice attacking field here for Alex Thompson. Should give him a bit of a confidence boost to head into this first over. That lead now 80 runs. So when we look at the bigger picture, Northamptonshire essentially 80 for 2. Let's see what Alex Thompson can manufacture here. So a leg slip, a short leg, and a traditional first slip. Thompson to Sales. Well, that one has beat everything. And it will nestle against the boundary rope. And that's a rather innocuous way to start the over, isn't it, from Alex Thompson?
They all count. They all count for Northampton. I don't necessarily think that's going to be a delivery that's going to upset Alex Thompson all that much. One that's turned from middle and off down the leg side. Guest is disappointed with himself, isn't he? But the line, particularly with the turn on offer here, wasn't right for Thompson. But the good news is the turn is still there for Alex Thompson, as you'd expect. Turning into the right-handed James Sales.
And again, that's a much better area from Alex Thompson. Got his line better, allowing the ball to rotate back in towards the right-handed Sales. Do feel a little bit for Brooke Guest there, because those byes will go against his name, but can really have done much more there. Thompson is to Sales, punched off the back foot up towards Zach Chappell in the sun hats. It's one thing we haven't spoken about actually since lunch, the lack of sun. It's been very cloudy here in the East Midlands, but that will hopefully produce a little bit more lateral movement if we do see any more seam. Thompson again into Sales and whacks that one into the surface for a dot ball.
I think you want to get your seatbelts on, because I think we're going to have spin for at least an hour now, aren't we? I can't see why David Lloyd throws the ball to a seamer at the moment.
Thompson then bowls that one shorter, worked off the hips, straight down towards Harry Moore. That'll be a single. It is just wonderful to see. It's refreshing, actually. I must say, I do love this. It's a proper game of chess when you've got spin. You'll see lots of changes in the field. Out there as well, I imagine there'll be conversations and dialogues. Of course, there will be. Whether it goes into sledging is another debate. Here is Thompson, that one slightly too wide. They think about scampering through. That is fielded, and that will be a dot ball then. So just the one run against Thompson's name, but of course those the 4 byes means that it will be 5 runs off of the over. Takes Northamptonshire up to 31 for 2, so that lead now 85, which is healthy, not sizable by any stretch of the imagination, but they've got off to a decent start here after that early wobble, which saw them 9 for 2 with the loss of Prithvi Shaw and Luke Proctor. This is where the game, as you said, Dan, could accelerate, and it could accelerate rather rapidly.
Yeah, well, if it accelerates, Aaron, I think it's only accelerating in the favour of Derbyshire. I don't see either of these two becoming ultra aggressive against the spin here of Morley and Thompson. I'd be prepared to be proven wrong. I think a lot of that's going to be down to the fact that I don't think Morley and Thompson are going to bowl bad enough to allow Miller and Sales to really accelerate the scoring rate. I think it's going to be tough. It's going to be hard going. Every ball, I think, is going to be a real challenge, particularly with the finger spinners. It's unlikely you're going to get the real drag down or the full toss that you might get from a wristy if Derbyshire had employed one of those for this fixture. But Gus Miller then, maybe he is thinking about accelerating the rate. A little bit of invention going on, but he got himself into a bit of a pickle there.
Well, I'm just checking the field again. They don't have someone at deep fine leg, so there is a bit of a gap if he can beat Anuj Donald at short leg. Here is Morley. Into Miller, goes for it once more. Gets that one slightly squarer than he would have hoped, though, so doesn't trickle away. Goes out towards Martin Anderson, wearing the number 2 at long leg. I don't mind that, though, from Gus. He's trying to manipulate the angle, isn't he? The only problem, of course, if he does get it wrong, you're bringing LBW and bold, given the trajectory of Jack Morley here. Morley again, good delivery that. Beats the bats of James Sales. And that will give him a bit of confidence heading into this final delivery. How can Morley round out this over then? Well, he bangs it in a little bit shorter. Sales somehow manages to squirt the ball away, and that will be a single. So 3 runs off of that over from Jack Morley. His first 2 have gone for 6 runs. And at the end of 12 overs, Northamptonshire 34 for 2. That lead now 88.
Just ticking nicely, isn't it? The sweep shot by Miller, I like it. I think you just said the same. It's probably been the most productive shot in this fixture so far. You can kind of go through on MV Play and you can see where the runs have been scored, but it doesn't break it down by which particular shots. But I dare I say, a lot have probably come square of the wicket. 36, 56, 60, 64 runs out of the total so far. I think we're in Northampton's first innings there, came through square of the wicket. Derbyshire, even more so. So keep sweeping, I think, is the moral of the story. Feels like it's a safer bet, doesn't it, with a cross bat, but a full cross bat shot rather than offering up those edges for the spinners to nibble at, with all of those fielders just lurking around the bat. An inside edge onto your pad. Pops up nicely for short leg. You turn one around the corner, you've got leg slip lurking there. You get an orthodox slip for the outside edge, and Gus Miller demonstrates the sweep perfectly again, just for 1. Yes, okay, fine. It's not a high scoring option, but I don't think there are many high scoring options out here at the minute.
No, there aren't, unless you're prepared to risk the advance down the track, whack it over the bowler. Not much on offer here. The vast majority of the batters taking a more conservative and defensive approach. You've just seen that there from James Sales. It is difficult to work this Kookaburra ball away.
I think it's difficult to work this game out as well, Aaron. Everybody grows up in that same school of thought, and you go, get yourself in, bat time, it'll get easier. I just don't know whether it does out here at the minute. I really don't. I suppose it would do by percentages, by fractions, by real slight. You get more confident, I suppose, the more balls you face, the more times it hits the middle of the bat, you'll go, yeah, I'm feeling quite good now. But then we've seen, out of nowhere, a spinner's got an ability just to get a bit of a special delivery, land it in the perfect place. Look at the delivery that got rid of Madsen. An absolute jaffa. Couldn't have done anything more to it. And he was in.
He was in. He looked destined for a 50. Here is Tom.
Same with Reece as well.
Yes.
He was in. Batted for a long time. And Keogh set that up perfectly, didn't he? He bowled 5 or 6 in and around that right area that he wanted to be. Landed one in the perfect spot. Lewis Reece went for the defence. It just offered up the outside edge, kissed it on the way through to McManus. Done. I don't know whether you ever get in on this pitch. Well, not to say it's a bad pitch. I think it's a really fun pitch.
It is. I was just about to say that. It's a competitive pitch, isn't it? Because, yes, it's all well and good seeing some big scores from time to time, isn't it? And you can cash in. You've got to make hay while the sun shines. But on a wicket like this, this is a challenge. It's not a dreadful wicket. It's not a green seamer. It's not a Bunsen burner, which is offering outrageous degrees of turn. But it's just enough turn to keep everybody interested. And there's just enough in it for the seamers as well. I think it's a fantastic wicket in terms of the wider contest of this game. Yes, it's probably going to be a low scorer, but at the same time, you'll see a knock like Save Sabes. And after the game, you'll look at that and go, well, that was incredible. That really did take an awful lot of mettle and character. And that's what this will be, the character building for these youngsters, the likes of Gus Miller, the likes of James Sales. From a Derbyshire perspective, you know, the likes of Harry Moore on this surface when he went out to bat. And of course, bowling it, it's really has been some very captivating stuff. And that just echoes my point there. Every single ball feels as though something major will happen.
Yeah, Morley just getting into his work here, isn't he? Just hasn't quite settled on that line and that length yet. A few of these kind of oohs and ahs that we've got from yourself here in the commentary box, they've probably been a little bit too wide for James Sales to really need to play at. But has dangled the bat there and offered Morley an opportunity. That one there just fired down the leg side. That's better. Sales on the front foot, looking to cover that off, get to the spin. It does turn sharply away from the outside edge. Brooke Guest whips the bails off as it gets ever more gloomy here in Northampton. That one a full toss. James Sales doesn't miss out on. Times it nicely through the leg side, down towards Craig Harvey and his team here, Northampton. And he picks up 4, moves to 15. And that tally takes it up to 41. The lead now 95. 95 for 2 effectively. So a shame for Morley and Derbyshire to end the over with a bit of a freebie. And it really was a freebie with the assist, which is offering the finger spinners. Thompson then continues. Breeze just picking up as well. Getting gloomy. No floodlights available for the fixture. No seam bowlers bowling. It's perfect. Don't need them.
Well, you don't for the time being. And it's just a bit of a shame, really, if we are looking at this from the view of the visitors. That final ball was a loosener from Jack Morley, because up until that point, he was keeping the men around the bat interested. And yeah, it's just relieved the pressure there as Alex Thompson prepares the bowl here from the Lynn Wilson centre end, coming over the wicket towards the right-handed Gus Miller, who's looked handy for this 17 so far. Hasn't been flashing the bat too much after that first 4 or 5 balls. It's time to get within himself. As you said, feeling that ball on the bats. Good use of the footwork there, actually. Works out towards deep square leg. And that will be a single. Jack Morley doing the fielding there.
Here's my question for you.
Go on.
With the 4 bowlers that we've seen in these 14.2 overs of this second innings, which set, the seamers or the spinners, have asked more questions of the Northants bowlers?
That's an excellent question. I think you'd have to say the seamers, because Harry Moore, let's face it, he didn't really bowl a bad delivery, did he? Was getting the ball talking, got 2 massive wickets, Prithvi Shaw, LBW, and had the nibble of Luke Proctor's bat. You would have to say it was the seam bowlers, but we said this yesterday, didn't we? These 2 had a slow start. Thompson and Morley are rhythm bowlers. It might take them 5 to 10 overs to set into their groove, but once they do...
Look at Chahal earlier today.
Yep.
Keogh to an extent as well.
Exactly. Here is Thompson then into Sales. Getting clipped away out towards the aforementioned Jack Morley.
Nicely timed, wasn't it? Off the back foot, just whipped through mid-wicket. Anuj Donald there under the lid. Got a catcher. Harry Kame is just in those wicket ends as well on the leg side for that leading edge.
Well, so far, so good for James Sales. Playing the ball on its merits, not doing anything too brash, too reckless. That partnership, 33 at the moment between these two. Useful partnership, to say the least. Northampton now 42 for 2 after 15. The lead standing at 96. And you compare that to yesterday, where they were 47 for 4. Much better start this from the home side, albeit in slightly different circumstances, because most of that was down to seam, whereas now it is the trial by spin. And it will be Jack Morley to continue from the David Capel end. Conversations about field placement taking place. Got deep backward square legging.
Yeah, so interestingly, Morley has got 2 slips, no short leg. What are you pointing at, Aaron? What am I missing?
Donald coming out of short leg. That's a very, very interesting field change.
I wonder if that is just to give Morley a bit of extra protection, as you say, whilst he settles into this spell, because the length, similar to Chahal yesterday evening, hasn't been consistent yet. He said he's a rhythm bowler. It will take a little bit of time to get into it, but there's been some shorter ones, there's been some fuller ones, there's been obviously some good ones in there.
Here is Morley again. It's uppish. Late cuts. Races away to the boundary. Another 4 off the blade of Gus Miller as Northamptonshire inch ever closer to 50 in this second innings. For a moment, the heart would have been in the mouth. There was a fielder patrolling there as Alex Thompson. But thankfully, for the home side, no damage done as far as wickets are concerned.
100 lead as well for Northants. And I wonder if that move out of short leg is just a nod of David Lloyd to say, look, settle in. That lead is 100. 100 runs is a lot to score on this pitch. Once you get back into that rhythm, we can bring Donald back in and we'll look to kind of put some men back around the back foot for you. As it is, Donald is at a short, fine leg, just for that little paddle sweep, which Miller has tried to play a couple of times.
On this surface as well, a lot can change quickly. As we saw in that Derbyshire innings, at one point, they were 150 for 4, ultimately being bowled for 165. So practically 15 for the loss of 6 wickets. Is a difficult surface to start on as Gus Miller drills that back to Jack Morley's right hand. That will be the ends of Morley's 4th. Not really troubling Miller too much in that over. But that will signal the end of the 16th, after which Northamptonshire are 46 for 2. The partnership now 37 from 61. It's a handy stand this for the 3rd wickets for the Northamptonshire youngsters. Miller on 22, Sales on 15. And I suppose if you're looking at Morley for the time being, if he isn't getting too much danger, would you call back Harry Moore? Would you bring on Martin Anderson? Would maybe David Lloyd himself want to give it a few tweaks? He got the wicket of safe save yesterday, didn't he? So
yeah, Zach Chappell from the David Capel end with the win behind him today maybe would be another option. Thompson continues though from Wilson centre end. Inside edge from Sales, but played with soft hands. Anuj Donald does the fielding at short leg. Has a shot at the stumps as well, just to make sure that James Sales is aware that it's to stay in the crease. Can't go wandering. First slip in place as well. Thompson, the one with the experience. That one's turned through square leg. It'll just be one. Run the first one pretty hard. Pat Brown out on the field. A bit of substitute work. So Gus Miller back on strike. And you can see as well, can't you, that David Lloyd and Derbyshire are just prepared to invest in Thompson just that little bit more with the 3 men around the bat. In fact, there is the sweep. An appeal from Madsen. But Miller gets himself a long way outside the line of off stump. 47 for 2, 16 and a half overs. Lead of 101 with 8 wickets in hand. It's an interesting old sport that we've got, isn't it?
it really is. Because you look at the run rate And you might see that in modern first-class crickets. We see England with Bazball, and they're going at 5 and 6. And yet, the one thing that you can't say about this game is that it's been boring. It really hasn't been boring. This has been a really good game to cover here on day 2. Because it's so strategic, it's so tactical, so methodical. Every little change in the field means something for the narrative of this game. And this is a big game for both teams, especially for Northamptonshire, because it is the battle of the bottom. Of course, neither are going to get promotion to the First Division, but there's pride on the line here. Both East Midlands counties, Northants without a win, as Thompson gives that a little bit more air compared to the previous ones, fielded for a dot ball. They want this. You could see that with the body language. You could see that with the fielding, that pack mentality. They don't want to let these home fans down. It's been a tough season. We've said they haven't been clinical enough across both departments and in other facets of their cricket, but they've got a massive chance here to leave the season with a smile. 102 runs is now the lead. They've got 8 wickets remaining. Jack Morley will come back onto bowl here from the David Capel end, but it would be this game, wouldn't it? If you were to win one of these last 3, this one would probably mean the most, wouldn't it, Dan, given how tough of a season it's been?
Yeah, and I mean, with players missing as well, and obviously a change in the backroom staff leading into this. We said, didn't we, before, or as we went off for lunch, Northants Derbyshire this year, in all 3 formats, has just made for some really good cricket. And it's exactly what we've had here. And I dare say we're not finished here, not by any stretch. And if the script is anything to go by with the championship fixture at Derby, the T20 here, and then the one-day cup game as well, there's probably going to be a few more twists in this tale, regardless of how many days it might go on for. Gus Miller adds another one to his score, and yeah, pride. Derbyshire have already got that win in the column. As you said, Northants haven't. They'd argue and say they got themselves into some positions to be able to do so. The weather against Glamorgan obviously didn't help. The game against Derbyshire at Derby, another scenario, could have come back victorious there. But they've put themselves in a fantastic position to get that first one in the column. And there's a appeal for LBW. Fired in by Morley. One sliding down the leg side, maybe even pitched outside leg in the end, I think. Sales on 16, Miller on 24. Miller just starting to look a bit more fluent at the crease. Sales timing that one nicely up to Lewis Reece at mid-on. 49 for 2.
Still 43 overs as a minimum remaining in the day as well, so plenty of time. A lot of fizz on that ball from Morley as met by James Sales. There's a pursuit here for the fielder, and he won't win it. Worked nicely away, and that will be the 50 up for Northamptonshire in this second innings, brought up in fine fashion by James Sales, who moves on to 20.
Played that shot a couple of times really nicely through mid-wicket against Morley. Morley just going too straight, isn't he? Targeting leg stump, trying to, I don't know whether he described as too greedy, trying to get the ball to turn too much from there. Seems to ask a lot of questions of James Sales if he can get himself on off stump. James Sales quite happy just to tuck him through the leg side, but Morley gets out of his over well with a dot ball. Does concede 5 from it though, 53 for 2 after 18. The lead now 107. Thompson ready to go. He's at the end of his mark. He wants the bowl. How long can David Lloyd and Derbyshire firstly stick with Morley from the David Capel end, and secondly as well, how long can they keep attacking before they have to start thinking about, we might need to lose one of these fielders around the bat. We might need to get a bit of protection somewhere else here, because we really don't want Northants to get up to 150 in inverted commas quickly, which doesn't happen particularly quick in this particular game, does it? But in the context of it, they could get there fairly sharpish if they keep picking up 4 and over. Good single taken down to Lewis Reece. Miller advances, uses his feet, takes the pace off it, drops it into the leg side for 1.
Yeah, the partnership now 44, well, 45 from 74 after that single. It's been a solid partnership, this, between Miller and Sales. They're looking more and more comfortable by the minute. Sales goes for a more expansive shot on that delivery. Something we haven't seen too much, though, Dan, is actually footwork down the pitch. Have we? Aside from Safe yesterday, and he did hit 1 for 6, the other one he was out, but a lot of these shots are being played off the back foot or those on the front foot. There's another back foot shot, just as we're talking about it. But a lot of the defensive shots are being played on the front foot, but there's not much in terms of footwork down the track. They're not meeting the ball. And is that maybe a strategy which could be employed against someone like Alex Thompson, or for Derbyshire that's somehow squeezed away? There'll be a pursuit on for the substitute fielder, Pat Brown. He will circle round. Will be another 2 for James Sales. But is that a strategy and a tactic which the two batting lineups could employ? Or do you think there's just too much turn in this surface to make that viable?
That was going to be my response, yeah. I think there's so many ways here that you could get out. Both edges are in play. LBW's in play. Bold's in play. Caught round the bat is in play. Do you just want to run straight past one? Probably don't want to just add another method in there. It would take be a brave shot. I mean, Miller just advanced down, didn't he? But he only took 1 for it, which was sensible. You don't always have to try and clear the rope when you advance at a spinner. But it would take some of the spin out of the equation if you can get to the pitch of the ball. These spinners are good, though. They will see you coming. They will change that length. Width on offer. Miller doesn't miss out on that one. Beautifully driven through the covers. Northampton's lead growing and growing relatively quickly. The 50 partnership between these two as well. 50 off 79 balls, 52 in fact. Miller contributing 25, Sales 23, and the score is 61 for 2 off 19. That lead is 115 now.
And growing by the over, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Just this passage of play being dominated by the home side. Let's see, will it be Morley to come on to bowl again?
Yeah, spin is going to continue. I did wonder whether Lewis Reece was going to have a bowl, but he's a bit misleading, isn't he? Because he doesn't wear a cap.
No.
You look up and you go, oh, it could be. Oh, no, it's just Lewis Reece without a cap on. Zach Chappell's lost the wide brim as well.
Probably for the best in these conditions. The wind has been wreaking havoc with the caps and with that gazebo beneath us. That one slightly overpitched by Morley. A bit frustrated as well, you could see there with the reaction. Knew that he'd put a bit too much on that one. Driven out crisply into the covers for a single. So good strike rotation. We haven't seen tons of boundaries from these two, but they're allowing each other to just farm the strike. They are growing with confidence at the end of each over. Let's see what Morley can do here. It's a full-blooded drive worked out towards the point region. Another single there for Gus Miller. Moves him on to 30. It's been a good innings, this, hasn't it, from the Northants opener?
It's been good. Took 20 minutes to get off the mark, didn't he? With Chappell and Moore bowling brilliantly at him. Since then, he's just really developed into this nicely. 30 off 43 balls. First time opening the batting in first-class cricket. That one pulled away. A real drag down from Morley into the body of Anuj Donald at short leg, who's come back into that position now that James Sales is on strike. So it looks like he's okay to continue, which is good. It's a pretty unpleasant place to be. I imagine even more unpleasant when you see your spinner drag one down as well. Sales takes a relatively comfortable looking single through the covers. Donald back out from under the lid down to short fine leg. Protection on both sides, protecting the sweep boundary, aren't they? Behind square. and then protecting that cover boundary as well for that single out into the offside. And there is no protection there. That's overpitched by Morley. Miller just leans into it and whips it through mid-wicket for another 4. Moves to 68. Score moves to 68, in fact. Miller to 34. And as we saw in that partnership between Broad and Safe Save, the Derbyshire spinners just allowing Northants opportunities to score. David Lloyd is having to change the field himself. He's taken himself out of the cordon to put himself to an orthodox mid-wicket to protect that boundary, give Morley a little bit more protection. And Morley offers up the offside this time, which Miller obliges and takes the single out to Harry Moore. End of the over, 69 for 2. Miller 35, Sales on 25. And the lead now is 123.
It's a good one, isn't it, for Northamptonshire? Excellent partnership between the two young guns. Now stands at 60 from 85 balls. And in terms of that field placement, I am surprised that they didn't have that protection in the mid-wicket slightly earlier, because it is a real area of strength, isn't it, for Gus Miller? We saw a couple down here towards us in the comms position. Of course, he's just clipped that one majestically through that region once more for 4. But it has been a slightly loose start, this, from Jack Morley. Needs to tighten up those lines, especially. Couple also dropping a bit short as Alex Thompson gets us back underway from the Lynn Wilson centre, strikes the pad. Nothing given there. There was no real conviction, well outside the line of off stump, so that will not be an LBW.
You can see on the screen here the confidence that David Lloyd has in Alex Thompson in comparison to Jack Morley. Started with the same with Jack Morley, but those fielders around the bat have vacated, haven't they? Whereas Thompson is still being entrusted with 3. And I think that's the thing. You can put a mid-wicket in, but you do have to lose a catcher to be able to cover that gap off. You had that conversation with Dave Ripley on day 1, didn't you? And Dave was saying quite often you're looking around going, I wish I could have another fielder. And probably exactly like that. David Lloyd doesn't want to get rid of those catchers. But he equally can't afford Jack Morley to be knocked around at 4, 5 and 0 in a low-scoring game. And already, as I say, that leads 123.
It is getting to the point now where it's quite significant. Here is Thompson, premeditated sweep. Sweet connection on that one. Goes straight down towards Harry Moore at long leg. So that'll be another single. It's interesting you mentioned there, Dan, about the economy rate, because I'm just looking at Morley's figures. None for 27 from 6. He is going for quite a few, isn't he? That's over 4 runs and over, which by comparison, Thompson, none for 17. He's entering his 6th. That is quite a front shout here. Let's just see where that one is pitching. Well, it looks like it's pitching outside leg. Was also turning away, so nothing really in that appeal. But of the 2 spin bowlers, you must say Thompson has been the more potent in this second innings so far. How can he finish off this 6th over then? It's a reverse sweep. And that's one of the shots of the day, courtesy of Gus Miller. He's beginning to catch fire here at Wantage Road. Yet another boundary off the bats for the Northants opener. And that is a very stylish way to increase the lead to 129.
Quality shot. Change of angle, wasn't it, for Thompson, just to try and take that orthodox sweep out of the equation. Gus Miller says, well, I got well, so have a think about that one, David Lloyd, and where you're going to put your fielders. It just looks like he's growing into this really nicely, doesn't he? 40 or 49. But let's caveat it again. 71 for 2. You mentioned Derbyshire were 150 for 4. All out for 165. Things can change. Things can change pretty quickly. 40 probably isn't going to be a match-winning innings. 47 from Madsen looked brilliant. Clean bowled by Chahal out of not nowhere, but was looking very good, wasn't he, up to that point?
It really was, as that ball beats absolutely everything. Races away to the boundary. And that will be another 4 byes. Not ideal, this, for Derbyshire. They're just allowing Northampton to score these runs quite freely. And we are right in saying that this game can change quickly. On this surface, you can see the pronounced degree of turn and spin and purchase off the wickets. But so far, he really hasn't found the right areas to properly cash in. Let's see what he can do on this one. Make Sales play on the front foot defensively, back to his right-hand side. And that is the difference, isn't it? Rob Keogh at one end, you can argue, was a catalyst for Chahal because he allowed him to create the pressure at the other end. Keogh took those early wickets and Newsy followed up with 5 of his own. I mean, what a 5 for that was as well.
Oh, brilliant.
Absolutely glorious stuff from the Indian leggy. By comparison, Thompson and Morley haven't really been as clinical or as dangerous. But as we said, things can change. That one keeps slightly lower from Jack Morley out towards the covers, but that will be no run. And maybe just not having that wrist spinner. I know that we don't often see them in first-class crickets. Might just be the difference between these two sides, because Chahal was given it an almighty rip on this surface, or a tweak, depending on which terminology you prefer. That again has kept very, very low, almost skidding on. Sales has to bend down to get to that one.
I think the experience as well. Let's not forget that. The amount of cricket that Yuzvendra Chahal has played. Yes, fine, not a great deal of first class, but in comparison to Jack Morley's first class record, Yuzvendra Chahal is a veteran really of the first class game, having played 37 first class fixtures in his career. Jack Morley's still learning his trade.
He is.
Yuzvendra Chahal knows exactly what he can do, when he can do it, how he can do it, what fields he needs, how he's going to get people out. Morley's still learning and is going to need games like this in order to develop as a first-class cricketer. And we have seen some seriously good wicket-taking deliveries from Morley. Just hasn't quite got it right yet in this second innings.
No, I think that's a fair comment, to be honest, Dan. As Alex Thompson gets ready to get us back underway from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Again, deciding to come around the wicket towards the right-handed James Sales, wearing the number 5 for Northamptonshire. This really must be gold dust if we're in the Northamptonshire dressing room. These two youngsters, 71-run partnership, on course to have the highest partnership of the game so far. And there we go with that 72nd run. It does surpass the 71-run stand between Justin Broad and Saif Saib. So this is crucial. And I know we said that cliche, didn't we? The first hour would be pivotal in this innings. Northamptonshire, in fairness, have dominated it. It was a tough start. They lost Proctor. They lost Shaw very early on. Ever since then, it has all been Northamptonshire traffic. As Thompson looks to bring this partnership to an end, won't do it. With that delivery, it's squirmed out towards Lewis Reece at mid-on for no run. And you can just see the body language of Derbyshire now. They don't seem to be as intense. Well, that was a chance. That was a chance. The ball sliding on past Gus Miller. Maybe a bit too hot to handle for Brooke Guest. And a potential stumping has been missed. How big of a moment could that be in this game? Not sure Guest actually knew too much about that, but it was a chance nonetheless.
Not ever to this level, but as an amateur wicketkeeper, from that angle that Thompson's bowling, that line as well that was bowled, Brooke Guest probably doesn't really see that until it comes past Gus Miller. Knows it's going to be down there somewhere, but there is an element of guessing, and you hope that your technique puts you in the right place, which unfortunately for Brooke Guest wasn't able to do so on that occasion. But yeah, you're right. That is an opportunity. It's an opportunity missed. And as we said, things can change pretty quickly. 1 could bring 2, 3 here. Hard start, isn't it?
It really is. And again, in an instance, the picture could have changed, couldn't it? That could have changed the complexion and the dynamic of this innings. Good over that from Alex Thompson. It's been a pattern, we keep on saying it. I think we will see a replay of the delivery here. Coming around the wicket, Miller advanced. And yeah, you can just see in terms of the eye line, that would have just been pure reflexes from Brooke Guest. He was unsighted. It would be harsh to say that was an easy opportunity. Also deflects off the pad.
That's it. I mean, you can see from that camera angle how long the ball had disappeared for from the view of the camera. So you can extend that slightly for Brooke Guest. But yeah, you can't package it up any other way than it is a missed opportunity for Derbyshire. And in the position that they find themselves in now, in deficit of 136, can't really afford to miss too many of those. But we're going to get some seam back. Morley is going to be taking out the attack.
Well, there you go. Pyrrhic victory, isn't it, for Northamptonshire there? These two have seen off the spin, something which the home side themselves did very well. And they've forced David Lloyd's hand. That's quite promising, isn't it?
Potentially.
Depending on how Harry Moore comes and bowls here. That's a great point.
First spell, first innings was brilliant. Second spell, first innings was brilliant. First spell, second innings was brilliant. And I can't see anything different from Harry Moore.
Well, already causing a bit of a problem here for Gus Miller. Ball eventually makes its way out towards the point region for just one run. Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword, isn't it? Yes, you've got the moral victory. You've taken one of the spin bowlers out of the game for the time being, but you've brought back the wicket taker, the man with 2 for 4 from his first 4 overs. That's a single there. The clock ticks towards 10-3. 37 overs remaining on one of these days where you kind of don't want the action to finish. Here is Harry Moore then in towards James Sales. That will just be another single to add to the tally. Alex Thompson cleaning up there in the field for another single. Ticks them on to 84 for 2. That lead inching ever closer to 150.
You can already see the movement that Moore gets from the hands. Seam movement off the pitch as well. The body language of Derbyshire post-delivery has changed as well. You've got Madsen getting excited. The keeper's getting excited. Anuj Donald in at mid-wicket. He's getting excited. Lloyd's getting excited. They know that Harry Moore can make things happen here.
Well, that one driven on the up towards mid-off. That'll just be a dot ball there for Harry Moore. Really has been an enterprising start to his spell. Definitely been the pick of the Derbyshire bowlers so far with those massive wickets of Shaw and Proctor. I must say, Gus Miller, so impressive. I know he's just had that heart-in-mouth moment with the potential miss-stumping. Would have been a tough chance. It's more into bowl 2, the aforementioned Miller. That'll be another dot ball. But in terms of his tempo, it's been absolutely bang on the money. He's not really thrown bat at ball aside from that first over or so. Since then, he's played it on its merits. He's not been searching for any runs which aren't there. And the strike rotation between the two has been absolutely spot on. 75-run partnership. There hasn't really been any hesitation or second guessing or doubts in the middle. Really is some top-notch stuff, this, from the Northamptonshire youngsters. And as soon as I say that, goes for a big waft outside of his off stump. Not the shots to be playing there, Gus. He just has a little wander to square leg, probably questioning why he played that shot. Don't want to be giving it up here when you're looking good for a 50. It would be a fine 50 in tricky circumstances. Exactly what the Northamptonshire fans will be wanting. One of their young stars, product of the Bedfordshire system, now plying his trade here at the county ground, Northampton. That one very wide from Harry Moore. So that will signal an end to the 24th over. Decent one, really. For Moore, wasn't too much damage done, just the 2 runs coming from it. But at the end of that over, the score now 84 for 2, and Northamptonshire's lead, a quite significant 138.
you think it's a positive? I do. But do you think it's a positive step there for Derbyshire to bring Harry Moore back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it is. I think it's the right one. They can't just do a carbon copy of Northamptonshire's plan, can they? Because you hit the nail on the head, Dan, in terms of the experience. Even with Rob Keogh. Rob Keogh's played plenty of first-class crickets, done it many a time here in Northampton, and Chahal has played, was it 150 times across formats for India. David Lloyd doesn't have the same options here. They're still very capable spin bowlers, but it's about consistency. And even Chahal and Keogh at times struggled, especially Chahal. He really struggled to find a rhythm. But after that first wicket fell, he was just a different beast. And here is Alex Thompson then to kickstart us again from the Lynn Wilson centre end. First ball is a dot. And also when you have these seam bowling options, they have got a battery at their disposal with the likes of Harry Moore, Zach Chappell, fine bowler, the club's leading wicket taker in the championship. Thompson again in towards Sales. Met on the premeditated sweep. Fielded comfortably by Jack Morley for no run. And of course, Martin Anderson, who's no slouch with the ball. Thought he bowled very nicely in that first go. So maybe a slightly different approach here for the visitors in comparison to Northamptonshire, as that is deflected rather handsomely off the bat face. They think about coming back for two. Probably the right call in the end not to. Would have been a tight two had it been taken, even though there was a slight fumble and a misfield from Martin Anderson. So another single ticks the partnership on to 76. James Sales goes on to 30, and I know we've primarily discussed Gus Miller. James Sales has acted as the perfect foil for Gus to go out there and do his thing. There's a big shout here, and he's gone. That is that. Gus Miller, Alex Thompson gets his reward. And in the wider picture here, that could be a crucial wicket for Derbyshire. Northamptonshire 85 for 3 in the 25th over.
Not much doubt about that one either. The change of angle for Thompson has worked wonders for Miller. Miller was sweeping really nicely whilst Thompson was bowling over the wicket. He's come around the wicket, tried to just tie Miller up. He's got to go for 42, gets a good round of applause as he makes his way off the field here. He'll be disappointed that it is only 42, but 42 today, weighted runs-wise, is a fantastic innings at the top of the order. It was really tough. He's worked so hard for 42 there. It was challenging against Chappell and against Moore up top, and continued to be challenging against the two finger spinners of Derbyshire. Unfortunately for Gus Miller, his time at the crease comes to an end for 42. 3 down. The lead is 139, and Rob Keogh makes his way out to the middle.
Well, it's exactly what Northamptonshire didn't want, did they? A new batter at the crease. Of course, Rob Keogh, a very handy customer. Scores runs for fun, season in, season out, but it's a very difficult track to immediately get yourself in on. And that partnership was so good up until that point, maybe just the past 5-6 overs. There was that flirting with danger from Gus Miller, the stumping opportunity, and then that big sweep shots resulting in his demise. As for Alex Thompson, though, thoroughly deserving of that wicket. 1 for 24 now from his 7.4 overs.
I'd like to take the opportunity just to let you inside my brain and just give you a feel of what I see out when I look out the window. And there won't be a statistic for this, but I'm curious as to know. But the Northants top 5 have all got yellow back grips.
Oh, yeah.
That's surely got to be that can't be a coincidence, can it?
I wouldn't know. That's something that you'd have to.
Oh, I've
to
not
ask them.
noticed it before, but it can't be a coincidence. Surely. Pretty sure Gus Miller, Luke Proctor, Rob Keogh, James Sales have all walked out to the middle with yellow back grips. I've kept quiet. I've waited till 5 because I felt like 5 was impressive. I thought after 3, you just go, well, it doesn't matter, coincidence. Don't worry about it. But the top 5?
Here is Thompson then into Keogh. Ends off an excellent over with a dot ball, just the 1 run from it. And well, the huge wickets of the in-form Gus Miller looked very good at that stage of his innings, but he has to depart for 42. And that will bring the end to the over. So Northamptonshire 85 for 3 after 25. I do wonder actually what the situation is with those back grips.
See, now I've said it,
Yeah,
I've planted the seed.
Exactly, I'm quite intrigued by that. We'll have to do some digging with that and see if that is... Might just be a coincidence. It'd be strange for it to be a coincidence for 5 though, wouldn't it? We'll have to see. Anyway, Harry Moore is getting ready to get us back underway from the David Capel end. Rob Keogh does some shadow batting at the non-strikers end. Bangs this one in a little bit shorter. Met on the defence by James Sales. And again, this is an important part of the day's play. Can these two see Northamptonshire through to tea? Because if they can, you'd still say at 85 for 3, I think the Tudor Rose would be the happier of the two at this stage. But things can change dramatically on this wicket at the county grounds. Harry Moore then into James Sales. Good leave from Sales yet again. He's been confident in that channel, that area, not tempting fate and flashing the blade at it. Now Keogh just comes down to meet him in the middle. They have a little bit of a chat. Probably just asking how that ball is reacting off the surface.
Yeah, Keogh was out caught behind, wasn't he, off the bowling of Martin Anderson with an absolute beauty of a delivery. One that if you watch, I've just watched it back and I still don't think Rob Keogh could have done much more than nick it through to Brooke Guest.
No, he couldn't have. One of those deliveries that just has your name on it. That was a really clean pickup from Harry Kane. Nice little dive and tumble as well, like a Hollywood stuntman. That was a really good fielding from Harry Kane. Very impressed. Fortunately, that doesn't add anything for Derbyshire in terms of additional runs or a wicket, but I'm a fan of that, to be honest. I quite like a sharp bit of fielding. Yeah, it was one of those deliveries. I don't think Rob would be too disheartened by that. Down to, you know, a daft shot or poor footwork. Here is Moore again. Left well alone by James Sales. It's just good bowling. And look, this happens in cricket. I know you go out there and sometimes you are your own worst enemy. You might waft the blade at one, catches your outside edge, or on other occasions, your inside edge and you chop on. But bowlers are allowed to have good days. We've seen Chahal have a great day here with that fiver. You're going to have good deliveries in this game. So I don't think he'll be thinking about that too much. Hopefully it won't be in the back of his head, because it was just a good bit of red ball bowling from Martin Anderson. And this is a really good spell of red ball bowling from Harry Moore. A reminder that this man is on first class debut, just 17 years of age, former pupil at Repton School.
Gets out of this over as well. This will be his 8th maiden of 16 that he's bowled in this fixture so far. 5 maidens in the first innings, 2 in the second, with obviously this one delivery to James Sales at the end.
Remarkable, isn't it? The consistency. Has hardly put a foot wrong in this game so far as Harry Moore. Here he is then to round out his spell. That one attempted crack out towards the point region. Finds the hands of Jack Morley at backward point for no runs. So that brings an end to another maiden over. Just confirmation that is Harry Moore's 8th of the match, his 3rd in this second innings. And at the end of it, Northamptonshire 85 for 3 in the 26th over. Keogh yet to get off the mark. He's only faced 2 deliveries. James Sales, the more set of the two, on 30 as Alex Thompson takes off his cap, gets ready to restart the action from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Not too much in terms of field changes as of yet for Alex Thompson. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The guiding principle of David Lloyd so far. Let's see what his right arm finger spinner can create here. Well, first one is a single, just tucked round the corner. Out towards the aforementioned Harry Moore. So that'll be another one to add to the total, and a nice way for Rob Keogh to get his tally off the mark. Now James Sales enters the fray. He's on 30. This will be a nice little matchup. Thompson coming around the wickets. Into the right-hander, trying to get that sharp turn, aiming almost for a fourth stump, fifth stump channel, isn't he? And trying to get that ball to angle back in sharply.
I think with the turn there, if the length's right, you take away that sweep shot, don't you? Which has been so positive in this fixture so far. It ended up being the demise of Gus Miller, who played it brilliantly up to that point. I think the angle here for Thompson is great. It's hard to score off, isn't it? The leg side field is packed. There's a short leg, a leg slip. Harry Kane's in there stopping that easy one into the leg side. Reece is there at mid-on. And you've got the other spinner, Jack Morley, in there at mid-wicket as well. Tough to get away, tough to keep rotating the strike, and that will play on the mind of the batters. Nobody wants to spend too much time out there stuck on the same number. Don't tend to get those issues in the villages around the country because you don't get to see what score you're on anyway, but you look up and you see, oh, I feel like I've been on 30 for ages.
30?
Sometimes. 30.
Crikey, I'm lucky to get past 6. Fan at number 10. Here's Alex Thompson. Again, really good effort. That from Alex Thompson. You can see the reaction. Bit of turn and nibble off the surface, giving it a nice tweak. So just 2 runs off of that over. 1 for Sales, 1 for Keogh. And Northamptonshire now 87 for 3, leading by 141. And I suppose, Dan, if you were to ask those of a Northamptonshire persuasion, if they would take 141 for 3 practically at this stage, given the facts that in that first innings, the side was bowled out for 219,
yeah,
you'd take it, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. I think having seen the end of that Derbyshire innings as well, I think you'd bite your hand off for it.
You would?
Go, yeah, thanks very much. I'll take it. Harry Moore is going to be replaced by the skipper, though. Going to be getting close towards tea now, aren't we? How many overs are remaining in the day? 34. So we'll have 2 left then before tea is taken. Which I don't mind. A look at a different spinner. David Lloyd did get the wicket, didn't he? The one that ended that Northants innings on day 1. What was it? Just a 2-over spell there for Harry Moore. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 6. David Lloyd sees it differently. That's why he's the man in charge. I think I probably would have given Harry Moore the over.
Here is the Derbyshire captain then from the David Capel end. First one. Keeping a little bit low. Just works out towards forward square leg for 1 run. It's interesting, actually, in terms of his evolution as a bowler as well. I know that David Ripley spoke about it yesterday. He used to bowl some medium pace to medium fast, and now primarily a spin bowler. I mean, on this wicket either, to be honest, would be useful. We haven't really seen too much medium pace, have we?
Saw 7 overs of Reece, didn't we?
Yeah. That's about it as that ball is defended back to the bowler, but primarily it's been the medium fast bowlers and obviously the spinners, which I'm certainly not going to complain about. Because this is wonderful to see as a fan of spin bowling. Here is David Lloyd then to Rob Keogh, busy in the crease, shifting onto the back foot, punches it out towards the covers, picked up by Harry Moore for just a single.
Yeah, it's certainly keeping a fair bit lower off David Lloyd, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Shorter man than Alex Thompson for certain. Maybe marginally so on Jack Morley.
Lloyd again then. Another one just clipped around the corner for a single. And that score just ticking over quite handsomely now for Northamptonshire. Of course, that lead is significant, 144. But in terms of the innings itself, 90 for 3. So much better than what we saw in that first go with the bats. Lloyd again then, that one a lot fuller, driven back past the bowler. Reece, though, does the mopping up, and that will be no run. So very much an inconsistent start this for David Lloyd. Hasn't quite found the radar just yet, but only the 3 runs coming from it. And in fact, now he will change that angle of approach. Instead of coming over the wickets, will come around the wickets, trying to get that ball to turn back in towards Rob Keogh. Currently 2 from 6 is the Northamptonshire stalwart. The wind beginning to die down slightly here. Now that I've said that, next over it will be blustery again. Here is Lloyd then. Forces Keogh onto the front foot, and that will be the end of that over. So the Derbyshire captain's first goes for just 3 runs, and at the end of the 28th, Northamptonshire are 90 for 3 with a nice lead of 144. I'm just thinking after tea, Dan, we'll do some more score updates from around the grounds because I'm intrigued to see how that game in Taunton is going, and also the one at Grace Road, because we haven't actually had too many updates from that game.
When it's so action-packed here, when you've got spin from both ends for such a long period of time, it's really difficult to actually catch a breath, isn't it? That's an ominous sign, that, Aaron.
It is.
The groundsman lurking at the John Deere tractor with the covers attached. They normally don't move from the comfort of their.
Here is Thompson, worked off the hips for a single.
The comfort of their abode over there, unless there's some impending weather, which hopefully passes us by, or at least hopefully hits us whilst the players are off the field having tea. But they're ready to go if needed. Work incredibly hard, don't they, ground staff all around the country, whatever level, particularly first-class cricket, Craig and his team.
That's a brilliant sweep shot from Rob Keogh. Nestles against the boundary rope. Lovely way for Keogh to get his first boundary of this second innings. And yeah, just to echo that sentiment, Dan, ground staff are the unsung heroes, aren't they? Whether that's first-class cricket, whether it's in white ball cricket, whether it's at village level. They work so hard. I don't think people quite grasp just how much they sacrifice. Getting up early in the morning, going home late at night just to ensure that we have a game to enjoy. As Keogh again, that's good cricket, is how you describe that. Boundary followed by the single, keeps that scoreboard ticking onto 96 for 3. And that will also be a 150-run lead for Northamptonshire, which is rather promising, to say the least. But yeah, one of those tasks which at times can be ruthless. It can be very thankless as well. People don't quite give ground staff the appreciation that I think they deserve. Without them, we simply don't have a game to play. So yeah, just a bit of a shout out to the ground staff just before the tea interval. But fingers crossed, they won't be needed just yet with those covers. And it will stay dry. Here is Thompson then into the young James Sales, pushes that out towards the covers, fielded by Zach Chappell, coming across from the wideish mid-off.
Yeah, it's certainly drizzling out there at the minute. You can just see a few specks of rain on the big window in front of us. Hopefully, it is just a quick, gentle shower that just blows over us. I don't think much is going to hang around here, is it? The way that the breeze has been coming across the ground all day. But that's tea. That is tea. 32 overs remain in the day. And the score on the door is 97 for 3 for Northamptonshire. A lead of 151 with 7 wickets in hand. James Sales not out 35. Rob Keogh not out on 7. 2 wickets for Harry Moore, 1 for Alex Thompson. And Northants very much in ascendancy.
They are. Northamptonshire session, and not for the first time here on day 2. That's 2 back-to-back sessions, 1 for the home side. Been absolutely brilliant there, especially young Gus Miller. And how about James Sales as well, playing that foil incredibly well so far. He's got 35. Rob Keogh's out there on 7. So yes, we'll have the tea interval. Play is set to resume at 3:31, as long as there isn't a rain delay, of course. We'll keep you updated with that as and when we can. But a really good session for Northamptonshire. The game now just beginning to slide in favour of the home side. And when we're back after tea, we'll be here to take you through all of the action here on the evening session at the County Ground, Northampton.
a slight delay there because we've had some light drizzle, I think is the technical term for it. It's still spitting about, but the good news is the umpires proactively have got those covers off and the players are back out in the middle, resuming after tea on 97 for 3, Northamptonshire. 2 not out batters. James Sales on 35. He will be the man on strike, and Rob Keogh on 7 at the non-strikers end. We're going to start with spin. It's going to be Jack Morley, who was replaced by Harry Moore earlier in the piece. My name is Dan Jadzovic. I'm joined by Aaron Viles. The stream is powered by Daffabet, and we've got some more first-class cricket to commentate on.
Sure have. That's a nice start from Jack Morley. Gets James Sales on the defensive straight away. Really happy, actually, that that wasn't a prolonged delay, because we have had a fascinating day's play here in Northampton. We will keep you up to date with the scores from the other games as well. We'll do that at the end of this over. Sales again pushes forward to that one, and that will be another dot ball. Definitely more gloomy, though, in terms of the overhead conditions. Some very dark clouds just in front of us here in the comms position, but thankfully just spin bowling being utilised here by Derbyshire, so we shouldn't get off for bad light. That ball is worked out to deep point for a single.
Yeah, just a big band of weather by the looks of it, just drifting across the Midlands from one side to the other. So if we get some, we're going to get some. We might get lucky and it might miss us here in Northampton. You never know. Jack Morley bowling to Rob Keogh, starting his account after tea. Oh my word. Well, I don't think that was an intended bumper from Jack Morley, but it wasn't far away from being a bounce to that. Rob Keogh, I think, looking back at the pitch with a bit of a bemused grin on his face. First slip and a short leg in place for Morley. Keogh defends that back to the bowler. She said, Aaron, it's been a good start, actually, this for Morley. He got a little bit of tap, didn't he, just before tea from Miller and Sales, but he's just gone for 1 off these first 5 balls. Can he get out of this over? He can indeed. 1 run off the first over inning session. 98 for 3. The lead for Northamptonshire is now 152 with 7 second innings wickets in hand. It's complicated, this talking, isn't it?
It is, yeah. That was a very complicated sentence as we watched that bouncer back when Madsen actually dived for that twice by the looks of it. But yeah, we'll keep you up to date with those scores then from the rest of the second division. So down in Hove, Sussex now 347 for 5. Their lead 161. In the game between Middlesex and Gloucestershire at Lords, Middlesex were bowled out for 377 and Gloucestershire in reply are 154 for 5 as Martin Anderson does his warm-ups, gets ready to bowl his first over in this second innings. And then in the game between Leicestershire and Yorkshire, play has been called for the day. It stumps on day 2 with the Foxes 35 for 2. Still trailing by 246 runs. So that's been a very, very difficult game for Leicestershire. Would be a big victory for Yorkshire, though, given how quick the promotion race is heating up. Could be a pivotal weekend, or pivotal week, I suppose, in the second division. That one was short. It was there to be cut. And James Sales obliges.
Yeah, Martin Anderson into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end. First innings, bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. The loanee from Middlesex. So we've said a couple of times we'll make his move permanent over the winter. Brings up the 100 for Northamptonshire as well. Surprised it's not Zach Chappell or Harry Moore. Alex Thompson, sorry, was the better of the 2 spinners, and he's been hooked at the minute as well.
That's out.
And it's worked. The commentator's curse that normally strikes does. And Martin Anderson, with a brilliant bowling change by his captain, picks up the wicket of James Sales, caught behind a good low diving catch by Brooke Guest again. Change of bowling has worked after tea. James Sales has a long and slow walk back to the pavilion, having worked incredibly hard for an hour and a half. He's got to go for 40. 88 deliveries. That was an absolute beauty again from Anderson, reminiscent of that ball that Keogh got served up in the first innings. This time, Keogh got the displeasure of watching it from the non-striker's end. Again, I don't think James Sales could have done much about that, to be honest.
No, he couldn't. It's a textbook dismissal, isn't it, for a seam bowler, that channel of uncertainty, the avenue of apprehension, as it's also known in the league circuit. But that was a top-tier delivery from Martin Anderson. And how about that for a second ball in this second innings? Didn't bowl before tea. Comes right back on from this Lynn Wilson centre end, and second ball delivers an absolute doom seed to James Sales. So fair play to Martin Anderson, done incredibly well. Inspired bowling change there by David Lloyd and Derbyshire, and out into the middle comes Saif Zaib, the man who scored 90 in the first.
Yeah, the man who had the longest look at this pitch, didn't he? Batted for, was it 144 deliveries? Just over 3 hours as well, and scored 90 runs before being stumped by Brooke Guest off the bowling of David Lloyd. That you can caveat that, can't you, with the fact that he was out there with Sanderson, Leech and Chahal at the end. But he joins Rob Keogh in the middle. Got experience with him. He knows he's got a proper batter with him at the other end. He's going to have Martin Anderson to contend with, to face up against.
Just look at that movement. Movement off the surface. Sales perplexed as to where that came from. But I tell you what, it's effective, isn't it, from Martin Anderson? Very reminiscent to the ball which saw the back of Rob Keogh in that first go, as he'll come around the wicket now towards the left-handed Saif Zaib. Got the man at deep square leg. Let's see what Martin Anderson has in his locker. Up to Saif Zaib, defended smartly by the Northants all-rounder for the time being. Resolute and compact in that shot. He won't mind that.
It just, at that particular delivery as well, just proves the fact that there is more than one way to skin this cat here at Northampton this week. It isn't just spin. Good seam bowling gets rewards here on this pitch at Wantage Road. And Martin Anderson has been rewarded with the second ball of his work in this second innings, with an absolute, as you called it, a doom seed to James Sales, similar to that he served up to Rob Keogh just yesterday. I am still surprised that it's not Chappell or more, but hey, what a start for Martin Anderson. And it's going to be tough here. It's going to be tough for Keogh. It's going to be tough for Zaib. The overheads are in again, and that's a big drive. Did he get the nick on that didn't quite carry? Judging by the reaction,
I think he did.
He's nicked that, isn't he? And it's not carried through to Brooke Guest. But a fortune for Saif Zaib. Slip cord and gutted. Anderson walking back, just contemplating what could have been. Don't tell me there's a Northants collapse here.
Well, we'll have to see, won't we? We mentioned that fact earlier, that Derbyshire were 150 for 4 and ultimately dismissed for 165. Here is Anderson to round out this first over then. Not the most convincing of shots there from Saif Zaib, but trickles away down to backward point for no run. A fruitful first one for Martin Anderson. Bears the wickets of the set James Sales. It has to be said, looked very good for that 40. But that is the end of his stint at the crease. So Zaib, the new bat, Rob Keogh out there on 7. The score 102 for 4 after 31. The lead is still pretty good though, 156 for the home side.
Yeah, the 156 run lead is better than handy, isn't it, today? And what an absolute kind of confusing state of affairs for David Lloyd to have here to try and navigate and negotiate. There must be a temptation when you look up and you think, oh, I'll get 2 seamers on. And when you see that delivery from Anderson, you think, well, yes, seam is the way to go. And then you look back at Chahal and Keogh's wickets in Derbyshire's first innings, and you think, no, but it does turn on this pitch as well, and it does continue to turn. Plus, do you bring 2 seamers in? Does it get a bit darker? Do you then have to take them off? There's so many factors here for David Lloyd to have to contend with out in the middle. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW, but it's sliding down, I think. Morley pulled out of that quite early. I'm sure he'll have people out there that will be offering his assistance. Obviously, he's got Mickey Arthur up in the coach's room as well that will be sharing his thoughts and wisdom on the events. Keogh goes for the lap sweep and gets it nicely, runs it down off the face of the bat, comes back for a second, takes the lead up to 158. But there's a real kind of, well, I certainly don't know which way round to go here, but to try to find these combinations of bowlers and which might be successful here for Derbyshire to go through is tough.
It really is. Welcome to the world of the cricket captain, isn't it? That one's slightly too short from Jack Morley. It's a lot easier for us to say in the commentary position, isn't it, than opposed to being out there, those windy conditions, threat of rain, and about 500 different things going through the mind. It's very difficult to be a cricket captain. That is a wonderful shot from Rob Keogh. Fortunately, it goes straight to the fielder, so that will be no run. And that will bring us to an end to the 30 seconds. So the 2 runs coming from that over, courtesy of Jack Morley, made a much more enterprising start after the tea break. And that lead now 158, as you said, Dan. So still very much the ball is in the Northamptonshire courts. One big partnership, you'd say, actually might take this game away from Derbyshire, because all it would take then is quick flurry and, yeah, it could be a job well done.
Maybe just a 50-run partnership.
Exactly.
And I know that's big in the context of what we've seen, but not big in the context of world cricket, is it? But a 50-run partnership between another pair of Northants batters, yeah, it takes that lead up to over 200. And at that point there, yeah, you'd still feel like you're in the game. You'd still feel like you can chase that down. And certainly one of those scores with the talent that Derbyshire have got, and with some of the application that they've got. You mentioned, you spoke really highly of those innings that you've seen from Anuj Donald. An 80 off 50 from Anuj Donald that plays a free hand, chasing down a low total. That takes a decent chunk out of a 200 lead, doesn't it?
It does. The key there, though, is will that come to fruition? It's a lot easier said than done, isn't it? No one's really scored too big aside from this man here, Saif Zaib, who again is compact. He's confident in his defence, plays it back to the bowler, Martin Anderson. And I must say, I'm very impressed with Martin in this game. He hadn't played a championship game all season long. His last first-class match prior to this was back in April 2023. So to come back, yes, he's played in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, but it is a different ball game. It's a different beast. Yeah, he's been so consistent, causing all sorts of problems. That one slightly too straight will be an easy single for Saif Zaib, but yeah, it's been a really good start, this, hasn't it? After tea.
I suppose at Middlesex, he's competing with that seam bowling all-rounder spot with Ryan Higgins, isn't he? And yes, I think there's definitely argument to have 2 in the squad, but do you go for an out-and-out seamer instead to make sure you get Tom Helm or Toby Rowland-Jones into that squad and get your spinner in there with Josh DeCares? Maybe you go that way around, and maybe that's where Martin Anderson has struggled to break into that 4-day squad, because you're going to have to take someone pretty special to take Ryan Higgins out of that squad. Yeah,
Ryan Higgins, one of the best players in the county circuits, was so reliable, so consistent for Gloucestershire. And then you see him every single season for Middlesex. He's approaching 1,000 runs. He's taken a bunch of wickets, whether it's 35 or 40 per season. And you just wonder, wow, how's this guy never got more recognition in terms of the wider cricketing conversation? He's an incredible player. That one, again, good delivery from Martin Anderson.
That seems a long way. That has seemed a long, long way from Martin Anderson back into the body of Rob Keogh. He's done really well there, isn't he? Just to make sure that gets down into the ground. Takes one of the hands off the bat, takes some pace off it, decelerates it nicely. But that's a beauty. And that is going to encourage Derbyshire and Martin Anderson.
Certainly will. Keogh again on the defensive. And of course, now at Middlesex, they've got a young seam bowler by the name of Noah Cornwell. Left arm seamer, plies his trade at Radlett. So it's just a seam production factory, isn't it? I know they're losing Ethan Bamber to Warwickshire in 2025. So both he and Anderson will not be at the club, but they just have this knack of producing some excellent seamers. And I suppose you'd expect that. Lords is quite seam conducive, isn't it, with a slope? you do have that additional piece of assistance. And now this will be an interesting conversation, won't it, for David Lloyd, because he's probably seen that from Martin Anderson.
Yeah, who's he got there with him? He's got Reece there with the ball in hand.
Wayne Madsen and Jack Morley. It will be Morley to continue by the looks of it, taking off the jumper. But I think that last over, will they now be thinking, maybe Harry Moore to come back on? Could we go dual seamers? We'll see, because Jack himself has, he's had a good start, hasn't he? Both seamers have. It's been a disciplined beginning to this evening session for the visitors, but this surface is such that both art forms are providing dividends. It's a really, really fascinating conversation for David Lloyd to have.
Yeah, he's got left-handed safe save on strike, so he should turn the ball into the pads of safe, which, as an attacking finger spinner, I think you'd be much more excited there. But he starts over pitched, and safe save doesn't time it through the offside, but does pick up a couple of runs, takes his score up to 3, takes the team tally up to 107, the lead of 161. Someone that was so proficient on the sweep yesterday, someone that we know possesses the orthodox and the reverse sweep as well. It's going to be tough here for Morley against safe save.
Certainly will, but it'll make for a good matchup, won't it? Because Safe is a more attacking cricketer, an attacking bowler as well, who might go stump to stump, try and fizz it in towards him. Is one of those battles which could be rather entertaining to watch, as we do have a single taken there by Safe Save, brings Rob Keogh back onto strike. The score now 108 for 4. Handy lead of 162. Of the two sides, you'd have to say that Northampton's certainly the happier. But they need to be sensible here. Potential opportunity. Hesitation in the middle as well. It's all going on here at the county grounds. It eventually ends up in a single being taken by Rob Keogh, and that's how quickly this game is changing.
That's one of those. That movement by Madsen was so close to being spoken about to being one of the best bits of fielding that you've seen in the championship this year. He has anticipated Rob Keogh going down on that lap sweep. He's got up from his first slip position. Safe Save goes for the reverse sweep and will get 4 as he beats the sole man behind square on the leg side. And he's gone across to take the catch off the face of the bat. What he's not anticipated is the fact that that's got a top edge on that off the lid of Rob Keogh, ballooned straight back up. And if he hadn't moved from first slip, possibly would have been one of the simplest catches that he's taken in his illustrious career. And you could tell by his reaction, he was gutted because he knew he'd done the right thing. If he'd done the wrong thing, he'd have taken a step backwards and taken an easy catch at first slip.
Such is the game. It's a cruel sport at times. Again, Safe Save goes the reverse. Finds Martin Anderson there. Decent diving stop by the Loney. Yeah, great anticipation, wasn't it, from Wayne Madsen. He's a fine fielder. We saw that catch earlier, didn't we, to dismiss Luke Proctor off the bowling of Harry Moore. And now we'll have a change in approach here from Jack Morley. Same result, though, for Say. Pushes that out towards the covers. There's a chase on here for Reece, who will scoop that ball back into play. They think about taking a third, think against it. Good call there from Rob Keogh. Would have been a tight third. But that will be the end of another Jack Morley over. None for 40 from his 10 overs so far. That one slightly more expensive. 10 runs coming from of it.
Yep.
And then that may, well, that's now moved the score on to 115 for 4. That lead 169 now. It's good stuff for Northants. And this partnership will be crucial.
Absolutely brilliant. 31 runs away from what we thought would be the bare minimum for Northampton. They've still got 6 wickets in hand. These two in the middle. Lewis McManus will be padded up and carded next. Justin Broad, who batted brilliantly with Safe Save, will be in at number 8. Ben Sanderson at number 9. So there's still runs in this Northants lineup. But as we saw earlier today, 150 for 4 was still a precarious position to be in. 165 all out. It was an almighty collapse by Derbyshire. That lower middle order, that's a nice shot by Rob Keogh. Martin Anderson almost, well, I think probably missing the length there, goes over pitched, and Keogh just tucks it into the leg side for a single. A left-handed safe save on strike, change in the field. Fine leg just comes across, and the man at deep square drops out, who then becomes a man just behind backward point.
Anderson again then. Driven very firmly, beats the dive of Zach Chappell, and that will be 4 more to save Zabe. An electrifying start this for the Northampton all-rounder. Moves on to 14 from 13 deliveries. We've seen a lot of those on drives and straight drives in this game so far. Puts a little bit of extra flair and style on it. Great little shot that from Safe Zabens. I suppose he has been the standout player in a batting. The entire match has just looked so comfortable, hasn't he? And confident, where a lot of players have struggled. There's been a lot of hesitation, and that has now brought about Brooke Guest coming up to the stumps. Here is Anderson then again to save, pushes that one onto the back foot, finds the fielder at backward point for no run.
Again, you choose your method as to which way you think you're going to be most successful here, don't you?
Absolutely.
Save is 14 or 14. Similar to what we saw from Anuj Donald. Wayne Madsen, once he got himself in, just really started to accelerate. Rob Keogh being more watchful at the non-strikers end, 10 off 23. It's a big, big expansive drive from Zabe again, and there you go. It's not classical at all. It would have been a catching chance if those fielders had still been in the slip cord, and if there was still 3 or 4 in there, as it is, it isn't. It runs up towards the heavy sweep for another safe save boundary. 18 or 15 now for the left-hander. 124 for 4, lead of 178. And if he's out there for 20 minutes, half an hour at this rate, you do get close to that 200 lead, don't you?
You certainly do. It would be handy runs here for Safe Zabe. Plays that with nice soft hands, a delicate touch. Doesn't run away for anything more than a dot ball, but nice change up there in terms of the shot selection.
David Lloyd just covered that gap off, didn't he? Took himself out a second slip and into a relatively short gully there.
Anderson again then. Around the wicket, good take from Brooke Guest. And that will be the end of Anderson's 3rd over. 9 runs coming from of it. And yeah, for Safe Zabe yet again, a decent little start this, isn't it? 18 from 17. Score now 124 for 4 after 35 overs. And the crucial thing is that lead, 178 runs and growing by the over. That's the key. Northampton here not getting bogged down. Yes, some of the shots haven't been the most convincing. They haven't had ridiculous conviction in them, but runs are runs on a surface like this, where it is conducive to that bit of seam. It's turning for the spin bowlers. It's difficult to find your rhythm as a batter. Really is pivotal that these two can put some additional runs. So here is Jack Morley to continue his spell from the David Capel end. Gets Rob Keogh pushing this one out towards Harry Moore for no run. And you can just see in terms of the field now, a lot more spread for Rob Keogh. No one really around the bat. There's no short leg, no silly points. Just got the first slip in Wayne Madsen. Guess, but I think Rob Keogh had his bats back in the crease, so no harm done there. Fascinated to see how Rob Keogh will approach this as well. I think he might just go a little bit reserved. That one very full, overpitched. And he runs down the wicket. I'm not sure there was a single there for Keogh. Seeing as David Lloyd, the Derbyshire captain, was patrolling there in that catching mid-wicket position. So it will be Keogh to remain on strike against the left-arm finger spin of Jack Morley. Good leave from Keogh. Opts against playing the shots. But a very, very spread field here. So there's 4 on the onside, 4 on the off, with Madsen there patrolling at that first slip. Morley then to Keogh. That one's short. It's pulled up in the air. And it will go for 4 down the ground. Reece for a moment was interested, but saw the ball sailing over his head. And a shot of intent and aggression from Keogh results in 4 valuable runs.
He just isn't providing David Lloyd the control that he needs, is he, from Jack Morley? 44, none for 44 off 10.5 overs.
Now, it's been a rough start, this, and again, that one is too wide, so that will signal the end of the 11th over for Jack. None for 44, as you've just said, Dan. The Northamptonshire 128 for 4 after 36, a lead of 182 now.
Yeah, well, at tea, 29 overs is when tea was called. Northamptonshire were 97 for 3. So yes, Derbyshire have picked up the 1 wicket of James Sales, but they've added 31 runs in the space of 7 overs. So it's ticked along quickly, hasn't it? And you will also be pleased to know the scorecard notes do include ground delay, gazebo blown onto playing area.
That is incredible. That has made my day.
Good. Well, you've seen a lot of decent spin bowling. You've seen a 5-fer from Chahal. You've seen enterprising Madsen in his innings, and the gazebo has made your day, Aaron.
It has, because that is a unique stoppage. We can put a screenshot of that, post it up on the wall.
Chahal's taken 5-fers before. We've never seen a gazebo.
Was one of the more unique stoppages. That's a really nice shot. Pushed through the covers by Safe Save. The ball is trickling away. Should be corralled back bow by Harry Moore. And they will sprint back for 3. Some good running there between Safe Save and Keogh. I did see it on the County Championship socials as well. So fair play to the admin for picking up on that. It was hysterical, that. Came out of absolutely nowhere. Really did. We're there commentating on the action, and then this gazebo comes flying from just in front of us. one of the best moments I've had in a commentary box. Here is Martin Anderson then into Keogh. Sprays it down the leg side, and that will be no run. Thankfully, no damage done to the outfield after that gazebo flew onto the field as well. I know the boundary rope was disturbed slightly. And again, massive credit to Reece for helping to get it off the field. But back to the action in the present. Martin Anderson it is, on loan from Middlesex, into Keogh. That one turned around the corner. They think about to opt against it in the end. A nice throw back into the gloves of Guest. And that will signal another change of field here as Guest advances up to the stumps, not allowing Safe Save to use those feet and close down the angle, potentially try and chip that ball back over the ground. Got a deep square leg and a deep fine leg for the left-handed Safe Save. Here we go again then. Works out into that catching mid-wicket position. Harry Kane doing the fielding there, so that'll be another dot ball. Decent spell this though from Martin Anderson. Not as scintillating as his first over, which saw him get a wicket second ball, but decent nonetheless. He's keeping both of these Northants batters on their toes, keeping them true. Out there in the middle. And it will be Anderson again to Safe Save. That one played defensively.
Yeah, the first over was very, very good. He's come up against a stylish and an in-form Safe Save here as well, isn't he? Safe has moved himself quickly to 21 off 20. He's backing up his 90 off 144 in the first innings. It's just made this, at least looks like he's playing on a different pitch, Safe Save. So far across the course of these 2 days.
Anderson again into Zabe, just drops that out towards backward points, and that'll be no run. So brings an end to Anderson's 4th, and at the end of the 37th over, Northamptonshire 132 for 4.
Yeah, the lead 186 now. It's growing quickly. Doesn't look like Derbyshire are massively panicked by it just yet. There's no kind of huge changes in the field. They're not rotating through bowlers quickly. They're not putting men out on the rope to try and protect it. going to continue with Jack Morley, though. Going to start his 12th over. 11 overs, no maidens, none for 44 so far. Fires that one into the pads of Rob Keogh, who turns it into the leg side. David Lloyd, the skipper himself, just around the corner on that fresh wicket underneath the cover there. I'm sure that'll be the one that gets used on Tuesday against Leicester. Morley drops the length back this time. Offers Keogh width, who takes that single into the offside. Sociably, it's just got a little bit gloomy again out there, hasn't it? Ground staff, I don't think, are by the tracks at the moment, so that's a good sign. Craig Harvey and his team, you can see them just perched up underneath that Steelbacks flag, having a chat to the Northants coaches as well, I think. But it does look pretty bleak out there, doesn't it?
It really does. Has changed compared to the morning session. That one played off the back foot by Safe Save for no run. I'm just hoping that there's no further rain, because for Northamptonshire, you've got to say they can really hammer home the initiative here. At this point in this evening session, Morley again to Safe Save, gets a little bit tucked up for space there. Half appeal. Don't think that's really in that, to be honest, so no harm done. So 2 more deliveries left in this over from Jack Morley. Been a better one so far, just the 1 run conceded from it. Another sweep shot from Safe Save. Races along the carpet towards Harry Moore, who fields that for just a single. Another change in field here as the right-handed Rob Keogh comes on to strike. Really has executed that shot superbly, though, hasn't he, in these opening 2 days? Really strong player of the sweep shots. Here is Morley then to finish out. This over will be another dot ball. So 2 runs coming from the Jack Morley over. And at the end of 38 overs, Northamptonshire 134 for 4.
Partnership now worth 32. Rob Keogh gets a change of gloves, I think, as the Northants 12th man comes out to greet Rob Keogh. Yeah, Safe Save, 22 off 24. Anybody who's watching the stream, had the pleasure of watching him during the blast, you'll know how wristy of a cricketer he is, and most slog sweeps, people bowling at 90 mile an hour. No surprise that he's executing these orthodox and then reverse sweeps so successfully. We are going to get a change of bowling as well. Martin Anderson, well, the spell worked, didn't it? After tea, there are the ground staff and the coaching staff as well in conversation. Rory Kleinfeldt just telling everybody that he could have bowled off spin back in the day as well. But a bit of turn there, Rory, out there for you. It's going to be Alex Thompson back into the attack. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 33. Anderson, as I say, spell complete. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 18. That wicket of James Sales, the one to fall in the evening session. Was an inspired bowling change by Lloyd, and there was lateral movement off the seam for the seamer, the Middlesex loanee. Whether that just kind of died off a little bit. They've gone back to spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Thompson, who has performed better of the 2 so far, I would say, starts on the money. Zabe defends it down into the leg side. There's just 1 slip in place, 1 catcher for Derbyshire in comparison to how this innings started just 38 overs ago. There's a chance for a run out. All eyes on the umpire. Umpire makes his way into the crease to rearrange. Stand the stumps back up. That might have been close, actually.
Well, let's take another look here. Again, slight hesitation there from Rob Keogh. We slow it down. Now he was well in.
Yeah.
In the end, no problem there whatsoever. Half appeal wasn't there from Derbyshire, but I feel like from the body language of everybody out there on the field, I think they knew that Rob Keogh had got his bats back in the crease safely. So here we go. What will David Lloyd do here in terms of the field placement? Again, just rearranging his chess pieces. There'll be a short leg in play. First slip, which is, of course, the bucket hands of Wayne Madsen. Lewis Reece dropping into a slightly deeper position mid-on. then you've got catching mid-wickets in Harry Moore also out there in a more traditional mid-wicket position as well. Here we go then. It's Thompson to Keogh. First ball is a dot. Keogh now 16 from 35 deliveries. It's been a watchful start, hasn't it, from the Northants all-rounder?
Certainly has. You can see as well the change in the field. That's really well picked up at backward point. Beautifully timed reverse sweep by Rob Keogh, but at the man, picks it up with a tumble. Kind of see the compliment that Derbyshire are paying to Safe Zabe with the field placement that they've got for him in comparison to Rob Keogh as well. The CV for Safe and the experience from yesterday will just confirm the fact that can't be that attacking against him whilst they're bowling spin.
No, they can't. He's such a proficient player against spin bowling, whether that is left arm finger spin or right arm off breaks. He will play a crucial role in this second innings. Cheeky little bit of fielding there from Anuj Donald at short leg. That will be a dot ball to round out Thompson's 11th. He has been the pick of the Derbyshire spin bowlers, definitely 1 for 34 from his overs so far. At the end of the 39th, it's Northamptonshire. They're on 135 for 4. That lead now 189. So you'd imagine, without putting the commentator's curse on it, that lead will surpass 200.
Yep.
And this will be the key. How far can they extend it? Because even though it is a difficult surface, and yes, we've seen a bit of purchase for the spinners, we've also seen some seam off of the wickets.
Yep.
There's still time in this game. This is just day 2. We've seen an awful lot of wickets fall today, right? 13 to be exact. We saw 11 fall yesterday. So even though you look at that pattern and you think, oh, right, okay, this could finish by the end of day, with the inclement weather rounds, we could easily be going to day 4. There's still a lot of time here as Zabe again goes for the sweep. Gets that one very fine, fielded by Alex Thompson for a single. And you are right about Derbyshire's body language. It does feel a little bit flatter, but the heads also haven't dropped. There's no doubt really creeping in at the moment. They're not flustered. David Lloyd doesn't look as though he's searching for answers here. I think they're just accepting that for the time being, Northants are playing the situation rather nice. That lead now 190 runs. It is very gloomy though. Some heavy clouds overhead here at the county ground. Another defensive shot by Keogh there, back to the bowler.
There's just no break in this cloud at all at the moment, is there? Let's say there was just a big band of rain coming across the Midlands, and we may or may not get hit by it. We yet to be seen. Northants, I think, will be quite happy just to keep going here, won't they?
Oh, most definitely.
They won't want to go off.
No, it's the home side who are controlling the tempo for the time being. Rob Keogh punches that one out into the covers. That'll be another single to add to his tally. He now moves on to 17. Safe Zabe currently on 24. Anuj Donald taking the cap on, putting the helmet back on. He's going to occupy that space in at short leg. Plenty of fielders on that onside. Absolutely loads here for Jack Morley. Might he just tempt him to go for a pull shot and drop it slightly short? Let's have a look. Here is Morley. Reverses. It is aerial. There's no fielder there, though. So that will just trickle out towards Pat Brown, the substitute fielder. And that will be a single to round out Jack Morley's over. So 3 runs coming from it. Northamptonshire now 138 for 4 after 4. And the partnership beginning to build rather nicely. 36 at the moment. And as you can see there on the graphic, 21 overs minimum remaining today, should the weather hold true, which we are hoping that it does. By the end of day 2, Dan, Northants could be in, well, not just the driving seat, they could be in a pole position.
Yeah, where would you look at about 250 lead if things continue to go in the manner or in the favour of Northampton? In this instance, they'd probably be there or thereabouts. 20 overs, 3 and over, add 60 to it. It's not beyond the realms of possibility, and certainly against the spinners, they seem to be able to kind of knock it around a little bit easier than what they were able to do against the seam. Dare I say that the spin looking maybe like a more threatening wicket-taking option, but particularly Safe Zabe will feel comfortable against these two spinners. Rob Keogh prepared to hold an end up here really for Safe, and I think that's nice where this partnership is building. You've got one there that's prepared to be enterprising and attack and play expansive shots, the reverse sweeps, the cover drives, and Rob Keogh probably knows the script here. He knows he can just wait. He can bat with Safe Zabe at the minute if Safe's prepared to take the risks and put the work in. Flighted delivery from Thompson. Real tempter for Safe Zabe, who just drops it into the leg side calmly, picks up a single, gets down the non-striker's end. 26 off 32 now for the Northants number 6. Pleased to say the quintet of yellow grips has been broken. Safe Zabe has a white one, so it's clearly not a uniform, a standard issue piece of kit for Northants. I was starting to wonder and whether I just completely missed it over the last couple of years. Reverse sweep by Keogh, bottom edge on it, runs it up to fine leg. Pat Brown gives chase and the ball's going to win. That's 4 for Keogh. He moves into the 20s, 21 off 43, 143 for 4. That lead now 197. Psychologically, when that ticks over 200, that's going to look like a marginally or a significantly bigger number. In truth, but psychologically, reverse sweep again. Unfortunately for Rob Keogh, times that one a bit better and actually gets it squarer, as you'd expect, getting the full face on the bat. And he goes straight at Pat Brown. Dot ball to finish, then 5 runs from the over, 1 for 31 off 12 for Thompson. 143 for 4 off 41.
Yeah, lovely use of innovation there from Rob Keogh. Plays that shot smartly and gets his results. But yeah, you can see there on your screen some very ominous clouds looming overhead here at the county ground. So you'd imagine that it will be predominantly spin bowling. It's very gloomy out there compared to about 3-4 hours ago.
I think that is behind us, which is the positive.
Ah, fantastic.
I think. I'm not 100% sure.
Still little patches to our right, though, which is worrying me slightly. But again, only time will tell. Fingers crossed the wind will blow those patches of cloud out of our direction, and we can continue to watch the action here. A Safe Zabe is bowled by Jack Morley. He went for the aggressive option. He advanced down the wickets, and he loses his timber as a result. A big wicket for Derbyshire, a prize scalp for Jack Morley. And that will do his confidence the world of good. As we see the replay, bit of turn. Zabe, the eyes lit up. He thought he was going to dispatch him back over the just looking back on the replay of that, actually, that did turn quite significantly. And Safe Zabe just trundles off rather forlornly. There we go then. Well, that's the end of that, Dan. Decent innings, though, from Safe Zabe. Look at that.
It's come a long way back. It's hit the top of leg stump there, isn't it, off Safe Zabe? Turned a long way, but come to expect that, really, from what we've seen from the 5 sessions of county cricket we've had at Wantage Road so far. Disappointing end to the innings. Was that shot needed at that time? Those runs were coming relatively easily. Did a 6 down the ground? Was it the shot of choice? I don't know. Particularly where we've seen how hard it is to start here at Northampton. And he's invited Lewis McManus into the middle to take his place. We saw that collapse, didn't we, earlier today? 143 for 5. What was it, 150 for 4, wasn't it?
Yep.
Derbyshire down to 165 all out. Northants can't really afford at this stage to have one of those. Yes, fine, they will almost certainly pass a lead of 200. But to be bowled out now for just 15 more runs would really leave that door ajar for Derbyshire in that fourth innings.
Really would. This is another important partnership, isn't it? Lewis McManus is a strong proponent of the sweep shots, uses it effectively. Here is Jack Morley. And who knows, we saw it with Chahal, didn't we? One wicket was all the difference, and all of a sudden an inconsistent spell became, well, a potentially match-defining one. Here is Morley then to the new batter. Lewis McManus drops that one short. Really does put a lot of revs and energy into the cricket borders. Jack Morley fizzing it into the surface. McManus is joined by a short leg. That will be Anuj Donald under the lid. Morley again drops that one shorter, carved away out towards Harry Moore in the deep for another single. And that will bring about another change in the field. Anuj Donald flicks the helmet off. Won't be a short leg in place here for Rob Keogh. Here he is then, Jack Morley. One more delivery remaining in this 14th over for the Derbyshire left arm finger spinner. And it has been a very successful one. So that shot's punched through the covers. Great stop there from a diving Harry Kane. Well, to be honest, Dan, that is an excellent over, isn't it, for Derbyshire? The huge wickets of Saif Zaib, just one single coming from it. And that will now make the score 144 for 5 as we watch back that dismissal. Look at the turn there. Clips the top of a leg stump. Oh, you love to see that as a spin bowler.
He's stuck at it well, isn't he? Jack Morley. He's bowled a lot of overs for Derbyshire and for David Lloyd and does get rewards during the spell, which is good to see for Jack Morley. He picked up 2 wickets in the first innings out of Justin Broad and of Dom Leech. David Lloyd taking the catch off Justin Broad and Dom Leech being bowled around his legs, wasn't he, by the finger spinner. So good to see for Jack Morley. And what turned in, I think we were talking about kind of 82 for 2 equivalent. Sounded like a really good place to be for Northants. 198 for 5 equivalent box score. Still a good place to be. I mean, it is in the context of this, but it feels 198 for 5. Well, clearly 198 for 5 is worse than 198 for 4, but having just in the back of Saif Zaib, it just feels like a big wicket to get for Derbyshire. And you can kind of hear, can't you, through the effects mic, they're up and about again. It had gone a little bit quiet.
They are, and you can see that in the field placement as well. Leg slip, short leg. David Lloyd wheeling away there, thinking there was a potential half chance. McManus on 2, Keogh here to face then on 21 from 46. These two, realistically, the last two in terms of your specialist batch. Justin Broad, though, very capable.
Well, what does David Ripley know about electricity bills, Aaron? We've got floodlights on.
We have.
At Northampton.
Here we go then.
Good news. Good news is that this overhead cloud, as long as it doesn't rain, we can play through it because we have got the floodlights available. And they are on, twinkling away above our heads at Wantage Road.
But of course, just to talk about that old cherry, that they are there to support the natural lights and not to replace natural. Here is Thompson, where it's pulled powerfully out to square by McManus. That'll be another single to add to Northamptonshire's total. And that lead now has stretched beyond 200. That is the first job done.
Yep.
As far as the home side are concerned. Yes, they've lost 5 wickets, but they have got quite a considerable target already. That's a really nice push through the covers from Rob Keogh. No one will stop that. Starting to find some rhythm now with the bat in hand. Moves him on to 26 from 48. And that will be the 150 up for Northamptonshire in this second innings. Keogh now is the prize scalp, isn't he? As far as Derbyshire are concerned. Of course, McManus would also be useful at this stage. But Keogh, the man who could accelerate that total rather handsomely. Let's see how Thompson can respond to that one then. How will he close out this spell? Well, Keogh again goes for the big shot. It's sailing out towards square leg and it goes for 4 more. Excellent end to the over for Rob Keogh and Northamptonshire. And look at that, 11 runs coming from the Alex Thompson over. Keogh going on the aggressive counter-attacking approach and gets his reward as a result. So at the end of the 43rd over, Northamptonshire 155, the lead now 209.
Final shot from Keogh there has come out of nowhere, hasn't it? He was quite happy to play second fiddle while Safe Save was out there. I thought the lovely cover drive, I thought, oh, it's a nice way just to finish that off. Just bat that one down and get out of the over. And then the big slog sweep over square leg for 4. One bounce into the advertising hoardings. Didn't expect that one, I have to say. 155 for 5. Morley continues from the David Capel. McManus on strike. Almost spears in a Yorker there for Morley, which is dug out well by McManus. To see Harry Moore just getting loose. Whether that's a call or whether that's for optimism or not, I don't know. I imagine Harry Moore wants the ball back in his hand pretty quickly. Oh, that's an appeal for LBW. Can't believe what he's just seen. Definitely get a replay of that one pop up on the screen. But I think that might have come off of Brooke Kest's pads himself, didn't it? Must have been incredibly close to off stump. McManus there just turns that into the leg side. Here is that replay of that half an appeal from Morley.
Oh my words.
Off the knee of Brooke Guest, isn't it?
Inches away. Morley into McManus. Nice little lap sweep there. Goes for a single.
Yeah, they got the protection out, haven't they? They've got the out on the offside for the drag down for Morley. And they've got one out on the sweep as well. Provide a bit of protection for their young finger spinner. Keogh back on strike. That one is speared into the surface. And that does go straight out to Harry Moore, who is the man sweeping on the offside. He's bowled that a lot, hasn't he? In these 15 overs that he has bowled.
Yeah, he has. And to be honest, Northants have scored a lot from them, which, again, might just be inexperience. Let's see what Jack can come up with. Again, that's a bit of a drag down. And it's dispatched.
Yeah.
Yep, dispatched disdainfully by Lewis McManus. Waited, pulls it away, and gets 4 as a result. A good shot as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. And at the end of the 44th, it's the home side who move on to a score of 161 for 5.
Yeah, 2 batters there just having a conversation in the middle. I did wonder whether the umpires were going to come together there for a moment, but just with the way that umpire at the non-striker's end hesitated, it's moved away. Umpire this end, just having a look over the indoor score. I say, I suspect the weather's probably slightly worse behind us than what we've got in front of us, and I think that might have caught the eye of the umpire. But as you said, it's a really good point about the floodlights. They're there to assist, aren't they? They're not there to take over. There's a duty of care involved, and it isn't just for the batters. There's obviously 11 fielders out there as well. There'll be fielders down in the deep that potentially won't be picking the ball up if it gets to that stage. Reverse swept by Keogh. That beats Martin Anderson on the inside, and that's going to be another 4 for Keogh, who is really just starting to motor now. It's 26 of 19, the partnership between Keogh and McManus.
Very deft reverse sweep from Rob Keogh.
35 or 51 for the experienced Keogh. First slip and a short leg in place. Reverse swept again.
Oh,
Beats
that's
Martin
brilliant.
Anderson again on the inside. Back-to-back fours for Keogh. It can't be a coincidence. The yellow grips I will accept might be, but it can't be a coincidence that Safe Sabe went for that big shot down the ground, that Keogh's gone back-to-back fours, one through the covers, one slog sweep. Lewis McManus has gone out there with a drag down four, two back-to-back reverse sweeps from Rob Keogh. It can't be. There must have been a plan here to accelerate this rate, because I don't think Derbyshire are bowling much different to what they had been throughout the course. And Keogh goes again, this time goes in front of square, back-to-back fours by Rob Keogh. 3 reverse sweeps in a row. There's so much real estate available on the offside. It's such a safe shot to play. David Lloyd coming in from 45 to have a chat with Alex Thompson from a distance, and it's going to bring about a change in the field. Only that of Martin going out to the boundary at deep backward point in front of the coffee van. I mean, if Keogh gets this next one fine, it's going to be 4 anyway. If he times it as well as he did the ball before, there's a great chance it beats Martin Anderson down on that boundary anyway. 3 fours in a row. A real acceleration. Oh, it's gone down. It's gone over Lewis Reece. 4 fours in a row for Rob Keogh. Oh, it's not going to go. Oh, Rob, I've been done. I've done an Aaron Viles. I've gone too early. It's going to be 3. It's going to be 3 for Rob Keogh. So it's a slower outfield, isn't it? And he certainly didn't get all of it, but got enough of it to get over Lewis Reece, who had given up on it, to be fair. And then I think realised the fact that, well, actually, there could be a chance that this holds up, and it did. So 15 runs off the first 4 balls of Alex Thompson's 14th over. He's got McManus on strike now. He's 8 off 11. He's got more company around the bat. That's defended. Inside edge down towards Anuj Donald, who picks it up well at short leg. He's been busy. Last ball of the over. Run rate now up to 3.93. Lead of 230. Aaron, I said 250 if it kept going right the way through to the end. It's 230 now, and there's still 16 overs left to go. Why the acceleration? Have you figured that bit out yet? Have you noticed anything that you might go, oh, well, that's got to be that then. That's why we've had an acceleration, because it has been one. It's been noticeable.
It has been very noticeable, and maybe it's just the field placements for Rob Keogh. The fact is they have got a lot on the onside, and he's just gone, well, if you're going to give me the gap, I'll use the reverse sweep. He's used it very effectively. But for that over to go for 15, you're right, that is a noticeable acceleration in the run rate. It's now almost touching 4 and over from Rob Keogh. He's racing towards his 50. And earlier we had the discussion, didn't we, about one player in this Northants batting lineup going out there, giving it a bit of a whack, just putting Derbyshire on the back foot. Rob Keogh might have been the guy to do that. Maybe that's the conversation. If Safe Sabe was unsuccessful, which in this innings he was by comparison, still scored a handy 26. Maybe Rob Keogh was the experienced batter, someone who does have this offensive style in the arsenal. Maybe he's just gone, you know what, guys? I'll be the one to do it. Let me push up the run rate. Let me put these bowlers under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, the other thing as well, I wonder, as the light continues to just deteriorate a little bit. Oh, it's a beauty from Morley. Sharp work by Brooke Guest as well. Certainly feels like it's being assisted heavily by the floodlights at the moment out the window. Wonder whether there's kind of a thought of, well, we could be going off in a minute anyway, for a bit of bad light, potentially. It's 176 for 5 off 45.2 overs, lead of 230. It's a much more orthodox field for Morley, isn't it? You've got 2 banks of fielders on either side of the wicket, from short third, 45, cover mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, with a sweeper in front of point on the offside and one on the sweep with a first slip as well. It's orthodox for Morley. Outside edge for Keogh. Sharp work by a frustrated Brooke Guest.
Just noticing the shadows now appearing around the players now. The light has deteriorated quite significantly. Here is Morley again into Keogh, pushes that one out towards Alex Thompson.
But we want to keep playing. We want to keep the players out there for as long as possible. But I certainly think, to the naked eye at least, it's looking like it's bathed in artificial lights at the moment. Just the contrast of the grass and the wicket has just changed slightly, hasn't it?
It has. I think that is the best way to look at it. Let's have a look if the umpires will get together here to discuss the light. For the time being, doesn't appear as though they are, so we will continue here at the county ground.
It looks like one umpire is desperate for a conversation and the other one couldn't be less interested there. I think that's James Treadwell, isn't it, at the other end of us? And there we are going to have that conversation now.
There we go. I think David Lloyd, the Derbyshire captain, has also made the points. Let's have a look then. Will it be the captain himself to essentially come on to bowl here? Martin Anderson also having a conversation with Square Leg, just seeing if the light levels are acceptable for the time being.
I wonder whether we're going to see spin continue, are we? Or are we going to wait here for one of the substitute fielders to run out a light meter for the umpires? That must be what we're waiting for. Can't see any other reason as to why we're not just getting into this next over, because I would imagine it would have been one of Thompson or Lloyd to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Looks like it's going to be David Lloyd, isn't it? He's just had a pretty long conversation with the experienced Wayne Madsen. Lights have come on in the media box on the other side.
As you can hear on the FX mic there, can we shut the door on the curtains? A little bit of a distraction behind the bowler's arm here at the Lynn Wilson centre end. Happy to report that it's not us there with the open door and the open curtains, as David Lloyd does come back on to have a bowl here, coming over the wicket towards the right-handed Lewis McManus. That score 176 for 5, and yeah, at this stage, day 2 has well and truly belonged to the home side. After a difficult day 1, they really have boss proceedings with both the bat and the ball in hand. Such
a shame, the fact that those conversations can be heard because the grounds are so quiet, but also one bit of absolute brilliance from county championship cricket is the fact that you can get right into the middle and hear those conversations amongst those batters and fielders. And we've got some award winners down in the hospitality below us. They've been in early doors this morning, so probably enjoying the hospitality down there. So good for them. Various award winners from the neighbouring counties, I think, with recreational cricket. Just leaving the curtains and the doors open, though.
Yeah, offering a little bit of a distraction there. That one pulled away by Lewis McManus. It's racing towards the good diving stop, though, there by Jack Morley. And they will come back for 2 runs. Lead now 232. You can see those shadows, though, on the players. Definitely has decreased in terms of the light. And I think in terms of the umpires now getting together for a conversation. It's a shame, though, because we were one of just 2 matches taking place in the championship. All the other ones delayed by either rain or bad light. And yes, as you can see now, folks, the players coming off, we will have a delay for bad light. The umpires will get the light meter out, make a reading. I've got to be honest, though, just looking at the cloud cover, I mean, there is a little bit of lighter cloud out towards us, but there's also pretty heavy onsets of thick grey clouds. So we'll keep you as best updated as we can. Look at that over towards the other side. Goodness me, that is a blanket of grey at the moment, a canvas of cloud cover. And that will be that for the time being. So Northamptonshire 178 for 5. McManus on 10. Keogh, the standout of 46. The leader of 232. And if we are just to give a short summary, Dan, before we see the covers come on, what have you made of that evening session?
Yeah, well, I think just to add insult to injury to this, I think it's currently raining as well, Aaron. So I am in agreement with you. I suspect we are probably done for the day. But yeah, to give a quick summary of what we've seen so far, Northants, as you just said, lead by 232 with 5 wickets remaining and are very much in the ascendancy. 178 for 5 and 219 don't sound like scores to really get excited about. But after that final 6-wicket collapse for Derbyshire, which saw their innings end on 165, find themselves in a really, really strong position. If from now Derbyshire are going to go on and win this game, they're going to have to score more runs in an innings than what either two teams have managed to so far. This innings, Gus Miller at the top of the order, fantastic 42. James Sales worked really hard for 40. Keogh's walked off 46 not out there. Safe Sabre and enterprising 26. There's been contributions all the way through for Northants, and I think would be fair to say are well deserving of their position in this game.
Yeah, they are. As I said today, they've had by far the better of the action. They've batted better, they've bowled better. They just have been the more deserving of the two sides. So we'll say our goodbyes for the time being. If we do get back on the field after this rain and bad light delay, well, we hope that you can rejoin us, of course. But if not, I've been Aaron Viles alongside me, Dan Jadzovic. And that will be that for the time being here at the County Ground.